of a new mode of production in the form of special economic structures. Consequently, these are either old or new classes involving either obsolete or newly emerging forms of the economy. There existed in slave societies, for instance, small free peasant farmers and also craftsmen. In feudal society, as the towns developed, there arose new social strata comprising craftsmen organized in guilds and corporations, merchants, and so on. Big landowners employing both capitalist and pre-capitalist modes of exploiting the peasants continued to exist for a long time in capitalist society, and in countries where significant traces of feudalism still remain, they exist to this day as one of the non-basic classes. In most capitalist countries there is the non-basic class of the petty bourgeoisie comprising farmers, craftsmen, traders, and other small property owners, a numerically significant section of society which plays a considerable part in the political struggle. Economically, they hold an intermediate position between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. The fact that they are owners of private property brings them closer to the bourgeoisie, but they are also linked with the proletariat by being workers themselves and experiencing the oppression of capital. The development of production alters the status and numbers of classes. In the middle of the 19th century the bourgeoisie was rather numerous because the instruments of labor were owned mainly by medium and small capitalists. In England this class constituted 8% of the able-bodied population, in other countries the proportion was even larger, while the army of hired labor accounted for only half of the able-bodied population. The development of monopoly capitalism, the fusion of the monopolized WDTH the state and the scientific and technological revolution that began in the middle of the 20th century have brought about considerable changes in the capitalist mode of production. There has been an unprecedented concentration of production and centralization of capital, particularly since the Second World War. All this has had the effect of building into the capitalist class a powerful layer of monopolistic bourgeoisie. The number of the bourgeoisie in relation to the population has decreased owing to the monopolies crushing many small and medium-sized capitalists. It now numbers between 1 and 4% of the able-bodied population in the highly developed capitalist countries. At the same time the power and wealth of the monopoly bourgeoisie in these countries have multiplied. The army of hired labor confronting capital has grown. 262. Considerably, its ranks having been swelled mainly by numerical reduction of the petty bourgeoisie in both town and country who have been driven out of business. As capitalism develops, the petty bourgeoisie disintegrates, a small portion of it adds to its wealth and joins the capitalists, while the larger part goes bankrupt and assumes the position of either economically dependent property owners or semi-proletarians and proletarians. This is a regular process based on the advantages of large-scale production, on the law of the concentration and centralization of capital discovered by Marx. But this process does not entirely oust the small producers. Of course, technical progress in capitalist society does drive the small producers out of business. They cannot stand the pace, cannot keep on replacing old equipment with new. But it is not to the advantage of monopoly capital to take over all the functions of production. The monopolies leave a number of such functions to the small businessmen. Marxists have never claimed that the trend towards proletarianization of the middle strata must lead to their complete disappearance. As Lenin observed, the development of capitalist production follows a contradictory course. A number of new middle strata are inevitably brought into existence again and again by capitalism. These new small producers are just as inevitably being cast again into the ranks of the proletariat. The petty bourgeois survives in contemporary developed capitalist countries not because he is stable as the reformists aver, but because he is needed by the large-scale capital which opposes him. Taken as a whole, however, the small businessman is being steadily pushed out by monopoly capitalism into the ranks of the proletarians and hired labor in general. The army of hired labor, liberated by capital from any, even small, ownership of the means of production, constitutes in the developed capitalist countries the overwhelming majority of the population. It rose from 66% of the able-bodied population in the economically developed capitalist countries in 1940 to 80% in 1970. In the past 100 years, the numbers and proportion of the basic sections of the urban, industrial proletariat has considerably increased, as against a decrease in the rural proletariat. At the turn of the century, there were 29.9 million industrial workers in the United States, Britain, Germany, and France, but by the middle of the 20th century the figure had almost doubled to 58.1 million. The army of the working class is now worldwide, with contingents in Europe, America, Asia, Australia, and Africa. The working class has become more mature and educated, more conscious and organized, and its political role in society has enhanced. The scientific and technological revolution has altered the composition of the working class, the number of skilled workers having considerably increased as against a decrease in unskilled workers. The introduction of the assembly line supplemented the ordinary type of factory workers handling all-purpose tools and machines with a great number of specialized workers trained to perform comparatively simple operations on the line. Automation, however, is doing away with the one-skill man and producing a new layer of highly skilled workers servicing, adjusting, and repairing automatic lines. Bourgeois ideologists often assert that in the context of the scientific and technological revolution the proletariat is destined to disappear, first, because of the decrease in the numbers of people engaged in production and the increase in those employed in the service industries, and secondly, because of the increase in intellectuals and white-collar workers in general. It must be noted first of all, however, that bourgeois sociologists and economists wrongly associate the concept of the proletarian exclusively with the manual worker. Actually, this concept reflects the social status of the working class, and not simply its functions in the labor process. It embraces the workers directly engaged in the production process and those performing various subsidiary functions. Similarly, the rapid growth of the intelligentsia and white-collar workers, which considerably exceeds that of the able-bodied population as a whole, does not testify to the deproletarianization of the population or to the emergence of a new, middle class absorbing the proletariat. The term intelligentsia is generally used to denote the section of people professionally engaged in work of an intellectual nature. It may also include a considerable number of white-collar workers, but not all of them, of course, because many are not employed in intellectual work as such but perform various purely technical functions. The intelligentsia never has been and never can be a separate class. It is not homogeneous in the class sense because it is formed out of representatives of various classes and serves various classes. 264. Scientists and engineers form the most rapidly expanding section of the intelligentsia. But a large number of engineers and technicians are acquiring a status close to that of the working class. In the last century the intellectuals and white-collar workers were a comparatively privileged enclave, but today they have turned into white-collar proletarians. From the standpoint of working conditions and salary, white-collar workers are often not better but worse off than the wage worker. In the United States at the beginning of the 20th century the average salary of office workers in the processing industries was more than 2.3 times the wage of the average manual worker. At present it is only a little more than 9/10 of that wage. A large proportion of engineers have lost their former supervisory functions, which made them what Marx called the industrial commissioned and non-commissioned officers of capital. The rate and rhythm of work of these employees, like those of the workers, are now increasingly determined by the actual technological process. So the increased proportion of engineers, technicians, and white-collar personnel that some sociologists present as the deproletarianization of society actually means that an ever larger part of the stratum is placed by capitalism into living conditions resembling those of industrial workers. This, however, does not provide grounds for classifying all technicians, engineers, and other white-collar personnel engaged in production as working class. Marx's concept of the aggregate workman is not identical to that of working class because it embraces socially differentiated kinds of labor, including that of intellectuals. A certain part of the intelligentsia employed in the traditional professions remains close in status to the middle sections of society, and the upper class of the bourgeois intelligentsia usually merges with the ruling class. Thus we see that the class structure of society is remarkably complex, comprising various non-basic classes and intermediate layers besides the basic classes. What is more, the classes are not closed groups of people like the hierarchical estates of feudal times. Individuals are constantly moving from some groups or social strata to others. Bourgeois sociologists try to present this fluidity in capitalist society as the disappearance of class divisions. Of course, there is far greater social mobility in capitalist conditions than under feudalism with its numerous hierarchical barriers. But class barriers do not disappear under capitalism and class contradictions increase. Whereas in the early stages of the development of capitalism some members of the nobility, village kulaks, etc., were able to penetrate the ranks of the ruling class, today it is no easier to enter the circle of the monopolists than it was in the age of absolutism for a petty bourgeois to gain admission to the nobility. Although the class status of certain individuals may change, this does not eliminate the distinctions between classes which form the class structure of society. Moreover, the changes occurring in the social status of the masses under capitalism, the ruining of small businessmen, the proletarianization of peasants and craftsmen, the growth of unemployment among the workers only broaden the gap between the basic classes of capitalist society. 3. Class interests and class struggle. Forms of class struggle and organization. Class struggle has persisted throughout the history of society, ever since the collapse of the primitive commune. Freeman and slave, patrician and plebeian, lord and serf, guildmaster and journeyman, in a word, oppressor and oppressed, stood in constant opposition to one another, carried on an uninterrupted, now hidden, now open fight, a fight that each time ended, either in a revolutionary reconstitution of society at large, or in the common ruin of the contending classes. 1. This is how Marx and Engels characterized the basic forms of the class struggle in the days before capitalism in the Manifesto of the Communist Party. The age of capitalism brought further intensification of the class struggle. What is it that causes the conflict between classes? Is it historically inevitable? Bourgeois historians and sociologists maintain that it is the result of a misunderstanding, a mutual failure of communication between classes, the misguided policies of the ruling sections of society, of incitement by evil-minded elements, and so on. Many of them make an appeal for social and moral values capable of uniting the warring classes. But to express hopes that it is possible to unite classes with irreconcilable, antagonistic interests with the help of even the best ideas or moral values implies a false, idealist approach to the question. The class struggle is evoked by the diametrically opposed social positions and contradictory interests of the different classes. What are class interests? What is behind them? It is sometimes asserted that class interest is determined by the consciousness of the members of the given class. This is incorrect. The working class of any given capitalist country may for a certain time not be aware of its fundamental interests and restrict itself to fighting for certain particular interests. But this does not mean that its fundamental class interests do not exist. Class interest is determined not by the consciousness of the class but by its position and role in the system of social production. Since the proletariat is deprived of ownership of the means of production and subjected to capitalist exploitation, it is interested in abolishing capitalism, and thus it is a revolutionary class. The bourgeoisie and the proletariat are antagonistic classes because their interests are diametrically opposed and irreconcilable. The same was true of the basic classes in the societies that preceded capitalism, slave owners and slaves, lords and serfs. There may be antagonistic relations not only between the opposed classes of one social economic formation but also between the classes of different formations, one of which is superseding the other. Such, for example, were the relations between the bourgeoisie and the feudal aristocracy in the period when bourgeois methods of exploitation came into conflict with those of feudalism. But inasmuch as both classes were exploiters, they were able to unite. Feudal methods of exploitation merged with bourgeois methods in the economies of several countries, and in the political field the bourgeoisie and the landowners often formed a common front, particularly when faced with a common enemy, the mass of the people led by the proletariat. Whereas the opposition or divergence of class interests form the basis of the struggle between classes, coincidence of the interests of different classes creates a possibility of their working together. In the situation created by contemporary capitalism, there are objective conditions for combined action on the part of the proletariat, the peasantry, and the urban petty bourgeoisie, the bulk of the intelligentsia and white-collar workers, against the monopolies. As the most revolutionary, organized and united class, the proletariat is the natural leader of any alliance of these groups. In the class struggle, even radically different social classes, when faced by a common enemy, imperialism, for example, may find that their interests temporarily coincide. Thus, the nationwide objectives, the struggle for liberation in the dependent countries oppressed by imperialism, may provide grounds for combined action on the part of the mass of the working people and the national bourgeoisie. But in such a situation each class acts according to its own rights, according to its own class interests. This is why Lenin demanded a precise analysis of those varied interests of different classes that coincide in certain definite, limited common aims. 1 Bourgeois sociologists, the advocates of reform, and the right-wing socialists, deny the necessity of the class struggle. They assert that the driving force of progress is class cooperation. But in point of fact, the driving force of development of class-divided societies is the revolutionary struggle between the classes. The class struggle exerts a profound influence on the development of the productive forces. One of the reasons for introducing machinery was the desire of the capitalists to break the resistance of the workers, to force them to submit to the compulsory 7 rhythm of factory production. Marx observed that in Britain, since 1825, the invention and application of machinery 7 has been simply the result of the war between workers and employers. 2 The workers' resistance prevented the capitalists from multiplying their profits mainly by increasing working hours and forced them to concentrate their efforts on reducing the amount of necessary 7 working time by increasing labor productivity, by employing more efficient machinery 7. But the Marxist proposition that the class struggle is the driving force of development of class-divided societies does not imply that it is the prime cause of development of the productive forces. The class structure of society and the class struggle it produces are themselves determined by the development of the productive forces and production relations. The class struggle acts as the driving force of historical development primarily because it is the means by which an obsolete social system is transformed into a new and higher system. The conflict between the new productive forces and the obsolete relations of production finds its expression in an antagonism between classes. This conflict is resolved by a social revolution, which is a higher manifestation of the class struggle. The class struggle acts as the motivator of historical events not only in an epoch of social revolutions but also in so-called peaceful epochs. The reforms, the minor improvements lauded by the reformists are, in fact, a byproduct of the revolutionary 7 struggle. The degree of democracy achieved in any country depends decisively on the scope of the revolutionary 7 struggle of the progressive classes. Lenin contrasted the socialist theory of the class struggle as the only real mover of history to the bourgeois theory of cooperation between classes as the driving force of social progress. He wrote, "According to the theory of socialism, i.e., of Marxism, the real driving force of history is the revolutionary class struggle. According to the theory of bourgeois philosophers, the driving force of progress is the unity of all elements in society who realize the imperfections of certain of its institutions. The first theory is materialist, the second is idealist. The first is revolutionary, the second is reformist. The first sees as the basis for the tactics of the proletariat in modern capitalist countries. The second sees as the basis of the tactics of the bourgeoisie. 1. The class struggle occurs in various spheres of social life in the economy, in the social, political, and intellectual fields. It may have different degrees of intensity, from passive opposition to a hostile class to active attack on its positions and drastic class clashes. It may be hidden or open, spontaneous or conscious. The substitution of some forms of class struggle for others depends on changes in the situation, on the degree of intensity of the contradictions between the interests of the various classes, on the development of each class. The forms of class struggle are connected with the forms of class organization. This comes out very clearly in the class struggle of the proletariat. The proletariat conducts its struggle against capitalism in three main forms: economic, political, and ideological. The economic struggle is, historically, the first form of the class struggle of the proletariat. In all countries the workers' struggle began by their defending their immediate economic interests. They fought for higher wages, reduced working hours, improvement of working conditions, and so on. It was in this struggle that the proletariat's first organization arose, the trade unions that were to become its school of class struggle. Strikes, partial or general, are a vitally important means of economic struggle. The economic fight for daily needs is of vital importance to the working class, but it cannot rid the working class of exploitation. The ideologists of capitalism maintain that the proletariat's class struggle is becoming pointless because its position is gradually improving and the profits of the monopolies are seeping down into all strata of society. In fact, however, wage rises are lagging behind rising prices and productivity of labor. A certain rise in the standard of life of some sections of the working people has occurred in a number of capitalist countries, mainly owing to the class struggle of the proletariat. Out of the tremendous wealth produced by their hands and brains, the proletarians in some capitalist countries have won an improvement in living standards compared with their life in the 19th century. But we must not forget that even in the richest capitalist country, the United States, millions of working people live on or near the poverty line. What is more, the improved standard of living won by some groups of workers in the capitalist countries is reduced to naught by the rising cost of living, by inflation. Wages lag behind the material and cultural needs of the worker and his family, which tend to grow with the development of society. It should be borne in mind that the higher standard of life attained in recent decades by some sections of the working people in a small group of developed capitalist countries is built on the intensified exploitation of the working people in these countries, on unequal pay for women and for immigrant workers, and also on imperialism's foreign economic policies aimed at exploiting the developing countries. Contemporary bourgeois ideologists argue that today the working class of the capitalist countries is integrated in capitalist society and has a stake in that society because it receives from it some of the good things of life. However, they conceal the fact that all these good things have been produced by the working class itself and that only its persistent struggle has restored to it a part of what was created by its own labor. As in the old days, the worker, whose productivity has now grown so much, does not receive an increasing part of the wealth he creates, is still exploited by capital. This is confirmed by the development of the workers' strike campaign. The total number of strikers in the developed capitalist countries, amounting to 74.5 million between 1919 and 1939, doubled between 1946 and 1959 and quadrupled between 1960 and 1969. In the 70s it exceeded 380 million people. Significantly, it is the part of the working class concentrated in the main monopolist industries, at the large factories belonging to the monopolies, where wages are higher than in the non-monopoly sector, that displays the greatest activity in the strike campaign. Class conflicts at factories become even more intense with the further advance of the scientific and technological revolution, which in the conditions of capitalism brings much hardship to the worker. Despite its use of the achievements of the scientific and technological revolution, capitalism has been unable to get rid of its contradictions and stabilize itself as a system. To be sure, capitalism has not stopped developing. But it is immersed in what is already the third economic recession in the past 10 years. It is more than obvious that state regulation of the capitalist economy is ineffective. 1. The economic struggle not only counteracts the process of impoverishment of the proletariat, it also gives it the organization to deal with wider revolutionary tasks. If the workers did not fight the rapacity of capital, they would be degraded, as Marx put it, to one level mass of broken wretches past salvation. By cowardly giving way in their everyday conflict with capital, they would certainly disqualify themselves for the initiating of any larger movement. Point 1. Significant though it may be, the economic struggle is not in itself enough to do away with capitalist exploitation. To achieve this there must be political struggle on the part of the proletariat. Even the struggle for partial economic demands, for example, for reduction of working hours, for a guaranteed minimum wage, for social security inspires the proletariat to undertake political action. In present-day conditions the defense of the working people's economic interests depends to a great extent on successful struggle against militarism and the arms race. So the strike campaign often acquires political significance and is closely linked with the fight against the imperialist preparations for a new war, with the fight for democracy and national independence. The political struggle exerts a powerful influence on the struggle in the economic field. It is characteristic that with the general fight against socialism on their hands the capitalists, fearing that the class struggle may grow into a mass revolutionary movement, have been compelled to make some concessions to the workers' demands and try to employ better disguised forms of exploitation of the working people. The existence of the world socialist system and the achievements of the socialist countries greatly increase the strength of the proletariat of the capitalist countries. Political struggle takes many forms ranging from participation in elections to parliaments, local councils, and other state organizations to mass demonstrations, from the peaceful use of the Parliamentary Seven platform to the revolutionary struggle for power. The chief objective of the proletariat's political struggle is to overthrow the power of the capitalist class and establish the power of the working class, and, once this power has been won, to consolidate it as an instrument for building socialist society. Historically, political struggle developed after the economic struggle, but it ranks first in importance because it is a higher form of class struggle. The reasons for this are as follows. 1. In the economic struggle, action against the exploiters may be confined to separate contingents of the working class, whereas in the political struggle the workers and capitalists are ranged against each other as classes each in its entirety. 2. In the economic struggle the workers defend their own immediate, daily interests, sometimes the interests of separate groups of the working class, but in the political struggle they are defending their own fundamental, general class interests. 3. In the economic struggle, if it is conducted separately from the political struggle, the workers acquire only a trade union type of consciousness, that is, an understanding of their own narrow professional interests. In the political struggle, led by a Marxist party, the working class evolves a truly class, proletarian socialist consciousness, an understanding of its fundamental general class interests, of its historic mission and revolutionary objectives. 4. The economic struggle provides the proletariat with the organization it needs in the form of trade unions. The political struggle demands the creation of a Marxist political party, the highest form of class organization of the proletariat. The ideological struggle is also a highly important form of the class struggle of the proletariat. To rouse the working class for a broad economic and particularly political struggle one must make it aware of its fundamental class interests. The theory 7-0F Marxism-Leninism, scientific socialism, gives the working class this awareness. It reveals the laws of social development, the laws of the development of capitalism, and shows the working class the ways and means of struggle for freedom from exploitation, for socialism. The theoretical, ideological struggle of the working class, of its parties, is aimed at freeing the workers' minds from bourgeois ideas and prejudices. The introduction of Marxist socialist ideology into the spontaneous working class movement raises it to a higher level of development. So the ideological form of the class struggle is just as essential for final victory 7-0F the proletariat as its other forms. In the course of this struggle classes acquire political and ideological shape. Their complex path of development transforms them from a passive object of history to its conscious and active subject, its makers. From being classes in themselves they become classes for themselves. Point 1. Economic conditions, wrote Marx, had first transformed the mass of the people of the country into workers. The domination of capital has created for this mass a common situation, common interests. This mass is thus already a class as against capital, but not yet for itself. In the struggle, this mass becomes united and constitutes itself as a class for itself/one in the formation of a class as an actively operating subject, as a class for itself. An important role is played by the emergence of the corresponding political organizations, particularly political parties. The class struggle finds its most definite form of expression in the struggle of political parties which express the interests of classes and lead their struggle. Parties differ from classes in that they never embrace the whole of class but represent only part of it, and they are the result of the conscious joining together of the advanced, most active representatives of the given class in the name of definite political ideas and aims, whereas classes themselves arise spontaneously as a result of the economic development of society. The party therefore arises after the class has taken shape. Bourgeois ideologists, and also reformists and revisionists try to obscure the connection between parties and classes. Many bourgeois sociologists follow the German sociologist Max Weber in dividing society into three independent orders: economic, social, and political. Classes are placed in the economic order, the so-called status groups, which are distinguished by the degree of respect they command in society, make up the social order. This approach to the question offers the possibility of isolating parties from classes. Of course, the division of society into parties does not usually coincide with the division into classes. A class is quite often represented not by one but by several parties expressing, along with the general class interests, the interests of separate groups within the class. The contradictions between the bourgeois parties are often somewhat superficial in character, but sometimes they reflect deeper differences between the various factions within classes. The class struggle reveals the true face of each party. The division of any society into different political parties, Lenin wrote, is revealed most clearly of all in times of profound crises shaking the whole country. All phrasemongering, all that is petty and extraneous, is brushed aside by the gravity of for-he struggle. The parties strain every nerve and appeal to the masses, and the masses, guided by their unerring instinct and enlightened by the experience of an open struggle, follow the parties that represent the interests of a particular class. 1. The party of the working class is the advanced, politically organized and active part of the working class, its vanguard. The majority of workers are too much overburdened by exploitation to be able in the conditions of capitalism to rise to the level of class consciousness that distinguishes the vanguard. Even a trade union, a simpler kind of organization more easily understood by the less developed sections of the workers, cannot take in the whole proletariat. No one, therefore, should cherish the illusion that in capitalist conditions the dividing line between the vanguard of the working class and the whole class can automatically disappear. This line will be erased only when communism wins final victory. All other organizations of the proletariat, trade unions, cultural and educational associations, etc., serve as necessary 7 means in the class struggle, but they cannot solve the fundamental problem, the problem of abolishing the capitalist system and carrying out a socialist revolution. Only a Marxist-Leninist party, W7 which is the highest form of class political organization of the proletariat, is capable of uniting the activities of all proletarian organizations and guiding them to the one goal of socialist revolution. But there are opportunist parties as W7L as revolutionary parties of the working class in many capitalist countries. Opportunism and revisionism are not accidental phenomena in the W7 working class movement. They have their social roots. They are a result of the corrupting influence of capitalism, of bourgeois pressure on the unstable sections of the workers. The working class is not homogeneous, it includes various interlayers, such as recent arrivals from the petty bourgeoisie, and the upper crust of highly paid workers, the working class aristocracy. In the conditions of imperialism, the bourgeoisie of the developed capitalist countries is able to bribe the upper sections of the proletariat out of the profits obtained by plundering the colonies and economically dependent countries and by fixing high monopoly prices. It is this that feeds and supports opportunism in the working class movement. The corruption of art of the proletariat can be paid for not only out of colonial superprofits but also out of the superprofits obtained by monopoly capitalism through its appropriation of the fruits of the scientific and technological revolution, the achievements of science and technology. The heterogeneous nature of the working class leads inevitably to divergence of views and aspirations among its different sections, and every turn in the development of the class struggle may intensify these divergences, evoking both ultra-left and right-wing deviations and trends. The dialectics of the revolutionary movement is such that its very growth, the involvement of the wider sections of the working class and particularly other social strata, which is in itself a positive phenomenon, may at the same time help to cultivate both right-wing and left opportunism. Opportunism, internal division in the working class and dissension between workers of different nationality are used by the bourgeoisie as the chief means of weakening the working class movement. But although the bourgeoisie in certain countries may temporarily be able to slow down the development of the class struggle of the proletariat, it has no power to stop it. The class struggle is a regular feature of developed class societies and their driving force. This law discovered by Marx and Engels consists in the fact that all historical struggles, whether they proceed in the political, religious, philosophical, or some other ideological domain, are in fact only the more or less clear expression of struggles of social classes, and that the existence of these classes and thereby the collisions, too, between these classes are in turn conditioned by the degree of development of their economic position, by the mode of their production and of their exchange determined by it. 1. The ultimate goal of the class struggle waged by the proletariat is to abolish capitalist society with its inevitable antagonism between classes, and to create the classless communist society. Awareness of the injustice of a society divided into antagonistic classes and calls for its abolition are to be found at the very dawn of capitalism. But at that time they ran counter to the needs of economic progress. The economic conditions for the abolition of classes had not yet matured. Only in the epoch of developed capitalism does the mighty growth of the productive forces create conditions in which the abolition of class distinctions can be a real progress, can be lasting without bringing about stagnation or even decline in the mode of social production. 1. In such a situation the desire of the oppressed and exploited masses to destroy classes and social distinctions, to abolish class inequality, coincides with the needs of economic progress, with objective necessity. The development of contemporary capitalist society also creates the immaterial preconditions for abolition of the old social forms of division of labor between town and country, between people of mental and physical labor. It makes this abolition necessary. The abolition of the antithesis, and subsequently of all essential differences between town and country is not merely possible. It has become a direct necessity of industrial production itself, just as it has become a necessity of agricultural production. 1. The abolition of the antithesis and subsequently of all essential differences between mental and physical labor is in keeping with the needs of the development of production and man. It secures free and all-round development not only for the minority but for all members of society, and this tremendously accelerates social progress. Economic advance has not only necessitated the destruction of classes, it has also given birth to the social force that is capable of carrying out this historic task. That force is the modern proletariat. The proletariat is the most revolutionary class not because it is the poorest and suffers most. Capitalism condemns to beggary 7 and hardship millions of needy peasants and urban poor, many thousands of lumpen proletarians who often suffer even more than the proletarians, but this does not make them any more revolutionary. The consistent revolutionary drive of the proletariat is determined not only by the fact that it is an exploited class interested in overthrowing capitalism, but also by the fact that of all the oppressed and exploited groups of the working people it alone is the vehicle of the new, higher, that is to say, socialist, mode of production. What is more, the proletariat is the most organized and conscious class. Because it is connected with large-scale production, the proletariat, as Lenin says, economically dominates the center and nerve of the entire economic system of capitalism. 3 It is united and trained in discipline and organization by the very conditions of labor in large-scale production, and therefore is more capable than any other class of working people of undertaking conscious action. In contrast to the revolutionary 7 classes before it, which were not always able to unite even within the bounds of one nationality, the proletariat wages the class struggle against capitalism on an international scale. Internationalism is an inseparable and essential feature of the proletariat's class struggle. Marxists single out the proletariat as the sole consistently revolutionary class, not in order to oppose it to the rest of the working people but to reveal its role as the leader of all working people. Marx flatly rejected the assertion of the German socialist Ferdinand Lassalle that in relation to the proletariat all other classes are a solid reactionary mass. Lassalle's precept is incorrect and politically harmful. It condemns the proletariat to isolation. In order to defeat capital, the proletariat must win over the broad masses of the working people, above all the peasantry and also the working intelligentsia, the white-collar workers. Only with their support can the proletariat successfully carry out its historic mission. The scientific and technological revolution considerably extends the range of the social conflicts into which various groups of working people in capitalist society are drawn. Now these groups comprise not only workers thrown out of their jobs by automation or deprived of their skills and compelled to switch to low-paid occupations. They include also the bankrupt small producers who have to adapt to new proletarian conditions of life, as well as many of the rank-and-file office workers and intellectuals whose life is growing more and more difficult and who are becoming ever more keenly aware of the inhuman and anti-popular nature of capitalism. These groups also comprise a considerable section of the young people, who are unable to obtain the education and skills they need in the situation created by the current scientific and technological revolution. Some of the ultra-left theoreticians argue that the enhanced activity of these groups of working people means that the working class is losing its revolutionary role. The ultra-leftists pin high hopes on the students, whom they present as the most revolutionary force, the modem substitute for the allegedly conservative proletariat. The students are indeed capable of great political activity. They hate the despotic, authoritarian bourgeois system in higher education and do not wish to become the servants of business, but they are unstable and come from different classes. They are not one of the productive forces of society and are therefore unable to undertake independently the historic mission of abolishing capitalism, which can be performed only by the organized working class. The growth of the social activity of several groups of the population in the capitalist countries today testifies not to the loss by the working class of its worldwide, historic role, but to the fact that in these countries there are considerably wider possibilities for the working class to rally the broad social sections of the population in the struggle against the capitalist monopolies. The victory of the socialist revolution and the proletariat's conquest of power launches the process of elimination of classes. This is a complex and lengthy process which takes place in 2 stages, the transitional period from capitalism to socialism, in the course of which the exploiting classes are abolished and the non-proletarian masses of the working people are placed on the road of socialism, and the period of development of socialism and its gradual growing into communism, when the remaining class distinctions are overcome. The specific forms and time span needed to carry out these tasks differ from country to country, depending on the social structure that is inherited from the old system. In the more developed countries, where capitalism has simplified the class structure of society, where the polarization of society into two great classes is expressed more distinctly, the process of the destruction of classes may proceed at a faster rate. On the other hand, in countries where small producers constitute the majority, or a considerable part, of the population, where pre-capitalist social strata continue to exist, this process goes through a number of transitional stages and inevitably becomes more complex and prolonged. The complete elimination of class distinctions presupposes not only a change in the relations of ownership but also the overcoming of the previous forms of social division of labor, the distinctions between people, based on the part which they play in the organization of social labor, and also inequality in the distribution of the social wealth. Lenin observed that in order to abolish classes completely, it is not enough to overthrow the exploiters, the landowners, and capitalists, not enough to abolish their rights of ownership, it is necessary also to abolish all private ownership of the means of production, it is necessary to abolish the distinction between town and country, as well as the distinction between manual workers and brain workers. Point 1 This is the only way of transition to a society that is socially homogeneous, and guarantees complete social equality. This problem is not fully solved in the first phase of communism. Elimination of all the exploiting classes in the transitional period from capitalism to socialism means that the basic sources of social inequality are eliminated. Society is no longer divided into groups of people, one of which can, thanks to its position in the system of social economy, appropriate the results of the labor of others. Yet, for a certain period of time there still remain class distinctions in socialist society between the working class and the peasantry, depending on the level of development of the productive forces and production relations in town and country. These distinctions are connected with the existence of the two forms of socialist property, state property, i.e., the property of the whole people, and cooperative, collective farm property. The fundamental thing here is the uneven degree of socialization of production, of the development of the productive forces in industry and agriculture. The classes that continue to exist in socialist society are the workers and the peasants. They are united by the socialist system of economy, by the one type of social ownership of the means of production, and by their work together, and yet they still differ within the framework of a given community by their relationship to the means of production, their role in the social organization of labor, and their means of obtaining their income. Class distinctions are by no means the only social distinctions that exist under socialism. Besides the differences between the working class and the collective farm peasantry, there are distinctions between the urban and rural population in general, distinctions between the people mainly engaged in physical work and those whose occupation is largely intellectual, and finally, distinctions between the sections whose work involves a different content, different skills, different levels of income within the working class, within the peasantry, and within the intelligentsia and office and other workers. The overcoming of these distinctions is mainly a matter of solving two major social problems, the elimination of the essential differences between town and country and between people performing mental and manual labor. It is therefore mainly determined by the development of production and growth of culture. The workers and peasants are steadily coming closer together through their position in the dot system of economic relations, through their relationship to the means of production, because the two forms of socialist property are also coming closer together. Another thing that is bringing all social groups closer together is the character of their labor. On the basis of technological progress, agricultural labor is gradually being transformed into a kind of industrial work, and mental and manual labor are steadily beginning to acquire an organic unity in people's production activity. As this process of the evening out of the character of labor proceeds, the cultural and technical level of the peasants gradually approaches that of the workers, and the level of both of these classes moves up to that of the intelligentsia, implying a general cultural upswing of the whole people. Finally, in the process of advance towards communism on the basis of the growth of productivity of labor and elimination of distinctions in the cultural and technical levels of the working people, the preconditions are gradually created for the elimination of distinctions both in the forms of distribution of income and also in the conditions of everyday life of all social groups. The experience of the transformation of class relations in the USSR and other socialist countries shows the economic, political, and social significance of the overcoming of class antagonisms and class distinctions. The abolition of the ownership of the means of production and of class exploitation brings about the social, economic, and moral renovation of society because it puts an end to the longing to accumulate wealth, the power of money, the enmity, selfishness, war, militarism, and other evils of class-divided society. In its day the emergence of classes was a progressive phenomenon, but now the abolition of classes is a condition of historical progress. Developed socialism takes a tremendous step forward in solving this problem. Analyzing the processes of integration of all classes and social groups thanks to the changes in the character and content of their labor, standards of living and intellectual development that have occurred in Soviet society in recent decades, the 26th Congress of the CPSUREH had the conclusion that, a classless structure of society will take shape mainly within the historical framework of mature socialism. The leading role in this process belongs to the working class. This is due first to the fact that the working class is directly connected with the highest form of the socialist economy, because it works at enterprises that are the property of the whole people. Second, the working class makes up the great bulk of workers in industry, which is the driving force of the whole economy. Third, the working class is more organized than any other group of working people. The working class is growing in numbers, comprising now 2/3 of the working population in the USSR. On the basis of the socialist interests and communist ideals of the working class, all classes and social groups in Soviet society are coming closer together and acquiring greater cohesion. The victory of the developed socialist society has given the people socio-political and ideological unity. The relations between the working class and the collective farm peasantry, and also the relations between these classes and the intelligentsia, are not relations of class struggle, but relations of friendship and an inviolable alliance led by the working class. The elimination of the exploiting classes and the establishment of social, political, and ideological unity in society means that the full intensity of the class struggle shifts to the international arena, where the competition between the two systems, socialist and capitalist, is in full swing. The interrelations between the two systems, no matter what form they take, are essentially an arena of class struggle. Socialism is having an ever-increasing influence on human progress. The building of developed socialism in the USSR and the growth in its strength, the successes of socialist construction in the fraternal countries are radically changing the international situation and helping to establish worldwide the principles of peaceful coexistence between countries with different social systems. Peaceful coexistence is one of the forms of the class struggle between the two systems, socialism and capitalism, in which the main stress is an economic competition. Replying to questions put to him by the West German magazine Der Spiegel, Leonid Brezhnev stressed that orientation on long-term prospects in economic relations is also orientation on durable peaceful coexistence, on good neighborliness, and while such relations develop, the material structure of peaceful coexistence in Europe will continue to grow stronger and richer. 1. The results of Brezhnev's visit to the Federal Republic of GER many indicate that certain material factors of détente are still developing, that a decade of détente has not failed to have its mark. The 70s, Brezhnev noted during his visit, have exerted a profound influence on the consciousness of nations, on people's minds. Détente has shown that peaceful, mutually advantageous cooperation between nations is a real possibility. More, it is a categorical necessity. 12 Mutually advantageous cooperation between the USSR and the FRG in the economic, industrial, technological, and scientific fields continues to develop on a stable and long-term basis, progressively, in an ascending line, and a number of projects extend beyond the 20th century. So, as Brezhnev said, there are no grounds for believing that the world has irrevocably embarked on the road leading to disas. Tier 1 Every effort must be made to consolidate peace, to restore the climate of détente and confidence. The world socialist system has to prove its superiority over capitalism by achieving higher productivity of labor, a higher material and cultural level for the whole population, and the creation of conditions for the all-round development of personality. Along with this economic contest, there is also a political and ideological struggle between the two systems. Socialist society is a stage in the process of growth into communist society. The elimination of the class divisions is a gradual process which, given correct policy, excludes any class conflicts or clashes. The policy of the CPSU, designed to enhance the influence of the working class in all spheres of social life, strengthen its alliance with the peasantry, and further unite the workers, collective farmers, and intellectuals in their joint labor, promotes this objective process. The progressive drawing together of all sections of the people helps societies advance towards communism. The development of society thus confirms the proposition of Marxism-Leninism that class division is historically transient in character. Class society, which supplanted the primitive communal system several thousand years ago, turns out to be not an eternal form of the life of humanity but only its prehistory, to be followed by a genuinely human history free of all forms of oppression and offering broad opportunities for the full flowering of man's strength and ability. Chapter 13. The historical forms of human community. Tribe, nationality, nation. The mode of production of material goods forms the basis of all social relations. It determines the structure of social relations in general, including the national, ethnic structure of such forms of human community as clans, tribes, nationalities, and nations. 1. The CHN and tribe as historical forms of human community in pre-gas society. In the pre-class period, the main forms of ethnic human community were the clan and tribe. The data gathered by anthropology, ethnography, and archaeology tell us that the clan or Gentile organization superseded the herd form of life evidently during the Upper Paleolithic period, when the modern type of man first appeared. The clan may be defined as a primary productive, social, and ethnic group of pre-class society possessing a common origin, language, customs, beliefs, and common features of everyday life and culture, a group in which blood as well as production relations play the primary role in the performance of all activities. The clan has its common settlements and grounds for hunting, gathering, and other forms of production. The economic basis of the clan was primitive communal property. The group of people forming the clan ran their economy together on the basis of social ownership and egalitarian distribution of what they produced. Change and development in their economic activity led to modification of the organizational forms of Gentile society. 7. The tribe was a larger community than the clan, usually comprising several hundred or several thousand of people. If well developed, it comprised several clans. Every clan remained an independent unit of social production within the tribe, but the tribe brought into being a new form of social property, a new form of social organization. There was now tribal property as well as the property of the clan. For the most part this was territory. This meant that there was a need for government of the tribe as a whole, and hence there appeared chieftains, priests, warlords and administrative bodies, such as the tribal council and the general assembly of warriors or elders of the tribe. In its day the clan or tribal form of community was the only possible form in which production, or for that matter primitive society as a whole, could function and develop. Hence the existence of such a form among all peoples at the stage of the primitive communal system, and also its ability to survive for thousands of years. The clan or tribal community offered scope for the development of economic activity and culture and brought people closer together. It created favorable conditions for the preservation and accumulation of production experience and the rudiments of culture, and for the improvement and perfection of the language. At the same time, blood relationships limited the numerical growth of the social groups and hindered communication, particularly people's movements and the development of economic relations. The force of tradition that facilitated the functioning of the social organism was so great that it prevented any substantial change in the life of the tribe. The growth of contradictions in the clan-tribe organization ultimately led to the supplanting of this form of community by other forms. Strictly speaking, the formation of tribes had already initiated the splitting up of the united multifunctional community. Inasmuch as the tribe performed only some of the social functions, this was the beginning of the breakaway of the ethnic community from its immediate economic functions. Then came the pair-based family and the tendency to separate family marital relationships and consanguinity relations from common ethnic relations. 2. The emergence of classes and development of forms of human community. Nationality. Nation. With the beginning of the social division of labor, with the appearance of barter relations and unequal property relations, the clan-tribe organization was compelled to yield place to a new form of human community. This new form of community was based not on blood relationships but on certain territorial links between people belonging to different tribes who were, however, closely connected with one another by the character of their economic activity, their trade, or other economic relations. This new form of 284 community was the nationality. Formed on the basis of the class production relations that supersede the primitive communal relations, the nationality is a community of people who live on one territory and are bound together by a common language, mentality, cultural features, and way of life, as expressed in their customs, morals, and traditions. Instead of the primitive communal economy known to the tribal organization, the economy becomes based on private property, and the private property of exploiters appears and develops. Thus the formation of nationality gradually destroys the direct connection of the economy with the wider form of human community. Because they are more developed communities than tribes, nationalities promote the development of production, accumulation, and exchange of production experience and cultural achievements, the perfection of language and all other forms of human communication, over a relatively wide area, inhabited by tens or hundreds of thousands of people. But in the course of time even this form of community begins to restrict the development of the production of material goods and exchange, which by now embraces almost every kind of human activity. The patriarchal subsistence economy gives way to commodity production. Commodity capitalist relations do away with economic isolation of the different economic regions and strengthen the ties between the people of a given nationality and other nationalities, help to give them a common language, common cultural features, and bring people together in even more stable communities. Nations with one government, one code of laws, one national class interest, one frontier, and one customs tariff. Sometimes for various reasons the centralist state is formed before all the nationalities living on the given territory can be absorbed into the nation. In such cases a multinational state is formed with a privileged position for one or several nations which, having evolved before the others, become the driving force in the creation of the centralist state. Multinational states also arise when the ruling classes of an emergent nation, with centralist state power in their hands, subjugate other peoples, which as a rule are at a lower level of economic development. Thus many one-nation bourgeois states in the 19th century, in the period when they divided the world between them, turned into colonial empires with a great diversity of nationalities among their populations. In all cases, however, nations are formed on the basis of capitalist production relations. There can be no nation without a common economic life. But this feature produces a nation only in combination with other features that arise in the earlier, pre-capitalist period but develop on the basis of close economic ties. Besides the community of economic life, the basic features of a nation include a common language, common territory, and certain peculiarities of the people's social psychology, as expressed in specific features of culture. However, the fact that a people may have certain minor psychological and cultural features in common does not do away with the fundamental psychological difference between the members of opposing classes within that nation. Thus a nation is a stable community of people bound together by a common language, common territory, community of economic life and certain peculiarities of social psychology, as expressed in the specific features of the culture of the given people, which distinguish its culture from that of other peoples. The formation of nations and national movements helped to abolish feudalism and establish capitalism. But in the course of time even the national framework proves too narrow for capitalist society as it develops. Capitalism creates a national and also a world market, which not only consolidates the nation as an economic community but also establishes economic ties between all nations, ultimately turning capitalism into a world economic system. This leads to profound contradictions, to the emergence of two tendencies in the development of nations under capitalism. The first tendency is that of the formation of nations, the rise of national life and national movements, the struggle against feudal separateness and pre-capitalist forms of oppression, The second tendency intensifies economic intercourse between nations and breaks down national barriers by means of international capital. Both tendencies, wrote Lenin, are a universal law of capitalism. The former predominates in the beginning of its development, the latter characterizes a mature capitalism that is moving towards its transformation into socialist society. 1. The contradiction between these tendencies assumes antagonistic forms. The bourgeoisie of the developed countries seizes foreign territories, enslaves other peoples and pursues a colonial, expansionist policy. Conversely, the peoples enslaved by imperialism rise against it and fight for their liberation. Under socialism, the development and drawing closer of nations occur on the basis of the supremacy of social property, of common social and political relations, and the common ideology of socialist internationalism and patriotism. The nationalities and nations that are formed on the basis of socialism, like the old nations that are transformed on this basis, acquire new features expressing the nature of the new social relations. The nations of socialist society have the same basic attributes as those of bourgeois society: common territory, economic life, language, etc. But the content of these attributes changes fundamentally inasmuch as these nations are based on the socialist mode of production and share essentially common interests and psychological features. Under socialism, nations are not split into opposing classes, as under capitalism. The national community therefore coincides with the social community, with the unity of the working people based on social property and joint activity. Thus we have three types of human community, which historically supersede one another in the progressive development of human society: the clan or tribal community, the nationality, and the nation. Their supplanting of one another shows that the development of social production and the social progress that it brings demand wider ethnic communities with greater stability and stronger external ties. The types of historical community correspond only basically, however, to certain social economic phonations. Situations seldom occur in history 7 when these types of community appear in their pure one form. Owing to the unevenness of economic development, one can find on our planet all types of economic relationship and correspondingly all historical forms of community, from the primitive communal to the socialist, from the tribal community to that of the developed nation. Genetically, the tribe precedes the nationality, and the nationality precedes the nation, but in actual history on a world scale, and very often within the framework of one people, they are to be found side by side and interacting. For this reason, the tribes and nationalities that have survived to this day in many parts of Africa, Asia, and other continents differ considerably from W7 they were even in the recent past, inasmuch as they have, in some way or another, been included in the system of new economic relations. We must bear in mind that colonialism played a decisive role in holding back economic and cultural development of the peoples of many countries, and particularly in delaying the process of their emergence as nations. 3. National relations under capitalism. The formation of nations gave rise to the nationalities question, whose development under capitalism may be considered in 3 stages. The first stage is the epoch of the establishment of capitalism and the decline of feudalism, the epoch of the transformation of nationalities into nations, when this process was as a rule led by the bourgeoisie. In this period mankind experienced the first round of national liberation wars and revolutions. The second stage is the period of the spread of capitalism and the growth of free capitalism into imperialism, when the developed capitalist countries divided the world and evolved the colonial system of oppression. This was an epoch of powerful national liberation movements, when peoples that had not yet consolidated into nations rose to fight for their liberation against colonial oppression, against imperialism. Today we are in the third stage. The present epoch, if considered from the standpoint of the nationalities question, is the epoch of the collapse of the colonial system of imperialism, the epoch of nationhood for the peoples who have liberated or are liberating themselves in the course of anti-imperialist struggle. This process is made easier by the existence of the world socialist system and has already embraced a larger part of mankind. The urge for nationhood coincides with the great social transformations that lead from capitalism to socialism. Objectively, in their character and role, the national movements of emergent capitalism were anti-feudal. They formed one of the conditions for the assertion of capitalism in the struggle of the bourgeoisie and the mass of the people against the feudal order. In the age of imperialism, the bourgeoisie of the dominant nation oppresses the peoples of the colonies and dependent countries, and the latter rise to fight for their independence against colonial oppression. The nationalities question here expresses the conflict between the revolutionary, liberating, profoundly democratic movement of the working class, the peasantry, and part of the national bourgeoisie and other progressive forces, on the one hand, and the imperialist bourgeoisie, on the other. Every class taking part in the national movement approaches this problem from its own standpoint. For instance, the national bourgeoisie seeks to replace the colonial system with its own system of domination. This explains its inconsistency, its vacillation, and its occasional conciliation of the imperialist bourgeoisie. The interests of the working class demand the complete abolition of all forms of oppression, hence its consistency and determination in the anti-imperialist struggle. Under capitalism, all social movements directly or indirectly acquire a political character and become socio-political movements. 288. And trends. Political activity itself, however, inevitably develops in national forms. This can be seen not only in the case of the bourgeoisie fighting for political supremacy under the banner of nationalism, but also in the case of the working class. This class becomes a political force when its movement assumes a nation-state scale, or, as Marx and Engels put it, when four numerous local struggles merge into one national struggle between classes. But every class struggle is a political struggle. 1. The working class fights mainly against its own bourgeoisie, and this fight acquires the forms conditioned by the historical stage of development of the given nation. The nationalities question is a political one also because in a situation in which relations are regulated by state and law, it is bound to involve both the country's constitution and state organization, the policy conducted by the ruling classes. To this should be added the fact that interstate relations, which inevitably have a political character, usually assume the character of national relations. National relations under capitalism play a tremendous part also in the sphere of the spiritual life of nations. All kinds of spiritual activity, particularly in the sphere of art, assume a national form. Ideological life itself develops, if regarded from the national standpoint, on the basis of the struggle of the two trends that correspond to the two great class camps throughout the capitalist world and express the two policies in the national question. 12. These two trends are bourgeois nationalism and proletarian internationalism. The nationalist does not simply proceed from the existence of a certain community of national interests and fight for their realization. In contrast to the internationalist, he exaggerates the significance of these interests. Moreover, he regards all other social interests from this standpoint, either ignoring them or subordinating them to the national interest. Within the country, this finds expression mainly in denial of the opposition of classes and class interests, in denial of the class struggle as the driving force of development. In relation to other peoples, nationalism takes the form of adulation of everything that is ours, of the national, regardless of its socio-political content, including adulation of obsolete conservative social and political institutions, customs, and traditions. It is also expressed in neglect of, or contempt for, the peculiar features and interests of other nations and nationalities, and in the overt or covert assumption of the inferiority of other peoples and the exceptional superiority of our people. Nationalism also opposes the establishment of broad ties with other peoples. It recognizes such ties only with peoples that are ethnically close to one's own nation, and is hostile to the historically progressive process of the convergence of nations and the merging of some of them with others, even if this process occurs in a natural way, in the course of the country's development and not as a result of violent measures or forced assimilation. In its extreme form, nationalism becomes chauvinism. Here a contempt for the peculiarities and interests of other peoples grows into dislike and even zoological hatred, which can reach the point of a desire not only to enslave and exploit them but to destroy them altogether. Chauvinism very often assumes such extreme, man-hating, forms when nationalism is combined with racialism. Racialism became particularly widespread in the age of imperialism, when the bourgeoisie of the developed capitalist countries, which were mainly populated with people of the white race, subjugated numerous colored peoples and in some cases conducted a policy of physical extermination. Nationalism is closely bound up with cosmopolitanism. Outwardly they stand in opposition to each other. Nationalism exaggerates national peculiarities, ideally cosmopolitanism denies their significance. Nationalism and cosmopolitanism are, as it were, the ideological expression of the two basic tendencies in the nationalities question under capitalism. Cosmopolitanism expresses the tendency towards internationalization of economic relations between countries, towards internationalization of capital. But by isolating this tendency and opposing it to the second tendency, the tendency towards national unity, cosmopolitanism justifies the economic enslavement of other peoples and is the ideological weapon of the expansionist policies of the major capitalist countries THIRD-WORLDISM in nation. Cosmopolitanism serves the imperialist chauvinist aims of the great power which under the flag of abandoning national differences imposes on other countries its domination, its language, its way of life, etc. Cosmopolitanism is the reverse side of nationalism. Bourgeois nationalism is opposed by proletarian, socialist internationalism, which reflects the position of the proletariat in society, its fundamental interests, the nature and character of its liberation struggle. It expresses the essence of the policy, the world outlook and ideology of the working class in the nationalities question. Any departure, even the smallest, from internationalism towards nationalism implies a shift from proletarian class positions to bourgeois positions and harms the struggle of the working class and all working people, the cause of communism. This is why the revolutionary theory of the working class Marxism-Leninism is profoundly internationalist and implacably opposed to all manifestations of nationalism, no matter what form they assume. In contrast to the nationalist and cosmopolitan, the internationalist is a patriot. Internationalism and patriotism are as inseparable as the nationalism and cosmopolitanism which oppose it. The working class expresses the true interests of the people of its country, their desire for progress and prosperity. It is deeply concerned about what happens to its people, and fights for their better future. No class or party is better equipped than the working class and its party to represent and defend the real interests of its nation, to lead the general national movement for social progress, for socialism. The working class cannot stand aside from the national movements of the age. As an active revolutionary force, it must reveal the socio-political content of each movement, its objective role in the life of society, define its own attitude to this movement and, depending on the prevailing conditions, either lead it or, conversely, actively oppose the bourgeois nationalist trends and groups which play a reactionary role and divert the masses from the struggle against imperialism. Bourgeois ideologists usually do all they can to obscure the class approach to this question. The great majority of them reject such attributes of nation as stability of economic ties, common language, etc. They see the origin and cause of the rise of nations in a national idea, in a sense of national identity, in certain features of social psychology. For this reason they often fail to distinguish between the terms national and nationalistic. Maintaining that nations stand above classes, bourgeois ideologists ignore the difference between progressive national movements and reactionary movements. They try to boost nationalism and chauvinism in order to divide the peoples fighting against imperialism and drive a wedge between the socialist countries. In this they are well served by the right and left revisionists, who bank on separating the socialist countries from one another and thus on weakening the world socialist system, on splitting the world communist movement. The revisionists throw out the fundamental principle of socialist internationalism, the class approach to the problem of nationalities, and place the interests of certain countries in opposition to the general cause of socialism. Marxist-Leninist theory provides a correct and fully consistent solution to the question of nationalities. One of the most important conditions on which the solution of this problem rests is its subordination to the tasks of the struggle and the interests of the working class and all working people. The abolition of classes and the causes that give rise to class distinctions is the main condition for the gradual disappearance of national differences in the future, when communism is completely victorious. The abolition of exploitation and fraternal cooperation between the peoples allow every nation to make use of its own specific abilities for the rapid development of culture. This means that socialism does kill distinctions between nations but encourages a national renaissance. The nationalities and tribes doomed by capitalism to extinction and forcible extermination are restored to new life and together with other nations develop their economy and culture, improve their native tongues and give them a written form. Some of them adapt themselves to the life and culture of the bigger nations and gradually merge with them into a single nationality or nation, but the majority consolidate into independent nationalities and nations on the basis of the new socialist relations. Under socialism, the tendency towards internationalization of the economic, social, and intellectual life of society comes into its own. Socialism brings the peoples together, gives them more and more common features and evokes a need for a new form of communication that is wider than the national form. Thus, in the process of building socialism in the USSR, a historically new social and international community has been formed: Soviet people. This second tendency towards drawing peoples closer together does not clash but combines with the first, which is expressed in the flowering of nations. Socialism provides a basis for the fusion of the specific interests of separate nation, with the interests of the whole multinational population, for the unity of the national and international. The operation of this law of development of a nation under socialism shows itself not only in the framework of the USSR and other multinational states but also in the whole world system of socialism. Here the relations between nations constitute not an internal state problem but an interstate problem. Every socialist country contributes to the consolidation of the socialist community, above all by its successes in economic and cultural construction. But this is only one side of the matter and expresses only one tendency in the nationalities question. The other side lies in strengthening and further improving the economic, political and cultural cooperation with other socialist countries. In contrast to capitalism, which sets one nation against another and encourages powerful imperialist countries to use even the historically necessary coming together of nations for the purpose of enslaving small and weak peoples, socialism does everything to achieve a harmonious combination of the two tendencies in the nationalities question. But it offers only the possibility of such a solution, a possibility that has to be turned into reality. The Soviet Union has accumulated tremendous experience in dealing with the nationalities question from the standpoint of internationalism. It has achieved not only political and legal equality for its nations, but also actual equality in the things that really matter. But even here not all manifestations of nationalism have yet been eliminated. All the more understandable, then, are the difficulties involved in uniting peoples of socialist countries with radically different historical backgrounds, peoples that represent independent state formations and are at different stages of economic and cultural development. In pursuing its policy of weakening the forces of socialism, the imperialist bourgeoisie relies on manifestations of nationalism and any kind of difficulty that may occur in the process of rapprochement of the socialist states. This is why it is so important today to adopt a principled internationalist policy on the nationalities question, a policy based on the scientific management of society, and consistent opposition to all varieties of nationalism. The victory of communism on a world scale will provide the necessary material and intellectual preconditions for the merging of nations. A communist economy developing according to a single plan and securing a degree of economic integration never known before will gradually be formed throughout the world. There will emerge a common moral code which will fully absorb all that is best in the character of each nation. There will be a common language, a common means of communication for all people. Mankind will become one united, fraternal community completely free of antagonisms. The political organization of society. The appearance of classes and the exacerbation of class antagonisms complicate the structure of social life. New forms of social relations, political and legal, arise. The sphere of political life comprises a number of organizations and social institutions that were unknown to pre-class society. Most important of them is the state, which is the organization of the political power of the ruling class. In class society, political parties and various public organizations arise that are designed to win or maintain power, to fight for the interests of this or that class. All these organizations and social institutions, taken together, form THT political organization of society. The political organization of any class society may thus be defined as a system of institutions and organizations regulating the political relations between classes, nations, and states. The sphere of the political life of society embraces political institutions and relations, political consciousness, and activities. One transition from the non-political organization of society to its political organization. In primitive tribal society, social relations were regulated by the force of habit, custom, and tradition, embodying centuries of life and work in common. The main force in social life was the people. The appearance of more developed forms of social division of labor and of private ownership of the means of production rendered the tribal organs of administration unfit for the new conditions. As Engels observes, the tribal system WTAS burst asunder by the division of labor and by its result, the division of society into classes. Its place was taken by the state. 1 Whereas the tribal organs of power rested on social ownership and the community of interests of the primary human groups, the clans and tribes, the state was to serve the needs that had arisen out of the relationships of private property. Inasmuch as private property had become increasingly concentrated in the hands of a small group of people who used it for bending the poor and needy to their will, the state represented and defended the interests of the exploiters against the oppressed and exploited masses. Its apparence was a result and objective indication of the irreconcilable nature of class contradictions. When these contradictions become irreconcilable, there has to be a special organization of power which is no longer identified with the people itself and whose function is to hold down the oppressed classes. In place of the instrument of society that the organs of tribal administration were, the state emerges as a force that seems to stand above society and increasingly alienates itself from society. The state is characterized by three basic features or attributes. First, it is a public power in contrast to the direct organization of the armed people which existed in tribal society. The characteristic feature of the state, as Lenin explained, is not its power of coercion in genera, which is to be found in some form or other in any society, but above all its public power, that is, a power that does not coincide with the mass of the population and is exercised by a special category of people. A permanent civil service, special contingents of armed men, punitive and intelligence organs of the state and their corresponding material attributes, prisons, concentration camps, and the like are the essential components and instruments of the public power. Second, the state organization of society presupposes the levying of taxes that are needed for the upkeep of the apparatus of power. As internal and external contradictions become more intense and the state apparatus grows, its maintenance swallows up more and more of the resources of society. Third, the subjects of the state are divided not according to blood relationship but on the basis of territory. The territorial division of the population promotes the development of economic ties and the creation of political conditions for their regulation. The state protects the interests of the ruling class primarily within the boundaries of the given territory, keeping the oppressed classes there in subjection. This is its main task inside the country. But it also protects the interests of the ruling class beyond its borders, guarding certain territories, their wealth, and population from the incursions of other exploiting states or attempting to extend these territories at the expense of neighbors or countries further afield that have not sufficient strength to resist. This is the external function of the state, which is subordinate to the main, internal function and continues it. The state is thus a political superstructure on an economic basis. It is the organization of the power of the economically dominant class, which, thanks to the state, acquires political supremacy as well. The essence of the state is thus determined by the relationship of the ruling class to other classes. The state is the organization of the ruling class for the protection of its fundamental interests and, above all, the form of property which this class represents. The basic function of the state in exploiting society is to hold down the oppressed classes, for which purpose it relies on force, on the organs of coercion. The internal activity of the state is not limited to this main function, however. As an organization of the ruling class, it also seeks to regulate the relations between the members of that class, in order to promote its unity in the struggle with the opposing classes. In some cases, the state also regulates interrelations between the exploiting classes inasmuch as it defends their common interests. The state also has means of regulating the whole system of social relations, ethnic, family, and so on, thus promoting the consolidation of a certain socio-economic order. Finally, the state deals with a number of economic and cultural problems. Bourgeois ideologists cite the diversity of state activities as an argument for denying its class essence. They regard the origin of the state as mainly due to spiritual factors: mutual consent, the growing spiritual maturity of people who have become aware that social life cannot be organized without the state, and also certain features of human nature, the needs of social psychology, morality, and so on. This approach implies that politics and the state, having once arisen, must exist forever. Marxism-Leninism, on the contrary, argues the historical character of the state, which is connected with the class essence of state power. The functions of the state, though diverse, are all subordinated to its main function, which expresses its class essence. No matter how we approach the state in class-divided society, it turns out to be an organization of the ruling class defending the interests of that class. This, of course, refers also to the economic function of the exploiting state. Thus, in building canals, roads, and irrigation works, the state is mainly concerned with the development of production and exchange in the interests of increased profits for the exploiters. In contemporary bourgeois society, the state, by using funds obtained from the population through taxation for subsidizing the MO 296 monopolies and placing orders with them, by paying for research and development, enables the bourgeoisie to exploit the working people not only directly at their own enterprises but also indirectly, throughout the system of social production. By the same token, expenditure on public education, which is met out of the taxes paid by the working people, is mainly designed to prepare a sufficiently skilled labor force for the employers. The state protects the property of the ruling class and its privileges through the law. In primitive communal society, human relations were regulated by custom, tradition, and morality. The appearance of private property and the division of society into classes complicated social life and created a demand for standards that could be imposed on the oppressed. Law is the sum total of the standards of behavior laid down in legal acts sanctioned by the state. Law is the will of the ruling class, say Marx and Engels, embodied in legal acts. Therefore, like the state, law has a class character, and in class-divided society is an instrument in the hands of the ruling class for holding down the working people. Law legitimizes also the standards that regulate relations between property owners themselves and provides the judicial sanction necessary for the normal functioning of economic relations. Every property owner in dealing with other property owners wants to safeguard his own interests, whether in the field of commerce, finance, or anything else. The transfer of his property to his heir or another person also demands judicial regulation. All these factors gave rise to the need to strengthen and supplement the objective relations of property that form part of the economic structure of society with legal acts. Law formulates the economic relations and the social relations depending on them, that is, the relations between classes and social groups, the family, and the relationships between its members, the position of ethnic minorities, and so on. It also defines the legal status of all social institutions and organizations, religious communities, and legally specifies the position, rights and duties of individual citizens. Law embraces in some degree all aspects of the life of society, all forms of people's activities, and all forms of social relations. Just as the state cannot manage without law, so the law cannot function without the state, which safeguards the legal norms. Law originated together with the state, and together with it will wither away when the causes that engendered it have disappeared. For this reason Marx and Engels always regarded the state and legal superstructure on the economic basis as a single institution. With the formation of the state and the appearance of law, there came into being new, hitherto unknown forms of relations between people, political and legal relations. Political relations are, at bot, relations between classes. But not all relations between classes may be regarded as political. When the workers sell their labor power to the capitalist, or even when they fight for increased wages, these relations and this struggle are economic and social, but not by any means political. But if the workers at even one factory present demands to the whole class of capitalists or to the bourgeois state, this is conscious political struggle, political relations. Political relations between classes express in a concentrated form their fundamental economic interests. These relations, like all superstructural relations, take shape through the medium of people's consciousness. They are built up in accordance with political ideals and goals, with the ideas and views of political parties and politicians. The policy of a class is the more or less conscious line of conduct of this class in relation to other classes, social groups, and the state. This line of conduct is pursued in the economic, social, and cultural spheres, although in themselves these spheres may lie beyond the bounds of politics. Thus we can speak of the economic policy of the bourgeoisie, which it pursues mainly through the medium of the state, of the policy of the bourgeoisie in the sphere of national relations, the sphere of public education, and so on. The whole system of political relations expresses the economic relations of class society and is the only form in which these relations can function. It is because the economy cannot function and develop outside this form that at a certain stage it gives rise to politics. On the whole, the economic movement gets its way, wrote Engels, but it has also to suffer reactions from the political movement which it itself established and endowed with relative independence. We must also note the undeniable increase of the role of politics, and particularly political organization, in the life of society and its economic development today. There are many reasons for this: the development of social production and increasing scale of direction of the economy and society, the accompanying increase in the number of conscious elements in social life, despite the spontaneous character of the development of the economy of class-divided Sovieti as a whole, the growth of the proportion and significance of political forms of struggle, particularly under capitalism, and the enhanced economic role of the state in the life of society. In the course of history, private property has changed its types and forms, and the types of class structure and modes of exploitation have changed with it, bringing in their train different political relations, beliefs, and institutions, in short, a completely different political organization of society. In slave-owning society, the rightless position of the slaves, the division of the free members of society into castes and exclusive groups, some of which enjoyed a privileged position, were established in law and legal relationships. The state was, in essence, the dictatorship of the slave owners. It guarded their property and privileges, and kept the slaves and other opposing sections of the population in subjection. In addition, the state and the army held in obedience the population of subjugated territories. There were various forms of administration in slave society: oriental despotisms, empires, and republics. As Lenin wrote, at that time there was already a difference between monarchy and republic, between aristocracy and democracy. A monarchy is the power of a single person, a republic is the absence of any non-elected authority, an aristocracy is the power of a relatively small minority, a democracy is the power of the people. All these differences arose in the epoch of slavery. Despite these differences, the state of the slave-owning epoch was a slave-owning state, irrespective of whether it was a monarchy or a republic, aristocratic or democratic. Other political organizations had scarcely evolved, although there did exist certain political groupings and associations of slave owners, and secret organizations and leagues were not uncommon among the slaves. In the political life of nearly all slave-owning countries, religious organizations played a prominent part. The feudal mode of production brought into being a new type of political organization of society, and new legal and political relations. Here, too, economic compulsion was supplemented with other forms, although the exploiter did not have the legal right of life and death over the exploited. Feudal law granted privileges to some estates and deprived others of almost all rights. The state apparatus in feudal society showed considerable growth in comparison with that of slave-owning society. The officials, the judiciary, the standing army and officer corps became so numerous that they accounted for a considerable or even the greater part of the ruling class. A characteristic feature of the feudal state was the hierarchical system and vassal relationships. For a long time, while its various provinces were economically isolated, the feudal state remained politically diffuse. Dukes, princes, and barons were essentially independent rulers with their own armies, sometimes even their own coinage, etc. But with the growth of the bourgeoisie and the development of market relations, the central power began to combat this feudal isolation with the help of the expanding towns, and it was then that the transition to absolute monarchy began. Republican forms of government were far less frequent in the epoch of feudalism and were to be found mainly in the medieval cities. The distinctive feature of feudal society is the tremendous role played by the church in the system of state power. It was a political as well as an ideological force. Catholicism in Europe, for example, was a mighty centralist force with its own military formations. The feudal lords had to share their power with the church and were quite often subordinate to the clergy. Besides the state, legal institutions, and the church, the political organization of feudal society comprised various hierarchical organizations and associations. Political organizations and parties in the modern sense were non-existent. The organizations created by the oppressed masses, when taking part in peasant wars and city uprisings to defend their freedoms from the encroachments of the feudal lords, were often religious in form. The political organization of class-divided society achieves its peak development under capitalism. The legal and political relations of capitalist society reflect the peculiarities of its production relations. In contrast to the hierarchical inequality of the feudal estates, formal equality before the law is a characteristic feature of the legal standards of bourgeois society. The law ceases to be localized and is enforced throughout the country. The complexity and diversity of the economic and other social relations is paralleled by the complexity and diversity of legal standards, which regulate not only the relations between classes but also all forms of economic relations in production and distribution of products, particularly commodity. Money and financial relations, the status of social organizations, political parties and the press, the norms of the civil and criminal law, the personal rights of citizens, and so on, are worked out in great detail. Despite all this, however, just as in previous epochs, the law mainly expresses the interests and will of the ruling class, the bourgeoisie, and protects bourgeois property. The process of the centralization of state power that began under feudalism is completed under capitalism. National, and in some cases, multinational centralist states arise. The feudal monarchy yields place to the republic or limited monarchy. The legislative, executive, and judicial powers are separated. Instead of a mercenary army, there is usually conscription. The main organs of state power are the civil service, army, police, intelligence, and prisons become larger and more sophisticated. Political relations, political forms and methods of struggle acquire added weight and importance as the class struggle gains wider scope and becomes more open. The political parties, along with the state, occupy an extremely important place in the system of political organization. The press, radio, and television become instruments of tremendous power in the political struggle. The abolition of medieval relations, of serfdom, and the privileges of the feudal estates, was a tremendous step forward in human progress. It was an important gain for the working class and all working people, who for the first time acquired the right to have their own political parties, organizations, and press organs. But despite this advance from the system of the feudal monarchy, bourgeois democracy remains restricted and formal. This is not merely because capitalism cannot fully realize a single democratic demand. The universal franchise, for instance, is never in any capitalist country truly universal. The system of qualifications deprives considerable sections of the working people of their electoral rights. In the overwhelming majority of even the most advanced bourgeois countries, women do not have equal rights with men. Nowhere has the bourgeoisie and bourgeois democracy ever completely eliminated national oppression. But the main point is that bourgeois democracy does not abolish human exploitation. It is this that deprives it of its democratic character and true humanity. What is more, bourgeois democracy is the political form that provides the bourgeoisie with the best opportunity of exercising its economic advantages at the expense of the working people. Open forms of coercion are used even in the most democratic bourgeois republic. One has only to recall the anti-labor legislation, the persecution of the communist parties and the rigging of trials against them. To this must be added the existence of reactionary terrorist organizations and groups, inspired and financed by the monopolies, their beating up or murder of progressives and similar acts of violence. This swing towards reaction is particularly evident in the epoch of imperialism. It culminates in fascism, which is an openly terroristic form of dictatorship of the imperialist bourgeoisie. All these facts expose the bourgeois ideologists' assertion that with the emergence of a democratic republic the state loses its class character and becomes representative of the whole of society. This is also the position of the right-wing socialists, the reformists. In reality, however, the democratic system of elections does not in itself change the class essence of the bourgeois state or make it an instrument of majority rule. If the means of production are owned by capitalists, if the capitalists still retain their economic and political power, any laws, even those passed under pressure from the working people, can be turned against them. No matter what these laws are, the ruling minority ensures the protection of its interests through the machinery of the executive power, which is virtually independent of the parliament elected by popular vote. The executive apparatus consists of officials who are not accountable to the electorate, and who form a privileged caste associated with the bourgeoisie in every respect. It is the apparatus of officials and the military that runs the affairs of state. The transition to imperialism has enhanced the economic role of the state. The accumulation of state property, militarization, allocation of increasing tax revenues for economic development, state subsidies for research and development, all this has enlarged the bourgeois state's role in production programming, price policy and direct involvement in social relations. The intensification of state monopoly capitalism is regarded by many bourgeois ideologists as a revolution in the functions of the state. But the alleged increase of the organizing role of the state, as an economic leader and public servant, in reality signifies only the strengthening of the capitalist monopolies, which subordinate the state machine and use it for their own enrichment. In doing so they apply not only indirect methods, but also take direct action. The major capitalists, the directors of banks and presidents of corporations assume ministerial and other important posts and see to it that the policy pursued is in favor of the monopolies. As for the state economy, it develops according to the laws of capitalist production and is regulated not so much by the executive organs of the state as by the influential monopoly groups. So bourgeois ideologists and right-wing socialists are wrong in asserting that the bourgeois state is becoming a welfare society, the organizer of economic and social life in the interests of all members of society. The Marxist view of the state is distorted not only by the reformists, but also by the anarchists. The anarchists of today do not usually deny the significance of the political struggle. But they still ignore the leading role of the working class and the painstaking work that has to be done to rally the masses. Instead they constantly urge rebellion, remain hostile to any state, including the socialist, and completely deny the significance of centralism, to which they counterpose autonomism. Anarchism is seldom seen nowadays in its pure form. It leaves an imprint on the actions and tactics of various trade union organizations and political parties, and on the student movement. Ideas derived from anarchism are often advanced by bourgeois or pet bourgeois critics of capitalism. In the communist movement, the influence of both these trends, which are hostile to Marxism-Leninism, is reflected in the form of revisionism from the right and from the left. The right-wing revisionists, like the reformists, try to tone down present-day class conflicts, to dilute the class content of democracy and quietly assume a position of pure democracy that is allegedly beyond classes. When confronted by socialist construction, the revisionists belittle the role of the Communist Party, the role of the socialist state in economic life, and the role of politics in general. In this respect they fall in line with the anarcho-syndicalists. Left revisionism, leftist adventurism flying the flag of radicalism and super-revolutionism, denies the significance of objective conditions in evolving revolutionary tactics, denies the importance of organizational and educational work among the masses, and recognizes only military guerrilla methods of struggle against the bourgeoisie. It also rules out the possibility of agreement and compromise, the use by the working class of the bourgeois state, parliament, and other institutions at a certain stage of its struggle. On this point left revisionists are in agreement with the anarchists. At the same time, while the anarchists deny the role of the socialist state, the advocates of left revisionism absolutize its role, which they reduce mainly to coercion. For the method of persuasion and education, which is the essence of the leadership of the working class and its party, they substitute command, high-handedness, and compulsion. They pay lip service to the dictatorship of the proletariat, but in practice deny its essence. They are further characterized by a belief in the omnipotence of political means and methods, which are allegedly capable of bringing about a transformation of the economy regardless of the operation of economic laws. This adventurist policy, as experience has shown, sooner or later leads inevitably to disaster. The winning of power by the working class creates the new type of political organization of society essential for building socialism and communism. The basis of this political organization is the state of the dictatorship of the proletariat. This is essential to the working class for suppressing the resistance of the defeated exploiting classes. But the main element in the political power of the working class is not coercion. The working class leads and rallies all the working people, and draws them into socialist construction. Thus the socialist state is, above all, an instrument for uniting the masses and educating them in the spirit of communism, an instrument for building the new society. This state is dictatorial in a new way, because it is directed against the bourgeoisie, and democratic in a new way, because it secures democracy for the working people. Here we have the class essence of the socialist state, as opposed to the bourgeois state, which is the instrument of the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. The political forms of the socialist state may be of various kinds. But the essence of all these forms is one and the same, the rule of the working class, its leadership of society, of the state. The functions of the working class state are also fundamentally different from those of the pre-revolutionary seven state. From being an instrument for holding down the working people, it becomes an instrument of the power of the working people themselves, led by the working class. This means that it retains its suppressive function, while giving it a fundamentally different content. The socialist state suppresses the exploiters insofar as they continue to exist or until their resistance is broken. The forms and means of suppression depend on the degree and character of this resistance. The economic and cultural activities that constitute important aspects of the activity of the exploiting state but do not count among its basic functions now acquire increasing significance and become the main internal functions of the socialist state. A fundamental change takes place in the content and social essence of the external functions. The working class state has no aggressive aspirations, no desire to seize territories or subjugate other peoples. Its external functions are to defend the socialist country and strengthen the international solidarity of the working people, to support the just struggle of the oppressed peoples or peoples subjected to imperialist aggression, and to normalize economic and cultural links with all countries of the world, to establish peaceful coexistence between countries with different social systems and work consistently for détente in international relations. Abolition of the old apparatus of power, its complete renewal is a general law of the socialist revolution. This is one of the things that distinguishes the socialist revolution from the bourgeois revolution. Instead of destroying the old apparatus of executive power, the bourgeois revolution preserved and perfected it. The proletarian revolution, on the other hand, destroys the state machinery designed to oppress the people. The scrapping of this apparatus and its replacement by a new one may be effected in various ways, depending on the specific conditions at once, as was the case in Soviet Russia, or gradually. The scrapping of the old state machine does not rule out the possibility of using certain of its elements in building the new state, particularly the elements connected with the control of economic and management functions. In the conditions of working class rule, the state ceases to be a bureaucratic institution standing in opposition to the people. The hangovers of bureaucracy that survive in certain departments of the state apparatus during the transitional period and even later, under socialism, are alien to the nature of the socialist state and are successfully overcome as socialism becomes more firmly established, as the culture and communist consciousness of the population grows and socialist democracy and administration get into their stride. The new type of state brings into being a new type of law. Socialist law serves the interests of the working people and legalizes new social relations. It safeguards social property and defines the legal position of the state organs and mass organizations, the rights and duties of individual citizens, etc. The socialist state functions on the basis of legal standards, and these play an active role in the life of society because they are safeguarded by the state. Taken together, they form the constitutional and legal superstructure of socialist society. Tremendous changes take place in all departments of the political organization of society under socialism. The mass organizations of the working people that sprang up in the days of capitalism to fight the exploiters become part of the system of the new political organization and draw the masses into the management of society and the state. Some of them may become the foundation and political form of state power. Others undertake individual state functions. But as a whole, the working people's mass organizations are not direct organs of state power, although they cooperate closely with them in protecting the working people's interests and in organizing socialist and communist construction. The Communist Party becomes the ruling party, the directing and leading force of the socialist state and the entire political organization of socialist society. The forms of political organization of socialist society are as diverse as the forms of the socialist state. The countries of socialism differ from one another in certain features of their political structure, the scale of rights granted to various organizations, the methods of work derived from the historical background of these countries and from the tasks of socialist construction, the absence or existence of several political parties, and so on. But their socialist character, the leading role of the Communist Party, which guides the activities of the state and all mass organizations, the fundamental principles of organizing the masses and building up public and state bodies, steady adherence to the principles of Marxism-Leninism, these remain the same in all cases. With the victory 7 of socialism, the state ceases to be a means of suppressing the resistance of the exploiters, and becomes the embodiment of popular unity. The state thus grows into a state of the whole people. Naturally, the essential nature of the socialist state, born of the proletarian revolution, does not change. It is wrong to oppose the dictatorship of the proletariat to the socialist state of the whole people. The new 7th stage of statehood corresponding to the complete victory of socialism does not alter the leading role of the working class in the life of society. The victory of the developed socialist society and its gradual advance towards communism entail further democratization of the whole political system of administration and a steady enhancement of the working people's role in government. This objective process is reflected in the new Constitution of the USSR, which was passed at the extraordinary 7th session of the 9th Supreme Soviet of the USSR in October 1977. In the 40 years since the adoption of the 1936 Constitution, said Leonid Brezhnev in his report at the plenary meeting of the CPSU Central Committee on May 24, 1977. 306. Profound changes had taken place in the country. A developed, mature socialist society had been built in the Soviet Union. Major, fundamental changes had affected all aspects of social life thanks to the successes in socialist construction under the leadership of the Communist Party. The country's economy had changed beyond recognition. Socialist forms of property now reigned supreme. A united, powerful national economic organism was developing on the basis of emerging of the achievements of the scientific and technological revolution with the advantages of the socialist system. Soviet society was becoming more socially homogeneous. The inviolable alliance of the working class, the collective farm peasantry and the people's intelligentsia was even stronger. The distinctions between the basic social groups were gradually being erased. All the nations and nationalities of the USSR were coming closer together in the course of their everyday activities. A historically new community, the Soviet people, had taken shape. With the building of mature socialism and the adoption by all sections of the population of the ideological and political positions of the working class, the Soviet state, which had begun as a dictatorship of the proletariat, had grown into a state of the whole people. The Soviet Union's international status and the whole socio-political face of the world had changed considerably. The capitalist encirclement of the USSR was no more. Socialism had become a world system, a powerful socialist community had grown up. The positions of world capitalism had been substantially weakened. Dozens of young states, former colonies, were rising in opposition to imperialism. A real possibility of preventing a new world war had appeared, although success in this sphere would still demand intense and persistent effort. On the basis of what had been achieved, the Soviet people under the leadership of the Communist Party was now tackling the historic tasks of building a communist society. 1. All these changes were reflected in the new constitution of the USSR, which defines the social, economic, and political rights and freedoms of citizens and the specific guarantees of these rights more widely, clearly and fully than ever before and anywhere else. 1. 2. The characteristic feature, the main direction of the new Constitution of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics is the further expansion and deepening of socialist democracy. The dialectics of Soviet state and social development, said Leonid Brezhnev in his report to the extraordinary 7th session of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR, on October 4, 1977, lies in the fact that, with the development and advancement of the socialist state, millions of citizens are increasingly involved in the activities of government and people's control bodies, in the management of production and distribution, in social and cultural policies, and in the administration of justice. In short, along with the development of socialist democracy, our statehood is gradually being transformed into communist social self-government. This is, of course, a long process, but it is proceeding steadily. 1. In the period of developed socialism, the state cannot renounce the use of compulsion upon members of society who break its laws and act against the interests of society, of the people. But as socialist society develops and the communist consciousness of its citizens is enhanced, measures of education and persuasion acquire ever greater significance. There are closer ties between the state organs and mass organizations and all working people, and the democratic character of the socialist state is more fully revealed. The policy of the party and the Soviet state is dictated by the fundamental interests of the working people. This policy is worked out by the representatives of the working people in the elective bodies, with the active participation of the masses in the discussion of major plans and decisions, and in control over their fulfillment. Thus we see that the political organization of society under socialism is preserved, acquiring an ever greater role in social life. This by no means contradicts the thesis on the withering away of the state and politics in general under communism. The peculiar feature of the political organization of socialist society lies in the fact that in its content it is profoundly democratic, and its form and organizational structure secure further development of socialist democracy and conscious discipline of the masses, who gradually grow accustomed to fulfilling their duties voluntarily. This is a most important precondition for the transition to the stateless system. The perfecting of the political organization of socialist society makes it possible to evolve within the framework of this organization the mechanism of the future communist self-administration, which will no longer need any political envelope. This envelope will become obsolete and wither away, but only in the relatively distant future, in conditions of developed communism, and we cannot yet estimate the rate and forms of this process without departing from the standards of strict scientific inquiry. 308. For the present historical epoch and the political organization of society. The diversity of political life is not confined to the basic types of political organization of society considered above. Every type of political organization has diverse forms conditioned by the specific historical conditions of this or that country, by the balance of its class forces, and the character of the alliances and blocs that are concluded between the ruling classes and political parties taking part in the government coalition. The present epoch is particularly rich in forms of political organization. This epoch, the main content of which is the transition, on a world scale, from capitalism and pre-capitalist relations to socialist relations, offers examples of various types of state and gives rise to many states of the transitional type which are bringing the people of various countries to socialist government. A distinction must be drawn between the imperialist states and the states led by the national bourgeoisie in former colonies, which are compelled in one way or another to fight against neocolonialism and imperialism and, accordingly, rely on the working masses of their countries to defend their independence and promote economic and social progress. Among these there are also states which cooperate with the imperialist forces and therefore play a completely reactionary role. And there are young democratic states led by the most radical sections of the national bourgeoisie, the democratic intelligentsia and progressive military, who are fighting actively against imperialism and conducting democratic reforms designed to abolish the pre-capitalist forms of oppression and extend the working people's social rights, to accelerate economic and cultural progress. Some of these states have a socialist orientation and try to base their activities on cooperation with the socialist countries. Democratic states whose activity clears the way for socialism may arise not only in the economically backward countries. Under certain conditions they may be created even in developed capitalist countries on the basis of the victory of a broad democratic bloc, including the communists, and the formation of a government which, with popular support, could restrict the privileges of the monopolies, extend the social and democratic rights of the working people, curb the activities of the pro-fascist and other extreme reactionary groups, and work for peace and friendship among nations against aggressors and all who seek to unleash war. But no matter how diverse the types of state and types of political organization of society may be in countries with different socio-economic relations, there exist in the modern world two opposing centers of attraction: socialism and capitalism. Their struggle determines the content of our epoch and leaves its mark on the economic, social and political processes in all countries of the world. Up to this point we have considered the political organization of society mainly from the standpoint of individual countries. But there are grounds for speaking of a political organization of society embracing all or many countries of the world. Capitalism itself, when it became a world system of economy, needed legal standards for regulating economic and other relations on an international scale, including the relations between states themselves, and it created international legal and political organizations, etc. Needless to say, states have continued to function in their national, territorially restricted framework, but at the same time there have arisen world economic and political associations of capitalists, interstate blocs, and political alliances directed not only against competing groups of bourgeois states but also against the working people of their own countries and against the countries of socialism. In their turn, the revolutionary political and other organizations of the working class do not confine themselves to individual countries, but join their efforts on an international scale to coordinate their actions and the working class struggle of all countries against their own bourgeoisie and against international capital. The emergence of the community of socialist countries naturally brings into being a corresponding political organization. Every state that belongs to the world socialist community is completely independent and sovereign. The relations between them are based on equality, trust, fraternal friendship, and proletarian internationalism. The functions of the individual socialist states largely coincide, the differences between them springing mainly from their different levels of economic development and historical and national peculiarities. These differences account for the fact that the socialist countries, besides the common interests that bind them together, have their own specific interests which, if correctly interpreted, do not conflict with their common interests. The forces of socialism have grown to such an extent politically as well as economically and socially that international legal and political relations can no longer take shape on the basis of the domination of the forces of capitalism. The bourgeois states are compelled to seek certain agreements with the socialist states, and these are set down in international treaties. Such agreements and treaties conform to the interests of the socialist states. Because they are the result of mutual concessions, they reflect the current balance of forces. The states belonging to the socialist community seek to 310. Make the general content of these treaties as democratic as possible. Their activities in such international organizations as the United Nations are also directed to this end. In the sphere of political relations, the opposition between class interests is particularly evident and the struggle between them becomes acute. Political organizations and institutions play a tremendous part in this struggle. It is therefore extremely important to take into consideration the role of the political organization of society not only in individual countries but also in the system of world relations in any given historical epoch. Social revolution. Social revolutions are vital turning points in history. They overthrow the obsolete and establish the new social system, thus launching epochs of rapid progress. Bourgeois philosophy and sociology usually deny the law-governed nature of social revolutions, regarding them as disruptions of the historical process and deviations from the normal evolution of society. Some bourgeois ideologists declare that modern science has given the ruling class power which renders mass revolutions obsolete. But life refutes such assertions. The victory of the Great October Socialist Revolution in Russia and the collapse of the fascist empires in the Second World War were followed by a great wave of socialist and national liberation revolutions. The world revolutionary process today is spreading ever wider. No wonder that in these circumstances many bourgeois politicians and sociologists try to take advantage of the popularity of the idea of revolution among the masses. They declare themselves spokesmen of all kinds of revolutions, managerial revolutions, income revolutions, etc., which are supposed to have changed the nature of capitalism. The repudiation of revolution is now being replaced by its to distort its essence, to deprive it of the thing that really matters, the overthrow of the obsolete social system. Historical materialism exposes the falsity of such ideas and allows us to arrive at a scientific definition of social revolutions, their role in history and the laws of their rise and development. 1. Social revolution as the law of the replacement of social economic formations. We have already seen that in the development of society there occur both gradual evolutionary changes and leaps in various fields of social life, science and technology. 7. The means of production and communications, people's outlook and so on. The most significant of these are termed revolutions. But even significant changes in certain aspects of social life, taken by themselves, do not yet signify social revolution. Social revolution means a fundamental change in 312. The whole social system. Qualitative transformations may also occur within one and the same social economic system, during transition from one phase or stage of its development to another. Such, for example, is the transition from pre-monopoly capitalism to monopoly capitalism, or imperialism. But this is not a social revolution because the basic features of capitalism, its main pillars, continue to exist. Revolution, on the other hand, is a change which breaks the old order to its very foundations, J. Social revolution implies a qualitative leap in the development of society resulting in the replacement of one social economic formation by another. The replacement of social economic formations is a complex and lengthy process involving changes in the material and technical base of class society, in its economic system, political life, ideology, and culture. These transformations do not occur simultaneously and not always in the same sequence. Many of them belong not to the revolution itself but to the process of its preparation or spontaneous maturing. The appearance of new productive forces in the old society, changes in the economy and the disposition of the class forces, the growth of contradictions between new elements in social life and the obsolete social political system, awareness of these contradictions among individuals and classes, all these are different aspects of the process that leads up to a social revolution. The revolution itself is a phase in the development of society when, as Lenin put it, the numerous contradictions which slowly accumulate during periods of so-called peaceful development become resolved. What are these contradictions? First of all, the contradictions between the new productive forces and the obsolete production relations, and, secondly, between the new elements in the economic system of society and the old constitutional and legal superstructure, and also between various sections of the superstructure itself. The deepest cause of social revolutions lies in the contradictions between the new productive forces and the obsolete production relations. New production relations corresponding to the character of the new productive forces are usually conceived in the old system. The development of new economic relations undermines the obsolete economic system from within. But the latter does not want to appear of itself, because it has behind it the obsolescent classes, which make every effort to retain their positions. The feudal system in France, for example, at the end of the 18th century was riddled with decay, and yet the landlord class, which had huge estates, privileges and political power, did everything it could to preserve the system. There had to be a revolution to sweep away the old economic and political order, which was preventing the development of the new productive forces and bourgeois relations. Thus the conflict between the productive forces and the production relations manifests itself in the clash of classes. Some classes defend the obsolescent production relations and the social political system which is founded upon them, while others seek to abolish them. The revolutionary classes destroy the outdated political superstructure, abolish the old state power and create a new one. They use this power to complete the breakup of the off-production relations and reinforce the new. The social revolution carries out fundamental transformations in the main spheres of social life, economic and political. Revolution also involves more or less profound changes in the intellectual life of society, in its culture. Admittedly, not all revolutions have completely solved these problems. As we shall see below, the correlation of economic, political, and cultural changes in the course of revolutions of various types is not always the same. In the economic field, the main purpose of the social revolution is to resolve the conflict between the developing productive forces and the obsolete relations of production, to replace the old system of economy with a new and higher one. The main requisite for this is a complete change in the relations of ownership of the means of production. Whenever classes displaced each other, they changed property relations. 1. In the political field, the revolution resolves the conflict between the obsolete political superstructure and the emerging new economic relations or urgent needs of economic development. It creates the new political and legal superstructure required to reinforce and develop the emergent social economic formation. The main feature of revolution is the transfer of state power from one class to another. This is the primary distinction between revolution and all kinds of coups d'état, or palace revolutions, which do not uproot the power of this or that class, but merely replace the governing groups or individuals. Not every transfer of power from one class to another, however, 314, may be described as revolution. If an obsolete class again assumes power, having temporarily regained the upper hand, this is not revolution, but counter-revolution, or the restoration of the old order. In bourgeois philosophy and sociology, this fundamental distinction is usually deliberately ignored. A West German philosophical dictionary, for example, defines revolution as a sudden, violent change in the existing social-political system, as opposed to evolution, gradual change. Although revolution is indeed the opposite of evolution, the fundamental fault in this definition is that it does not make any distinction between revolution and counter-revolution. Another fault in this and similar definitions is that they equate revolution and violent change, which implies an armed seizure of power. Of course, any revolution overthrows the power of the obsolete class, which never relinquishes it voluntarily, and in this sense, as historical experience has shown, revolution is impossible without the use of some kind of force. But force may be applied in various forms and does not necessarily presuppose armed struggle. Everything depends on the specific conditions in which the revolution is carried out. In general, the concept of revolution is not to be identified with the concepts of armed uprising or civil war. Although the majority of revolutions have involved armed conflict between classes, history provides examples of armed uprisings and civil wars which could not be called revolutions because their purpose was not to establish a new social economic system. On the other hand, revolutions are possible without either armed uprising or civil war. Social revolution may be realized in various forms, but its content is always the destruction of the obsolete social economic and political system and its replacement by a new system. The development of revolution depends on the course of the class struggle, on what forces gain the upper hand and to what extent the revolutionary classes are capable of pursuing their historical goals to final realization. History has recorded the ebb and flow of revolutions, the periods of their decisive victories as well as instances of the temporary triumph of reaction and restoration of the old order. A striking example is the history of France, where the tasks of bourgeois democratic transformation took nearly a century to complete, beginning with the revolution of 1789 to 1794 and ending with the revolutions of 1830 and 1848. The development of the revolutionary process is further complicated by the interplay of internal and external contradictions. The main source of revolution is the internal contradictions between the antagonistic classes, but this does not imply that external contradictions, i.e., contradictions between states, are of no significance. The latter always have some kind of influence on internal contradictions. They may intensify them, speed up or slow down the development of the revolutionary crisis. Certain revolutions, such as national liberation revolutions, which are aimed against the dual oppression of foreign exploiters and reactionary classes within the country, the allies and social bastion of external opposition, seek to resolve both internal and external contradictions. Revolutions differ from one another in their character and driving forces. The character of revolution is determined by what social contradictions it resolves and what kind of social system it establishes. Why, for example, was the Russian Revolution of 1905 to 1907 bourgeois in character, although its leader was the proletariat and not the bourgeoisie? Because its aims were the overthrow ** of the autocratic system and destruction of the vestiges of the feudal relations, and these are the aims of a bourgeois revolution. The driving forces of a revolution are the classes that carry it out, drive it forward and overcome the resistance of the obsolete classes. They depend not only on the character of the revolution but also on the specific historical conditions in which it occurs. Revolutions may be of the same type and character, but owing to differences of historical conditions they may differ profoundly from one another in their driving forces. For example, the driving force of the bourgeois revolutions of the 17th and 18th centuries in the West European countries included the peasantry, the plebeian sections of the urban population, the emergent working class and the petty bourgeoisie of the cities. The bourgeoisie was not only a driving force but also the leader of these revolutions. But in the Revolution of 1905 to 1907 and the February Revolution of 1917 in Russia, the bourgeoisie, far from being the leader of the revolution, was not even one of its driving forces. The driving forces of the bourgeois revolution in Russia were the proletariat and the peasantry, with the proletariat exercising the leadership. Some bourgeois ideologists assert that revolutions are always carried out by a minority, by small groups of revolutionaries and not by the masses. These views coincide with the ideas of the petit bourgeois ultra-left revolutionaries, who reduce preparations for a revolution to conspiracy by a revolutionary minority. The active revolutionary minority, of course, may be a catalyst of revolution, but without popular support revolution inevitably turns into a putsch or coup d'état. Only the masses can bring a revolution to completion. In some bourgeois revolutions the masses advance their own independent demands and their struggle leaves a deep imprint on the course of events. Such revolutions are called bourgeois democratic revolutions. They differ from other bourgeois revolutions not in their character but in the degree of involvement of the masses in active independent struggle. Such, for example, were the Revolution of 1905 to 1907 and the February Revolution of 1917 in Russia. At the same time there have been bourgeois revolutions in which the masses of the people took no active or independent part. Such revolutions do not usually leave a deep mark in history. But in some cases a revolution, beginning as an upper crust revolution, may become in the course of its development a profound and historically significant event because it sets in motion the broad masses of the people. For the masses to become involved in revolutionary struggle they must appreciate the necessity of overthrowing the old system. So in periods of revolution new revolutionary ideas reflecting the historical problems that are ripe for solution acquire a special importance. These ideas help to mobilize the masses and weld them into a political army capable of breaking the resistance of the obsolete classes. Consequently, a political upheaval is usually preceded by an ideological upheaval, a profound change in the consciousness and mood of the masses. Such a revolution in men's minds occurred, for example, on the eve of the Great October Socialist Revolution in Russia, when the slogan "All Power to the Soviets" took possession of the consciousness of millions of the working people. The question arises as to whether there must be a revolution in order to resolve social contradictions. Cannot they be resolved by means of reforms, partial concessions on the part of the ruling classes, by means of gradual change? The opponents of revolution regard reforms as salvation from revolution. They deny the law-governed character of revolutions and see them merely as a result of the mistakes of the ruling circles, who failed to make the necessary concessions to the revolutionaries in time. Thus, Winston Churchill explained the events of 1789 in France as being due to the fact that the monarchy had been unable to set the country's administration in order. The possibility of temporarily softening or damping down social contradictions by means of reforms, does not however remove their source, does not resolve fundamental social contradictions, but only postpones their ultimate solution. Historical experience shows that the transition from one social economic formation to another is in essence a revolution, although it may assume various forms and achieve its aims in different ways. The bourgeois revolution in England, for instance, ended in a compromise between the bourgeoisie and the feudal aristocracy, whereas in France feudalism was smashed in a decisive assault. If reforms are used by the defenders of the old system to prevent its downfall, does this mean that revolutionaries must be opponents of all reform? Of course, not. There are different kinds of reform. The reformists, the right-wing socialists counterpose reforms to revolution and regard reform as an end in itself, thus trying by means of reform to divert the working people from the class struggle and corrupt the forces of revolution. Revolutionaries, on the other hand, regard reforms in the conditions of capitalism as a byproduct of the revolutionary struggle and use them to develop and expand this struggle, subordinating reforms to the basic tasks of the revolution. In our time, when the world socialist system has acquired solid shape and exerts ever-increasing influence on the course of world history, when capitalism has been considerably weakened, the bourgeoisie's fear of social revolution compels it in certain cases to make concessions to the working class. In many countries conditions have arisen that have enabled the working class to force the bourgeoisie to take steps whose scale and significance go beyond the limits of ordinary reforms. This facilitates further progress and helps to rally the broad mass of the working people round the working class for the victory of the socialist revolution. After this victory, the relationship between reforms and revolution changes considerably. The victorious revolutionary class uses reforms as well as revolutionary methods to deal with the tasks confronting it. Whenever circumstances so require, reforms allow it to play for time, to gain a breathing space in order to prepare an offensive, to demoralize the enemies of the revolution and win over or neutralize the waverers. We have dealt with the causes that give rise to social revolutions and make them a historical necessity. This allows us to answer the question, will there always be revolutions? Just as classes, the class struggle and the state will not last forever, so the development of society need not always proceed through social revolutions. This was foreseen by Marx, when more than 100 years ago he wrote in the Poverty of Philosophy, "It is in an order of things in which there are no more classes and 318 class antagonisms that social evolutions will cease to be political revolutions." 1. The contradictions arising in socialist society are resolved without social revolution. This does not, of course, rule out qualitative leap, revolutionary changes in science and technology, in the development of the productive forces of society. These are bound to take place, but do not lead to political upheavals, to social revolutions. The transition from one phonation to another always comes about in its own special way, depending on what formation is dying and what formation is coming into being. The historical types of revolution differ accordingly. The division of revolutions into different types is based, first, upon the character of the historical tasks they are called upon to perform and, second, upon their class content. When discussing the question of the type of revolution, we always speak of what class it is made by and whose interests it promotes. In their turn, revolutions of one and the same type may differ in respect of their form, driving forces, degree of decisiveness, etc. The first replacement of one social economic formation by another was the transition from the primitive communal system to the slave-owning system. The peculiar feature of this transition was that it replaced the pre-class society with a class society. A number of scientists, including the American anthropologist Lewis Henry Morgan, whose work was highly valued by Marx and Engels, believed that this change was evolutionary, i.e., did not involve revolution. But a different answer to the question was given by Engels in The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State. He showed that class division, which had gradually formed in the primitive communal system, finally led to a revolutionary upheaval that ended the remaining tribal relationships. The power of the tribal nobility was overthrown. Where these transformations took a revolutionary course, the development of society was more rapid, and where the vestiges of the tribal system were preserved and gradually adapted to the new conditions, social relations were generally stagnant. In the slave-owning form of society that supplanted the primitive communal system, the basic antagonistic contradiction between the slave owner and the slave was supplemented by the antagonism between the big landowners and money-lenders and the small peasant farmers and artisans. These contradictions engendered revolutionary movements of the peasants and other free men with a small amount of property. These movements quite often resulted in reforms, which the ruling classes were compelled to concede. Another channel of revolutionary movement in the slave-owning world was the struggle of the slaves against their oppressors. The biggest of these movements were usually combined with the struggle of the poor. Examples are to be found in the uprisings of slaves in Sicily, the Aristonicus uprising in Asia Minor, that of Savmak in the Bosphorus Kingdom, and that of the Red Brows in China, etc. The greatest of the uprisings of ancient times was the Spartacus movement, in which more than 100,000 slaves took part. The revolutionary movements of slaves and poor men undermined the slave-owning system but did not culminate in a victorious revolution that could sweep away the system and replace it with another, higher system. Although the preconditions were present in ancient society for the transition to feudalism, this clange was held up by lack of a revolutionary class capable of bringing it about. For this reason, the crisis in the slave-owning system in some states has usually led to their being enslaved by other, more powerful states that subsequently themselves entered a period of crisis. The greatest of these states, the Roman Empire, weakened internally by the rebellions of slaves and coloni, collapsed under the onslaught of the surrounding barbaric tribes. Despite these individual features, however, the transition from slave-owning to feudal society confirms the general proposition that the replacement of one social-economic formation by another does not come about by evolution but demands a fundamental breakup of the obsolete order. In this particular case, the demolition was carried out by barbaric tribes supported from within by the lower orders of slave-owning society. The history of feudal society also recorded a number of revolutionary seven movements that did not culminate in victorious social revolutions of the period of ascendant feudalism. These included the Peasant Rebellion led by Wat Tyler in England, the peasant movement known as the Jacquerie in France, and the Dalsano uprising in Italy. The peasant movements achieved a higher stage of development than those of the slaves, but their weakness also lay in their spontaneity and lack of organization. The time for the replacement of FU. 320. Dalism by capitalism was not yet ripe. Nor was there a class that could lead the peasants. The most decisive rebellions against feudalism involved movements not only of the oppressed peasantry but of the lower orders of the urban population, the apprentices, the poor. But the poor of the cities were too weak, disorganized, and ignorant to become the leader of the peasantry. The class that was needed came into being only when capitalist relations began to take shape within feudal society, when the feudal system became a barrier to the development of the productive for CES and entered a period of profound crisis. It was in this period that the preconditions for bourgeois revolutions began to mature. The revolutions of the epoch of the crisis of feudalism and ascending development of capitalism were led by the urban bourgeoisie, which in some cases achieved victory through compromise with the feudal aristocracy, and in others fought on to accomplish its complete overthrow. The fighting force of these revolutions was the peasantry together with the poor people of the cities. Therefore, at the peak of their development, such revolutions went much further than the goals set by the bourgeoisie. A specific feature of bourgeois revolutions is that they move comparatively fast, their chief aim being to bring the political superstructure into accord with the capitalist system of economy already developing within feudal society, and to secure the necessary conditions for its unhindered development. For this reason, bourgeois revolutions usually end in the conquest of political power by the bourgeoisie. Because of the unevenness of historical development, bourgeois revolutions occur in different countries at different times. This leads to differences in the positions taken up by the bourgeoisie, which may be either revolutionary or counter-revolutionary. The bourgeoisie in general is afraid of the revolutionary masses, and this fear leads it to avoid a decisive clash with the feudal aristocracy. This tendency is particularly strong in the later bourgeois revolutions, when the revolutionary proletariat has already taken shape and is advancing its own independent demands. In these conditions, the bourgeoisie cannot make a decisive attack on the landowners for fear of the revolutionary spirit of the proletariat. It is afraid that a mass attack by the people on feudal property may become the prologue to an attack on capitalist property. The unevenness of historical development has yet another effect. Besides the developed capitalist countries, where the bourgeoisie becomes a counter-revolutionary force, there are many underdeveloped countries where the national bourgeoisie may still, despite its hesitations and inconsistency, act as a comparatively revolutionary force in the struggle against imperialism and the feudal forces within the country. The socialist revolution, which brings about the transition from capitalism to socialism, is a fundamentally new type of revolution. Its aim is not to replace one form of exploitation by another, but to sweep away exploitation altogether and to put a class society on the road of transformation into a classless society. The tasks of the socialist revolution are incomparably more complicated and profound than those of all previous revolutions. It is for this reason that it sets in motion such great masses of people, far greater than any other revolution before. Its driving forces are the proletariat, the leader of revolution, and numerous sections of the working and exploited masses. Leading as it does today both the revolutionary democratic and the socialist transformations, the proletariat establishes a firm alliance with the broadest masses of people, particularly with the working peasants and the working intelligentsia. In the political field, the socialist revolution puts the working class in power and establishes its dictatorship. This entails not only removing the bourgeoisie from its position of control over society but also smashing the whole of the old state machinery, which was designed to oppress the working people, and replacing it with a fundamentally new government organization. The winning of political power, however, is not the completion of the socialist revolution but only its beginning. Political power is used to bring about a fundamental transformation of society, its economy, and culture. The new state power not only destroys the obsolete system as in previous revolutions, it also builds a new society. One of the fundamental differences between bourgeois revolution and socialist revolution, wrote Lenin, is that for the bourgeois revolution, which arises out of feudalism, the new economic organizations are gradually created within the old order, gradually changing all the aspects of feudal society. The bourgeois revolution faced only one task: to sweep away, to cast aside, to destroy all the fetters of the preceding social order. By fulfilling this task, every bourgeois revolution fulfills all that is required of it, it accelerates the growth of capitalism. The socialist revolution is in an altogether different position: new incredibly difficult tasks, organizational tasks, are added to the tasks of destruction. 1. The building of the socialist economy begins after the proletariat has won political power. Moreover, if the socialist revolution is victorious in countries that inherited from the old system an economic backwardness, it must, in addition to coping with the tasks of the socialist reorganization of the economy, also set about creating and fully developing a large-scale industry that constitutes the material and technical base of socialism. Besides transforming the economy, the socialist revolution introduces radical changes in the cultural field. The Cultural Revolution, which is an inseparable part of the socialist revolution, faces the vital task of creating a new socialist culture and shaping its own intelligentsia. Countries with a cultural lag inherited from the old system must in addition cope with considerable tasks in raising the general cultural level of the people. A political revolution can be carried out in a few weeks, months, or perhaps years, but the socialist transformation of the economy demands a much longer period. The Cultural Revolution is even more prolonged. Its task is not to throw aside the precious works of culture created by mankind, including those of bourgeois society, but to master them. By critically assimilating all that is best in the culture of the past, the proletariat creates on this basis its own socialist culture and fosters large numbers of socialist intellectuals. A revolution can succeed only when the immaturity of its objective conditions coincides with the vigorous activity of the progressive forces, of the classes fighting for the realization of their interests. The existence of objective conditions for a revolution means that it must proceed according to certain laws. Social revolutions are not made to order. The revolutionary party or group cannot call them into being at its own discretion. It is only the Blanquists, the anarchists, and other ultra-left elements who imagine that revolutions can be brought about in any place at any time. One of the objective conditions for a revolution is a crisis in the obsolete system, aggravation of all its contradictions. The objective preconditions of revolution are not only economic. They include social political conditions, and above all the development of class contradictions, a favorable balance of class forces. Treating the objective preconditions of revolution as purely economic leads to vulgar economism, to an opportunist inaction that is as false as the idealist views of the lefts, to the wrong conclusion that the maturing of revolution is automatically determined by the degree of development of the productive forces. Revolution becomes possible and inevitable when the contradictions between classes grow extremely acute. It is not therefore produced automatically by a conflict between the productive forces and production relations. Such a conflict has for long existed in the main capitalist countries, but this is not to say that all the objective conditions for revolution exist there. To make a revolution possible there must also be a revolutionary situation, which comes about in various countries according to the specific economic and political circumstances. A revolutionary situation is a build-up of social-political conditions necessary for revolution. Its symptoms may change at various stages in history, but in all cases it presupposes a profound crisis of the old system. Lenin defined these symptoms as follows: a crisis among the upper classes, a crisis in the policy of the ruling classes, when it is impossible for them to maintain their rule without any change. The suffering and want of the oppressed classes have grown more acute than usual, and as a consequence of the above causes, there is a considerable increase in the activity of the masses, who uncomplainingly allow themselves to be robbed in peacetime, but, in turbulent times, are drawn by all the circumstances into independent historical accession. 1. Although some symptoms of a revolutionary situation may be connected with the level of revolutionary consciousness of the masses, a revolutionary situation is an objective condition of revolution. Some advocates of left views maintain that a revolutionary situation can be created by resolute action on the part of only small groups of revolutionaries, for example, by the declaration of guerrilla warfare against a reactionary regime. But the actual fate of the guerrilla units, no matter how bold and self-sacrificing they may be, depends on whether they gain the support of the broad masses. The resolute actions of revolutionaries can provide the impulse that is needed to accelerate the maturing of a revolutionary situation only if a sufficient amount of inflammable material has been piled up, if there are corresponding objective conditions. A revolutionary situation may be brought about by varietal causes: economic shocks, failures of government policy, such as collapse of a military adventure, national or racial conflicts lead to a sharp aggravation of social contradictions, and so on. In number of cases revolutionary situations grow out of wars, although WA is by no means an obligatory condition of the revolutionary situation. 1. The present epoch introduces many new features into the process of the maturing of a revolutionary situation. This process is strong influenced by the general change in the balance of forces in favor of socialism, the weakening of world capitalism and the disintegration of its colonial system. The existence of the world system of socialism, on the one hand, objectively aggravates the contradictions of capitalism, thus favoring the development of revolt-registered situations, and, on the other hand, influences by its example the development of the subjective factor of revolution. But when all is said and done, the ripening of revolutionary situations in dual countries is mainly determined by the development of their internal, class, and external contradictions. Marxists acknowledge that a revolution can only be made by the masses, actuated by profound economic needs, but they do not think of poverty and hardship of the oppressed classes in tonnage of absolute impoverishment. They know that by its struggle working class is capable of successfully resisting the trend to such impoverishment. But even in these conditions there is relative impoverishment. As Lenin observed, poverty grows, in the physical but in the social sense, i.e., in the sense of disparity between the increasing level of consumption by bourgeoisie and consumption by society as a whole, and the LCVD and the living standards of the working people. 123 Finally, poverty only in the social but in the direct physical sense remains number of countries and various districts and also among some sections of the work population. Though it does encourage the growth of the production path, scientific and technological revolution in capitalist tries brings new hardships to the working people. Automation unemployment and the instability of the workers it leads to a more intensive exploitation of those who are deployed. All this taken together gives rise to particularly stubborn prolonged forms of struggle between labor and capital. Monopoly capital is able in a number of cases to keep up of growth of production and even to buffer certain crisis by means of militarization of the economy, which is a **JCTERISTIC feature of modern capitalism. This determines to LGMHC extent the stubborn resistance offered by the most reaction six of imperialism to the political and military détente that the forces of capitalism and progress seek to achieve. The aggressive nature of one WSFAW trademark has not changed, but in present-day conditions the arms and wars are becoming increasingly dangerous for imperialism. This prompts a part of the bourgeoisie, including some of Schilling's circles, to look for a more realistic line in international relations. However, no maneuvering, even the most skillful, can eliminate basic economic and social contradictions of capitalism, and that breeds revolutions cannot disappear even in contemporaryist conditions. Life has exploded. One of the biggest myths led by the reformists and bourgeois ideologists, the myth that ism is capable of freeing itself from crises. Capitalism's ility is becoming increasingly obvious. Capitalism is a society no future. See, revolutionary situation is an essential but not sufficient condition for a social revolution. For a revolution to take place, and particularly for it to achieve there must be something else besides objective conditions. Jalknin observed, there were revolutionary situations in Russia in 1859 to 1861 and in 1879 to 1880, but no revolutions occurred those years. There was a revolutionary situation in Russia in registered #, but the revolution that occurred was defeated. Defeat of a revolution may be due to several causes, include an unfavorable balance of class forces. But even with the CE well in its favor, a revolution will not be victorious if there foot a sufficiently mature subjective factor. For a revolution to be fierce, the revolutionary class must be capable of sufficiently and resolute revolutionary action, because the power of the classes will never collapse of its own accord. Elements of the subjective factor of revolution include the following: revolutionary consciousness of the masses, their readiness and determination to carry through the struggle to the end, organization of the masses and their vanguard, which makes it possible to concentrate all forces capable of fighting for the victory of revolution, and to act together and not in scattered groups, leadership of the masses by a party sufficiently experienced and trained in battle and capable of evolving a correct strategy. 7 And tactics of struggle and putting them into practice. Thus, social revolution demands unity of objective and subjective conditions. This law of social revolution has been confirmed, as Lenin noted, by all revolutions, and particularly by the 3 Russian revolutions of the 20th century. The main cause of defeat of the revolutionary movement in a number of European capitalist countries at the end of the First World War was, according to the Comintern appraisal, the absence in these countries of mass communist parties capable of leading into action the masses that had spontaneously risen against those who were to blame for the war. Hence the Fifth Congress of the Communist International drew the conclusion that in the conditions of the deepening crisis of capitalism, the subjective factor, i.e., the degree of organization of the proletarian ranks and their communist vanguards, is the central question of the whole historical epoch. 1 In the stage of imperialism, the world capitalist system as a whole is fully ripe for socialist revolution, which becomes practically inevitable. Thus the role of the subjective factor increases. This is due, first, to the greater degree of maturity of the objective conditions for socialist revolution and the transition to socialism, and, second, to the activization of the bourgeois political and ideological superstructure, with the help of which the bourgeoisie tries to prolong its supremacy while all the contradictions of imperialism grow more intense. In view of the new historical conditions, Lenin produced a comprehensive study of the role of the subjective factor in the struggle for effecting a socialist revolution, including the theory of the dictatorship of the proletariat, the working class party, its strategy and tactics, and the significance of organization of the working class and its allies. Some contemporary bourgeois ideologists regard acknowledgement of the growing role of the subjective factor in our day as a justification of subjectivism. But Leninism acknowledges the growing role of the subjective factor in its connection with the maturing of objective conditions for a revolution. Moreover, it links this growing role with the organization and attraction of the masses into the active revolutionary struggle under the leadership of the Marxist Party. The deft adventurists, however, grant the determining role to the subjective factor and urge the making of a revolution without regard for actual conditions. What is more, they reduce the subjective factor to the activity of groups of conspirators, of a revolutionary minority whom they credit with being capable of making a revolution at any time they wish. However, the general immaturity of the objective conditions for a socialist revolution in the present epoch by no means signifies that there is always a revolutionary situation ready to be exploited at any time in any country. No one can ignore the basic law of social revolution, which demands unity of objective conditions and the subjective factor. 4. Character of the contemporary world revolutionary process. One of the features of the socialist revolution that distinguishes it from previous revolutions is that its law-governed tendency is to become a world revolutionary process. In the part 2, as history became world history, i.e., as the connections and relations between various nations developed, revolutions occurred that acquired world significance and exercised a revolutionary influence on many other countries. Most typical in this respect was the 1789–1794 revolution in France, which influenced the history of other countries of Europe and America. But it is only in the epoch of the incipient collapse of imperialism that revolutions in various countries, despite their occurring at different times, have merged into a single and truly world revolutionary process, which is forging ahead not on a bourgeois but on a proletarian basis. As historical experience has shown, the development of the revolutionary process in the epoch of imperialism proceeds unevenly. Whereas in the 19th century it could have been assumed that socialist revolutions would occur simultaneously, or almost simultaneously, in all the main capitalist countries, the 20th century has revealed a great unevenness in the maturing of revolutions in various countries. In some of the most developed capitalist countries the maturing of the forces for socialist revolution is slowing down, and because the bourgeoisie has succeeded in splitting the working class movement and creating a section of working class aristocracy and bureaucracy. And in some of the less developed capitalist countries, where the working class and other sections of the working people have experienced double or triple oppression, the class contradictions and class struggle are assuming more acute forms, with the result that these countries are more mature politically for revolution. This leads to the formation of weak links in the chain of imperialism, links which can be broken sooner than others. Which countries turn out to be such weak links depends both on internal and external factors. As far back as 1915 Lenin drew the conclusion that in the epoch of imperialism a socialist revolution could be victorious at first in some or even in one separate country, and that the simultaneous victory of socialist revolution in all capitalist countries was impossible. Sure enough, the weakening of the bastions of world capitalism allowed the revolutionary forces to break the front of imperialism first in Russia, and then in a number of countries of Europe and Asia, and in Latin America in Cuba. Proceeding from this fact, the opponents of Marxism-Leninism assert that revolutions have not occurred where they ought to have occurred according to Marx. In actual fact, neither Marx nor his followers believed that it could be stated for all time in what sequence revolutions would take place in various countries. In the conditions of pre-monopoly capitalism, Marx expected that revolution would occur first of all in the most developed capitalist countries, where the material preconditions of revolution had most matured. But at the same time he allowed the possibility of socialist revolution in the relatively backward Germany of those days, if the revolution of the proletariat was supported there by a second edition of peasant war. In the conditions of imperialism, when the world system of capitalism has in general matured for socialist revolution, the possibilities of victory for the proletariat in the less developed capitalist countries have also expanded. The historical experience of the October Revolution in Russia has overthrown the assertions of the dogmatists of the Second International that revolutions are possible only in the developed capitalist countries. But from this experience the lefts have drawn the wrong conclusion that backwardness is a driving force of revolution. When Gagarin in his book The Economics of the Transitional Period maintained that the world revolutionary process begins from the lowest national economic systems, that the speed of the onset of revolution is inversely proportional to the immaturity of capitalist relations, Lenin rightly opposed this point of view. He underlined the passage, quoted from Bukharin's Book, and wrote in the margin that instead of from the lowest one should say not from the highest, and instead of inversely proportional not directly proportional. 1 There is no direct ratio between the rates of maturing of socialist revolution in various countries and the level of their economic development. The speed of the onset of revolution in one country or another is not determined solely by the level of its economic development, but depends primarily on the degree of aggravation of class contradictions. What is more, if socialist revolutions are delayed for some reason in the most developed capitalist countries, it by no means follows that they must begin first of all in the less developed countries. Socialist revolution is possible only if there is a properly formed and sufficiently powerful working class, the chief driving force and leader of the revolutionary seven assault. This condition does not exist in the most backward countries. With regard to Russia, Lenin stated quite definitely that without a certain degree of capitalism we should not have managed it. 12 Russia was a country with an average level of development of capitalism. State monopoly capitalism had already gained some ground, and a strong working class, the most revolutionary in the world, had taken shape. By 1915 about 60% of the workers were concentrated at large enterprises where the workers were distinguished by their revolutionary activity and organization. Finally, the working class of Russia had numerous allies, especially the semi-proletarian masses of town and country and the toiling peasantry who suffered from both capitalist and landowner oppression. Analyzing the experience of the Great October Socialist Revolution, Lenin observed that for Russia, in view of a whole series of objective conditions and subjective preconditions, it was easier to begin a revolution than for the West. At the same time he often stressed the serious danger that lurked in the country's backwardness, the danger of petty bourgeois influences and great difficulties in coping with the tasks of socialist construction. A backward country can easily begin because its adversary has become rotten, because its bourgeoisie is not organized, but for it to continue demands of that country 100,000 times more circumspection, caution, and endurance. 3 The existence of the world's first socialist country, its support of the revolutionary forces of other countries, and the weakening of world imperialism subsequently created the possibility of winning power in countries where the level of economic development was considerably lower than in pre-revolutionary Russia. As experience has shown, after the democratic aims had been achieved, the gradual movement of such countries towards socialism became entirely feasible provided that the positions of the working class were reinforced and there was cooperation with the more developed socialist countries. When the front of imperialism has been broken in one country, and particularly when it is broken in several countries, the conditions for the spread of the liberation movement in other countries substantially change. Today imperialism can neither regain its lost historical initiative nor reverse world development. The main direction of mankind's development is determined by the world socialist system, the international working class of all revolutionary forces. 1 This provides more favorable conditions for the development of the revolutionary process, revealing opportunities for socialist changes even in small countries that in isolation would not have been able to muster sufficient forces for them. The present epoch is not only an epoch of socialist revolutions. Democratic and national liberation revolutions are also taking place in a number of countries. In favorable conditions they may grow into socialist revolutions. The possibility of the growth of democratic revolutions into socialist revolutions was discovered even in the pre-imperialist epoch. Marx and Engels allowed the possibility that in countries where the realization of democratic changes was delayed and capitalist relations had developed, there could be a direct transition from democratic to socialist changes, carried out by means of uninterrupted revolution. In the epoch of imperialism, a direct transition from democratic to socialist changes, which was formerly regarded as an exception, becomes quite usual in countries where these democratic changes have still to be made. The new correlation of democratic and socialist changes in the epoch of imperialism was analyzed by Lenin in the years of the First Russian Revolution. In this revolution it was the proletariat, not the bourgeoisie, that exercised leadership. The alliance of the working-1 class and the peasantry under the leadership of the working class was the driving force of the revolution's development. But this alliance is not always the same. Its class content changes according to the stages through which the revolution is passing. Lenin reached the conclusion that in a bourgeois democratic revolution all sections of the peasantry are the allies of the working class, but in a socialist revolution the working class must rely on the peasant poor and fight to overthrow capitalism in alliance with the semi-proletarians of town and country. The leadership of the proletariat is the connecting link between these two stages of the revolution. The growth of the bourgeois democratic revolution into a socialist revolution is reflected also in the political superstructure. The democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry established in the first stage of the revolution grows into the socialist dictatorship of the proletariat. Thus, the proletariat carries out the socialist as well as the bourgeois democratic revolution not in isolation from but together with its class allies. This conclusion of Lenin's overthrew the precept of the opportunist leaders of the Second International, who repudiated the idea of proletarian leadership and alleged that the proletariat must act alone in the socialist revolution, without allies. Another notion based on this principle, the notion that the zero socialist revolution is possible only when the proletariat becomes the majority of the population, was also refuted. As Lenin showed, a socialist revolution is quite possible even in countries where the proletariat is in the minority but has allies in the shape of the working and exploited masses of people, the semi-proletarian sections of the urban and rural population. This prediction of Lenin's was confirmed by the victory of the socialist revolution in had previously been agrarian countries in which capitalism was moderately developed. In some of the other countries there were still considerable vestiges of feudal relations. During the Second World War all these countries had lost their national independence and had either been occupied or become fascist satellites. The upper lirist of the ruling classes of these countries took the road of national betrayal and collaboration with fascism. For this reason the national liberation struggle against 332. The fascist occupying forces tied in with the struggle against the internal reactionary forces. The defeat of fascism and the liberation of these countries resulted in the removal from power of the reactionary classes that had collaborated with fascism, while the People's Revolutionary Front, led by the working class, set up a people's democratic form of government. The struggle to create a people's democracy brought wide sections of society together in their effort to achieve general democratic, anti-imperialist, and anti-fascist aims. Most of these countries also had to achieve anti-feudal aims, which were of considerable significance. Besides democratic reforms, the People's Democratic Government immediately carried out a number of radical socialist measures. But full-scale socialist tasks came to the forefront only as the revolution proceeded further. Some democratic movements do not grow directly into socialist movements. Nevertheless, they merge with the general flow of the anti-imperialist struggle, and become a part of the world revolutionary movement directed against imperialism and capitalism. How does this happen? It happens mainly because dying capitalism displays increasing hostility towards democracy. Broad social strata that are interested in preserving and expanding democratic gains break away from the ruling monopolistic bourgeoisie and swing towards an alliance with the proletariat. Favorable circumstances are created for organizing alliances between different social forces opposed to the monopolist upper crust. Irrespective of what subjective goals its participants may have, the struggle for the realization of democratic aims is turning objectively more and more against capitalism. This tendency also operates in the development of the national liberation movements and revolutions, which play a tremendous part in the present age. Before the First World War and the October Socialist Revolution in Russia, these movements were a part of the bourgeois democratic revolutions against feudalism and its survivals. After the triumph of the Great October Socialist Revolution had initiated the downfall of imperialism, these movements became part of the general world revolutionary movement directed against imperialism. The national liberation revolutions are the result of the conflict between imperialism and its colonies and dependencies, between the forces interested in their national liberation and the pro-imperialist forces, the reactionary classes within these countries. The conflict in the mode of production in most of these countries differs from what we find in the developed capitalist countries. It is a conflict between the vital need to overcome backwardness and the obsolete production relations that hinder the growth of the productive forces and have for long been artificially preserved and supported by imperialism. In many countries today, the struggle for national liberation has begun to grow into a struggle against relations of exploitation, both feudal and capitalist. Whereas the socialist revolutions in the capitalist countries deliver a frontal blow against imperialism, the national liberation, anti-imperialist movements and revolutions in the colonial and dependent countries strike from the flank and rear and undermine the pillars of the imperialist colonial system. These two types of contemporary revolution are interconnected and interdependent. The success of socialist revolutions has had, and is still having, a decisive influence on the development and intensification of the national liberation movements. No matter how great the significance of the national liberation revolutions and the victories they have won, they cannot by themselves put an end to imperialism. The national liberation movements, despite their tremendous role, cannot determine the basic line of development of the present epoch, the epoch of transition from capitalism to socialism, because they are democratic but not socialist in character. The development of the world revolutionary process is both complex and contradictory. It shows a tendency to draw more new nations and countries and at the same time to increase the variety of types and forms of revolution. For this reason Lenin objected to the dogmatic notion that in all countries the development of the revolutions should proceed according to one and the same pattern. All nations will arrive at socialism, this is inevitable, but all will do so in not exactly the same way. Each will contribute something of its own to some form of democracy, to some variety of the dictatorship of the proletariat, to the varying rate of socialist transformations in the different aspects of social life. There is nothing more primitive from the viewpoint of theory, or more ridiculous from that of practice, than to paint, in the name of historical materialism, this aspect of future in a monotonous gray. History 7 has shown the possibility of various types and forms of revolution aimed against capitalism or imperialism, socialist revolutions, which may be carried out in countries of more or less developed capitalism, socialist revolutions that in the relatively less developed capitalist countries grow out of democratic revolutions, or that, besides achieving their basic socialist aims, also achieve certain as yet unachieved democratic aims, socialist revolutions that grow out of national democratic or national liberation revolutions in countries with different levels of social economic development, which owing to foreign domination have lost their national independence, or socialist revolutions that grow out of anti-fascist revolutions as a result of liberation from a fascist regime. Socialist revolutions that develop in the capitalistically undeveloped or little developed countries with the support of more developed socialist countries out of the anti-imperialist struggle, or a national liberation revolution, national liberation revolutions that form part of the World Revolutionary 7 process but do not grow immediately into socialist revolutions, democratic revolutionary movements aimed at limiting the power of the monopoly clique, at eliminating the dependence of the small producers on the banks, big landowns, etc., and at overthrowing fascists and other tyrannical regimes. Such movements may achieve no more than democratic aims or, if they develop further, socialist ones as well. The great diversity of revolutionary processes inevitably gives rise to contradictions both within each of them and between them. These contradictions spring from the fact that countries at various levels of social economic development and with different histories and national traditions are drawn into the revolutionary movement. Moreover, the very growth of the revolutionary movement, its expansion, also creates similar contradictions because it attracts more and more new sections of society and new peoples. Lenin warned against the sectarian tendency to avoid these contradictions by limiting the composition of revolutionary movements to pure supporters of socialism. He stressed that part of the petty bourgeoisie and the backward section of the workers would take part in the struggle against the imperialist oppression, and that without their participation no revolution would be possible, that, just as inevitably will they bring into the movement their prejudices, their reactionary fantasies, their weaknesses and errors. But objectively they will attack capital, and the class-conscious vanguard of the revolution, the advanced proletariat, expressing this objective truth of a variegated and discordant, motley, and outwardly fragmented mass. Social Revolution 335. Struggle, will be able to unite and direct it. 1. Imperialism tries to counterpose to the logic of the merging of the various streams of the revolutionary struggle the tactics of separating them, setting the various contingents of the world revolutionary movement against one another, splitting the socialist countries, making use of the nationalistic elements within these countries and of the right and left revisionists. The tactics of imperialism is to spread disunity, the tactics of the proletariat is to unite the progressive social forces of all different types, and to use and deepen the contradictions of imperialism. In these circumstances proletarian internationalism becomes particularly significant and every Marxist-Leninist is duty-bound to defend it. In his speech at the Conference of Communist and Workers' Parties of Europe, Leonid Brezhnev stressed, it is especially important that while joining with broad democratic trends, including social democrats and Christians, in the struggle against the reactionary forces of imperialism, the communists should remain revolutionaries and convinced supporters of the replacement of the capitalist by the socialist system. All their activities are geared to solving this historic task. 2. The process of liberating the peoples from imperialist oppression, as Lenin foresaw, extends over varying historical periods and takes various forms. As more and more peoples embark on the struggle for socialism, the diversity of ways in which the common historic goals are achieved will grow. This is a manifestation of the diversity of the conditions of struggle against the common enemy imperialism and of the creative role of the masses, who in the course of the revolution transform social life. 1-2. Chapter 16. The structure and forms of social consciousness. We now pass from analyzing the laws of social development, of economic and political relations, to examining a very important sphere of social life, social consciousness. When we speak of social consciousness, we deliberately ignore everything individual and personal and consider the views and ideas that are characteristic of a given society as a whole or of some definite social group. Although social consciousness is directly or indirectly created by individuals, it never belongs to them exclusively but becomes the possession of the whole of society. Thus scientific discoveries and works of art belong to the whole of mankind. Just as society is not merely the sum total of the people of whom it consists, so social consciousness is not the sum total of the consciousnesses of individuals. It is something more than their sum. It is a qualitatively new intellectual system, which, although engendered and conditioned ultimately by social being, has a relatively independent existence and exerts a powerful influence on every individual, compelling him to reckon with the historically shaped forms of social consciousness as something that is real, although non-material. The social consciousness in its historically shaped forms is a component part of the intellectual, spiritual culture of society. So we must first deal with the meaning of this concept. 1. The concept of intellectual culture. In its generic sense, the term culture means cultivation and is normally used in contrast to nature, regarded as things in their natural state, independent of man and his labor. By culture we mean above all the modes and results of man's activity, the values that he creates. Culture is usually divided into material and intellectual culture. This is a conventional division, because the making of tools and the objects generally required to satisfy man's material needs would be impossible without the participation of his thought. On the other hand, the products of intellectual effort, ideas, artistic images, social norms, and rules exist in a certain material form, in manuscripts, books, paintings, music, drawings, and so on. Intellectual culture comprises the results of the people's intellectual activities in the sphere of science, philosophy, art, morals, and so on. But viewed in unity with people, with their consciousness and activities, these results are not just objects or memorials of culture, but the actual, living culture of society, characterizing the level of its intellectual, aesthetic, and moral development. Culture therefore presupposes the acquisition of knowledge and experience in one or another sphere of activity, the assimilation and adoption of a certain system of values, the evolution of certain norms of behavior. Every individual from early youth is formed in a certain cultural environment comprising the objects, ideas, values, and patterns of behavior created by people. His very upbringing and education actually consist in assimilation of the knowledge, skills, and abilities amassed by society, and also its intellectual values and standards of behavior. The way education and upbringing are organized, the development of public education are important indices of the level of culture of a given society. But people are not only consumers of the culture that has already been created and one of its products. They are also its creators. A peculiar feature of socialist society is that, on the basis of the elimination of poverty and exploitation and the old antithesis between mental and physical labor, the masses of the working people become more and more involved in creativity, in the creation of cultural values. Spiritual culture bears the imprint of the characteristic features of the social economic formation, the classes that have created it. For this reason, in a society divided into antagonistic classes, it cannot be regarded as an integral whole. The elements of democratic and socialist culture, Lenin wrote, are present, if only in rudimentary form, in every national culture, since in every nation there are toiling and exploited masses, whose conditions of life inevitably give rise to the ideology of democracy and socialism. But every nation also possesses a bourgeois culture in the form, not merely of elements, but of the dominant culture. One, in creating its own culture, the working class does not throw aside the whole content of bourgeois culture. It is confronted with the task of mastering all the wealth of culture that mankind has produced in conditions of oppression by exploiters. We must take the entire culture that capitalism left behind and build socialism with one. We must take all its science, technology, knowledge, and art. 1. When charting the course of socialist construction, Lenin saw that a cultural revolution would be an essential part of this plan. Basically, this meant a great upswing in public education, providing the broad masses with political and other knowledge, spreading scientific socialist ideology. 7. And overcoming the bourgeois and petty bourgeois views and way of life. Following Lenin's path, the party has devoted enormous attention to raising the people's cultural level, creating new cultural values, giving people all-round development and communist education. As Soviet society develops, the whole socialist culture steadily rises to new heights on the ideological basis of Marxism-Leninism and in close connection with scientific and technological progress. The 25th Congress of the CPSU called for a further rise in the role of socialist culture and art in the ideological, political, moral, and aesthetic education of Soviet people, informing their intellectual standards and expectations. 1. 2. The relations between classes leave a significant imprint on the intellectual culture of a class-divided society and ideology. 7. Is an extremely important element in any culture. Culture also reflects the specific features of social psychology that are characteristic of a certain age or class. 338. 2. Social psychology and ideology. The material economic relations, the social conditions in which people live, their everyday activity in the form of feelings, moods, thoughts, motives, and habits. These are usually described as social psychology. The growth of social psychology is directly influenced by the conditions of people's social existence, by their activities. Social psychology does not take the form of a generalist system of views, but manifests itself in emotions, feelings, moods, and so on. At the level of social psychology, people's ideas and views have no theoretical expression, they tend to be empirical and the intellectual elements in them are mingled with the emotional elements. Social psychology is a part of people's ordinary consciousness. 3 asterisk. The psychology of people in a class-divided society inevitably bears the stamp of the features of a particular class and expresses the conditions of its life. Even before the consciousness of a class becomes imbued with class ideology, its psychology exhibits certain features that sharply distinguish it from the consciousness of the class that opposes it. There are psychological differences between classes whose relations are not antagonistic. For instance, in capitalist society there are differences between the psychology of the proletariat and that of the working peasantry. These differences are based on the latter's possession of private property, of which the proletariat has none, and also on the specific features of their labor and the resultant different conditions of life in town and country. The psychology of the intelligentsia also has its specific features, depending on the intellectual's social status and the character of his work. These features and the resultant differences in social psychology are gradually erased in socialist society through the elimination of exploiting classes, cooperative farming, and the removal of the old antithesis between town and country, between mental and manual labor. The classics of Marxism-Leninism paid close attention to the social psychology of the masses, particularly in the periods of revolutionary upswing, and pointed out the tremendous part played by the masses' awareness of the injustice of the social system based on exploitation. Although such awareness cannot serve as a scientific proof of the necessity for a new system, it is an expression of the fact that the masses do not want to go on living in the old way, that the existing conditions have become intolerable and should be changed. A revolutionary party studies the state of the mass consciousness and strives to raise it to the level of political consciousness, that is, to give the masses a clear scientific explanation and evaluation of social processes and to organize the masses for struggle. The specific features of the history of a given nation mark the psychology of the whole population of that country, of all its idases. The differences peculiar to various ethnic groups in one or an OTHER class are conditioned by the specific features of national history. These differences concern certain traditions and features of regimental makeup. The specific psychology of a nation, the individuality of the everyday life and customs of its various sections also manifest themselves in art, which expresses its specific features of implies not only the reflection of the social conditions but also the results, the empirical observation of nature that man performs in the course of everyday life, the knowledge and skills he acquires in the process of labor, its artistic perception of reality, certain historically evolved aesthetic tastes, and so on. Whereas social psychology is the ordinary consciousness that is shaped directly in the process of people's everyday activity and intercourse, ideology is a more or less coherent system of views, propositions and ideas. It is based on a wider social experience, both historical and contemporary. Ordinary consciousness takes shape of its own accord, spontaneously, in the process of people's life activity and interaction, whereas ideology is mainly the product of conscious activity, demanding special efforts on the part of ideologists as regards their social status. The ideologists of a certain class need not necessarily belong to that class. But by expressing in the language of ideology the interests of a class they serve it and represent its intelligentsia. In the words of Lenin, the intelligentsia are so called just because they most consciously, most resolutely, and most accurately reflect and express the development of class interests and political groupings in society as a whole. 2 Marx and Engels not infrequently used the term ideology to denote false, illusory consciousness. But they used it in regard to those ideological theories that considered thoughts and ideas as independent entities which supposedly develop independently and obey only their own intrinsic laws. They were referring to those ideologists who did not acknowledge or were not aware of the fact that the material conditions of the life of the people in whose heads the thinking process takes place ultimately determine the course of this process. Such an ideology, which implies an idealist interpretation of history, is in itself false consciousness and gives rise to mystifications and illusions. As for the ideology that guides the working class, the leader of the whole mass of the working people, it is characterized in the manifesto of the Communist Party in the following words: the theoretical conclusions of the Communists are in no way based on ideas or principles that have been invented, or discovered, by this or that would-be universal reformer. They merely express, in general terms, actual relations springing from an existing class struggle, from a historical movement going on under our very eyes. 3 Marxism-Leninism therefore draws a distinction between scientific ideology, which is an accurate reflection of material social relations, and ideology that reflects these relations in an illusory, distorted and even fantastic form. In class-divided society, the decisive factor in determining how much truth there is in the ideology of a certain class is the historical role played by that class in satisfying the vital needs of society at a given stage of its development. In the period of the rise of the bourgeoisie, the objective course of economic development was adequately reflected in its ideology in philosophy, political economy, law, and so on. At the same time, this ideology contained illusions, in particular the notion that the historically transient bourgeois system was eternal and in accord with the natural rights of man, his nature, and reason. Only the socialist ideology could shake off all illusions and establish itself as genuinely scientific. This happened because all former classes that had historically achieved leadership of society sought to perpetuate their rule. The historic mission of the proletariat, on the other hand, is to abolish all division of society into classes, and for this reason the creators of the proletarian ideology were able to produce social science, the science of the laws of social development. Ideology also influences the development of natural science. The data of the natural sciences are always theoretically generalist and interpreted from the positions of a certain world outlook. It is absurd to talk of bourgeois and proletarian mathematics, physics, chemistry, and so on, just as it is absurd to take a class position or class approach to questions that are neutral in regard to the interests of classes. But the development of the natural sciences shows that they are not neutral towards philosophy, that they are the scene of a struggle between world outlooks, that the achievements of natural science quite often serve as the point of departure for diametrically opposed epistemological conclusions by the ideologists of hostile classes. To sum up, we may give the following definition of ideology. Ideology is a system of views and ideas directly or indirectly reflecting the economic and social peculiarities of society, expressing the position, interests, and aims of a defined social class and designed to preserve or change the existing social structure. Now let us consider the question of the interrelation between social psychology and ideology. In the final analysis, social consciousness, both social psychology and ideology, is determined by the economic and social relations that in every given society manifest themselves primarily as the interests of certain social classes. But what are interests? Interest is not only a certain psychological response, expressed in a person's urge to acquire or assimilate certain material or spiritual goods. Interest, to a certain extent, exists objectively, in that it is connected with the existence of man, his conditions of life, his needs, which form the basis of his attitude to values and his residential ponzas. Any society as a whole, any class or nation has its objective interests, although people may not always be conscious of them. When the working class first appeared on the historical scene, it was still a class in itself and did not understand its class interests. It ceased to be a class in itself and became a class for itself when it acquired its own ideology, which gave it a scientific understanding of the conditions, course, and general results of the proletarian movement, and helped it to become aware of the interests of this movement taken as a whole. Ideology is, as a rule, introduced into the consciousness of a class by its theoreticians, its political party, which is its conscious vanguard. It does not grow out of social psychology and cannot be regarded, as some have assumed, as a concentration of psychology, although it is connected with social psychology and undoubtedly experiences its influence. The psychology of a class and its ideology have common social roots. Hence the objective possibility of acquainting the masses with the ideology of their class. But in class-divided society this possibility is realized in the conditions of the ideological struggle. The social position of the proletariat undoubtedly conditions its revolutionary consciousness, its urge to bring about the socialist reorganization of society. Large-scale production with its highly developed social connection between the producers promotes the formation of a collectivist psychology in the working class. At the same time, certain sections of the proletariat in the capitalist countries are infected with views that contradict the objective needs and aims of their class. By its nature, personal interest need not necessarily depart from the common interest of the class or social group, just as national interest, which exists as long as nations exist, need not necessarily stand in opposition to the interests of another nation. All these oppositions and conflicts are in the final analysis brought about by the existence of private property. The bourgeoisie plays on personal interest, on a person's attachment to his nation, and seeks to divert the attention of the masses from the struggle against capital to the struggle between individuals and groups, and also to the struggle between nations and races. Hence the importance of the socialist ideology for the working class movement. This ideology develops the consciousness of the revolutionary class, keeps it from being corrupted by individualism and nationalism, and introduces ideas of collectivism and socialist internationalism. The consciousness and experience of the advanced section of a given class greatly influence its ideology, its development and enrichment. Structure and forms of social consciousness 343. v. 3 forms of social consciousness. Their social function and specific features. In class society, the social consciousness assumes various forms: social, political, and legal theories and beliefs, science, philosophy, morals, art and religion. Each of these forms has its own particular object and mode of reflection, influences people's social existence and consciousness in its own particular way, and is characterized by its specific role in the ideological and political struggle between classes. At the early stages of development of society, social consciousness was not broken down into separate forms. The harsh existence of primitive man with its extremely low level of material production had its correspondingly primitive and undifferentiated consciousness. Mental work had not yet been separated from manual labor, and people's consciousness was directly interwoven with the material activity and the material intercourse of men, the language of real life. 1 But the rudiments of such forms of social consciousness as art, morality, and religion are to be found at certain stages of the development of labor activity, even in pre-class society. With further division of labor, the appearance of private property, classes, and the state, social life became much more complex, and so did social consciousness. The division of labor into physical and intellectual, and the monopolization of the latter by the ruling class signified an increasing separation of social consciousness from men's material practice. Consciousness became relatively independent of social existence. It could now be regarded as completely independent of existence and even primary in relation to existence. It could proceed to the formation of pure theory. 7. Theology, philosophy, morality, etc. 1-2 In reality, all these pure forms of consciousness in some way or other expressed the real conditions or relationships of class society and acted as the ideological reflection of the interests of certain classes. We shall now briefly examine the separate forms of social consciousness, their specific features and functions, in connection with the historical conditions and social needs that brought them into existence. Political and legal consciousness. The questions of political and legal consciousness were broadly dealt with in the previous chapters, when we considered classes, the political organization of society, and revolution. Here we shall deal only with the specific nature of these two forms of consciousness from the standpoint of how they reflect the economic structure. Political ideology is the systematist, theoretical expression of the views of a definite class concerning the political organization of society, the forms of state, the relations between various classes and social groups, their role in the life of society, relations with other states and nations, and so on. It is a vital weapon in the struggle for political power, in the defense, substantiation, and reinforcement of a definite political order and its economic foundation. Closely connected with political ideology is legal ideology, which is the systematist theoretical expression of the legal consciousness of a class, i.e., its views on the nature and purpose of legal relationships, norms, and institutions, on questions of legislation, the courts, the procurator's office, and so on. Its purpose is to defend or establish the legal order corresponding to the interests of that class. Like any form of theoretical consciousness, political and legal ideologies express their propositions in logical form and rely on the previous development of the given branch of knowledge. They are expressed in specialized works on the theory of state and law. but in dealing with the political consciousness we are concerned not only with political doctrines and theories, but also with political programs and platforms, with political strategy and tactics. Their essential character is most clearly demonstrated by the example of the activity of the Marxist-Leninist parties. Their programs, based on the theory of Marxism-Leninism, show the ultimate aim of the working class movement. Their strategy also sets definite goals for the movement over longer or shorter periods, is guided by the programs and takes into consideration the correlation of the contesting forces. Their tactics help to work out a definite line of conduct for any specific situation. The aims that are set by classes in their political programs and platforms, in their strategy and tactics, express the interests and aspirations of these classes, their will, as dictated by the material conditions of their life. At the present time, communist political and legal ideas exert an ever-increasing progressive influence on social life. They mold the consciousness and will of the masses in accordance with the fundamental needs of social development and are essential for building the new society and internationally uniting the working class in its struggle against imperialism. Marxism-Leninism has not only laid the scientific foundation for an understanding of the class essence of the various ideological conceptions, political, legal, and so on, it has also placed the political and legal ideologies of the working class, its entire political activity, on a scientific basis. Morality. Morality plays a special role in molding consciousness and will and regulating human behavior. The rudiments of morality appeared even in primitive society. Having freed the individual from his tribal fetters and brought him into a more complex set of social relationships, class society stimulated the development of individual self-consciousness and confronted the individual with a multitude of new problems. These problems concerned the attitude to be taken towards the new social community, towards the people of a certain class, towards the state, etc. They had a significance that went far beyond the previous customs and traditions of the clan or tribe. In other words, new norms of behavior were required and various beliefs came into being concerning these new norms as well as the old customs and traditions. As the moral life of society became more complex, specific moral codes and doctrines came into being. For a long period they were mainly of a religious nature. With the development of philosophy, morality became a branch of philosophical knowledge, forming the subject of ethics. The developed moral consciousness, the individual's awareness of his connection with other people in his everyday life, is part of the individual's general world outlook and, in some way or another, is connected with the solution of the questions of the essence of man, his position and role in the surrounding world, his ideas concerning the meaning of his life, of good and evil, the moral ideal and moral values. The choice of a course of action and its evaluation involve meditations and psychological experiences concerning the moral character of these actions. A person educated in the spirit of a certain morality is himself conscious of his moral duty, can himself judge his actions, and morally condemns himself for choosing the wrong course, for shirking his obligations, his duty. Man's moral self-consciousness, his awareness of personal responsibility for his behavior, for his course of action, his evaluation of 346. His own behavior are expressed in conscience. The specific feature of morality as a way of regulating human conduct is that it does not rely directly on any special institutions designed to enforce moral standards. Morality is supported by the force of persuasion, example, public opinion, education, traditions, by the moral authority of individuals, organizations, or institutions. Moral standards are therefore not as detailed and strictly regulated as judicial or organizational norms. At the same time, they extend to relationships between people that are not regulated by any state agencies or social organizations. By influencing the individual, his psychology and consciousness, it performs its function as a regulator of behavior and helps to create corresponding moral relations between people at work, in everyday life and social intercourse. Moral standards and judgments extend to the behavior of classes, peoples, states, etc. The moral consciousness is for millions of people a powerful stimulus to action. For this reason a revolutionary party is bound to be concerned about its formation. The revolutionary criticism of the declining system includes its moral as well as political exposure. Its purpose is to awaken the anger of the masses against the system, inspire them with faith in their strength, and in the victory of the new system. From what has been said we may define morality as a system of views and ideas, standards, and judgments concerning the regulation of individual behavior, the coordination of the actions of individuals with the interests of other people or a certain community, of ways of educating people, of creating and reinforcing certain moral qualities and relationships. In performing these functions morality transforms its standards and judgments into people's inner motives, their moral feelings and qualities, into awareness of personal obligations and personal responsibilities. The ethical systems elaborated by the ideologists of certain classes, like their morality, bear the stamp of their time, of the specific features of those classes. Ethics in the past was primarily concerned with the grounds for moral behavior. Pre-Marxist ethics inferred the demands of moral behavior from allegedly eternal human nature, which it regarded as either altruistic or egoistical. Accordingly, precedence was given either to the individual's interest, usually idealized, or the general interest, which also took the idealized form of a universal moral law to which man had to subordinate his personal aspirations and desires. Pre-Marxist ethics sought, but could not find, ways of combining personal and social interest, happiness and duty, selfishness and self-sacrifice. In the bourgeois countries of Europe at the end of the last century Engels observed three types of morality: feudal Christian, bourgeois, and proletarian. The first had been inherited by bourgeois society from the Middle Ages, the second was the predominant morality of the existing capitalist society, and the third expressed the interests of the future. What is the connection between the first two systems of morality? Main connection is that they are both founded on private property as the pillar of society. Hence the inevitability of the first becoming adapted to the second. As the American sociologist Jeremy Davis put it, the result of the interlocking control of religion by capitalistic interests has been that ethical standards of the Christian community have largely conformed to the ethical standards of capitalism. 1. The question is often asked whether there exist in class society the moral standards that are essential for any human community. Yes, such standards do exist. There are certain simple standards of human morality that take shape in the process of the entire historical development of the peoples. They are to protect the community from any excesses that may threaten it, they demand elementary honesty in everyday intercourse, and so on. While man continues to be exploited by man, while imperialism with its policy of oppression and robbery of the peoples continues to exist, these simple standards of morality and justice are inevitably violated. The bourgeoisie pays lip service to them but ignores them in the event. Only socialism and communism make the general human standards of morally inviolable rules of life in the relations between individuals and between nations. One of the most important results of the development of Soviet society since the October Revolution of 1917 is the formation of a new type of person, a builder of the new society, a Soviet patriot and internationalist, who combines ideological conviction with vital energy, culture, knowledge, and the ability to apply them. This person lives in a truly free society, in the morally healthy atmosphere of collectivism and comradeship, friendship between peoples and nations, and socialist humanism that characterize the way of life of the builders of communism, the Soviet way of life. Communist morality expresses the humanist mission of the working class and progressive forces of contemporary society to establish in the world genuinely human relations between people. It embodies the finest achievements of human moral progress and is the highest stage yet attained in this field. Its most general principles unite the working people in the struggle for the new society. In striving for this new society, the working class fights at the same time for the new man, for the new morals. His morality has a class character, but its aim is to liberate all mankind from all forms of oppression and slavery. 7. When this aim is achieved, morality will lose its class character. In the words of Engels, morality which stands above class antagonisms and above any recollection of them becomes possible only at a stage of society which has not only overcome class antagonisms but has even forgotten them in practical life. 5.1. Art. Art, like science, is acquiring ever greater significance in the spiritual life of contemporary society. Art is one of the most ancient forms of social consciousness. It dates back to pre-class society. The study of primitive cultures shows that beginning from the Paleolithic period, people gradually learned not only how to make and improve the tools they needed but also how to create works of art. Labor perfected man's creative abilities, developed his thinking, exercised his hands, differentiated his feelings and developed the desire for fine work, for rhythm and symmetry. It fashioned the ability to generalize and to reproduce objects and phenomena in the form of imagery. The result of thousands of years of toil was that art became possible as a form of aesthetic perception of the world, as activity creating objects designed not for tilling the soil or hunting animals but for embodying the creative imagination of man, his ideas and feelings. The need that art satisfied was the need for beauty, for creating things that would delight people. This need itself developed with the development of artistic activity as one of the forms of people's creative activity. The latter demanded specific aesthetic abilities, cultivated aesthetic feelings, tastes, evaluations, experiences, and ideas, which are a specific form of human reflection of the world. In class society 7, art became an independent field of activity. 7, isolated from material production. The exclusive concentration of artistic talent in particular individuals, and its suppression in the broad mass which is bound up with this, is a consequence of division of labor. 1-2 Art became largely the occupation of an elite: poets, artists, sculptors, musicians, etc. It was subjected to specialized theoretical analyses. A new philosophical science appeared: aesthetics, the study of man's perception of beauty, its essence and laws. Art began to be studied in its various branches. Outside the professional sphere, art developed in the form of folk art, which had deep roots in pre-class society and in the course of the centuries had produced unfading artistic values. One of the fundamental questions of aesthetics and the study of art is the question of the relationship of the aesthetic consciousness and art to reality. This question has received various answers from philosophers, art theoreticians and artists themselves. The materialist theories in aesthetics maintain that reality is the determining factor in the formation of the aesthetic consciousness. The idealists, on the contrary, assume that aesthetic consciousness and art are independent of social relations. However, the historical development of aesthetic notions testifies to the fact that they differ considerably among people of different classes and different epochs. In reply to the assertion of the indisputability of the ancient ideal of beauty embodied in the Venus de Milo, Plekhanov remarked that the primitive artists, judging by many of their drawings that have survived, would have been quite unable to find any beauty in this image, and that medieval art was very far from recognizing this ideal. But even in the drawings of primitive man we find something that gives us aesthetic pleasure. Concerning ancient art, Marx wrote that its works still give us aesthetic pleasure and are in certain respects regarded as a standard and unattainable ideal. 1 He linked this with the notion of Greek art as the wonderful childhood of mankind, which would always fascinate and delight us as a stage in our own development never to be repeated. It possessed features that were of universal human significance. On the other hand, capitalist production, though at a far higher technical level than that of the ancients, is, as Marx said, hostile to certain branches of spiritual production, for example, art and poetry. 12 The works of the great West European writers of the 19th century, Stendhal, Balzac, Hugo, Dickens and others, could grow in the soil of capitalist society only as a direct or indirect expression of protest against the conditions of that society, which disfigure man and rob him of his individuality. The dependence of art and aesthetic views on social conditions is thus highly complex. There are many intermediate links between the situation and the interests of a given class and their artistic reflection. Point 1. The social and political struggle and its reflection in various forms of consciousness and also the psychology of certain sections of society play a tremendous role in this respect. The artistic representation of reality is also greatly influenced by the individuality of the artist himself, his talent and skill, his world outlook and the school of art to which he belongs, his links with certain traditions, etc. It may be taken as a general law of the development of art that the most significant works of art, which form part of the golden treasury 7 human culture, have been artistic embodiments of living truth, of the progressive ideals and aspirations of the people of a certain epoch. The national form of art helps artists to express the advanced ideas of their time, as long as the artist, while remaining a son of his own people, does not scorn the achievements of other peoples. If we fail to consider the effects that cultures have on one another, there will be much that we shall be unable to comprehend in the culture of both past and present. Progressive art serves simultaneously the interests of its own people and of mankind, its own time and the future. Art that is bound up with the life of the people is a powerful factor in social progress. It performs its function through artistic perception of the world, through the satisfaction of man's aesthetic needs. It reflects reality in artistic images and through them influences people's thoughts and feelings, their aspirations, actions, and behavior. The best works of art are passed on from one generation to another and serve both as a means of knowing social life and as a means of the ideological, aesthetic, and moral education of new generations. In aesthetic thought there have existed and continue to exist theories that reject the social role of art and regard art as an end in itself. Such theories usually express the artist's dissatisfaction with his social environment and lead him, under certain conditions, to reject any social protest and become involved in a one-sided enthusiasm for formalistic experimentation and the like. The subject of artistic expression is for the most part the life of society, of man, and the sphere of human relations. Art also portrays nature. But even such portrayal always implies human feelings, emotions, moods, and so on. The artist does not photograph nature, he perceives it aesthetically. He discovers in nature that which is beautiful, splendid, or ugly on the basis not only of the actual qualities of objects but through his own perceptions, by applying his own yardstick. When a person calls this or that object of nature magnificent, he is expressing both the objective nature of the object and the impression it produces. The task of art, Balzac wrote, lies not in copying nature but in expressing it. No artist, poet, or sculptor should separate the impression from the cause, for they are both inseparably part of each other. One, he did not mean just a casual, subjective impression but grasping the spirit, soul, and face of things and beings. Point 1-2 This demand is all the more applicable to the portrayal of people, their inner world and social intercourse. The portrayal of the ugly and beautiful, the tragic and the comic, the heroic and the trivial in the life of society and man presupposes a profound knowledge of social reality, its development and meaning. The aesthetic yardstick that the artist uses to measure reality is not simply a manifestation of his subjective will. It is molded in the process of the whole social historical practice of mankind. Thus the cognitive significance of art must be considered in connection with its ideological and aesthetic function. When the artist reproduces reality in the form of images, he makes an ideological and aesthetic evaluation of reality, that is, he expresses his attitude to it in accordance with his aesthetic ideal, his notions of the beautiful. This shows how important it is that these notions should correspond to the objective qualities of reality and be based on a true understanding of the paths of its development and transformation. The artist is tendentious even in his selection of material for a work of art, not to mention the fact that he pronounces his judgment upon phenomena of social life, advocates one thing and condemns another, awakens certain feelings and aspirations. From what has been said, we may define art as a specific aesthetic form of social consciousness and perception of reality, its artistic cognition and evaluation, as a special form of man's creative activity. In Lenin's view, art should be a faithful reflection of its time, a source of joy and inspiration to the millions. It should unite their feelings, thoughts, and will enrich them spiritually and bring out the artist in them. As socialist society advances, the role of literature and art in the formation of people's world outlook, their ethical and aesthetic education and the development of their best traits proportionately increases. Art that is linked with the interests of the people and socialism seeks to fulfill such a mission. Though it is far from imposing on the artist any strict demands that would limit the range of his thought or imagination, it sees its task in serving the millions of people who are fighting for a better future. Herein lies the partisanship of art and its true freedom. Such art cannot be adapted either to the tastes of a handful of snobs or to primitive tastes. The workers and peasants, said Lenin, have gained the right to a real and great art. Religion. Marx and Engels regarded religion and philosophy the phones of social consciousness that express people's view of the world as the forms farthest removed from the economic basis. Religion is of more ancient origin than philosophy. Its emergence in pre-class society was conditioned by the low development of production and production relations. The early forms of religion are connected with the deification of natural forces, plants, and animals. Vestiges of these forms survive even in later religions. Thus the Greek god Zeus, although endowed with human features, could turn into a bull, an eagle, or a swan. The Egyptian god Anubis had a humman body and the head of a dog. From the deification and worship of the phenomena of nature, people go on to deify social forces, and this accordingly produces a change in the functions of the gods. In ancient Greek mythology, Mars was at first the god of vegetation, and afterwards became the god of war, while Hephaestus was at first the god of fire and later became the god of metalworking. The history of religion also shows that among no people did religion ever begin with monotheism, with the doctrine of one God, as certain theologists have maintained. On the contrary, monotheism was preceded by polytheism, involving the worship of several gods. In wars between peoples, the gods of the conquered yielded place to the gods of the conquerors, who often assumed some of the features of the gods of the vanquished people. The uniting of tribes and nationalities brought about combinations or even the merging of gods. When large monarchical states were formed, the multiplicity of religious faiths that had been characteristic of tribal unions and the early type of state was replaced by the worship of one Almighty God, which assumed the attributes of all the other gods. Just as the helplessness of primitive man in the struggle against nature engenders faith in supernatural beings, so does the helplessness of the people of class-divided society in the face of the blind forces of social development engender a similar faith. In capitalist society, the socially downtrodden condition of the working masses and their apparently complete helplessness in the face of the blind forces of capitalism, are, according to Lenin, the deepest root of religion. Man is a wretched creature in the face of these mighty forces, a slave of God, craving favors of the Almighty. In addition to faith in the supernatural and fantastic notions of the world and man, a major role in all religions is played by religious worship, by certain rituals, which have their origin in primitive magic. Primitive man tried to make natural forces fulfill his desires and intentions by the performance of magical ceremonies. Religious people today seek consolation and help from God through rituals and obedience to certain prohibitions laid down by the modern religions. Sorcerers, witch doctors, etc., were the intermediaries between people and occult forces in primitive society. Class society brings into being a special professional group of servants of religion, priests. The church acquires great power over men's minds. Its ideological influence is reinforced by its connection with the state and by the establishment of one particular faith as the state religion. Religious worship is further developed, and the ceremonial of religious services involving music and song plays an important part in fostering religious feelings and strengthening the faith. The three elements of religion, religious notions, religious feelings, and worship and ritual, vary in importance depending on the social conditions. Religion is the most conservative ideological form in that it rests on the eternal and immutable dogmas of religious faith. At the same time, history shows us that under the influence of great social upheavals, some religions are supplanted by others. The ancient religions were conquered by Christianity in the period of the decline of slave society. Moreover, Christianity inherited certain features from the old religions, for example, recognition of the Old Testament of Judaism, and the myths of the Oriental peoples, concerning the suffering, death, and resurrection of the gods, all this being rolled into one with vulgarist versions of Greek philosophy, particularly that of the Stoics. Having emerged in the Roman Empire as the religion of the poor and oppressed masses, Christianity subsequently became the official ideology of the ruling classes and lost certain essential features of early Christianity, its democratic spirit, its disapproval of rites and ceremony, etc. With the development of feudalism, Christianity grew into the religious counterpart to it with a corresponding feudal hierarchy. One in the 16th century, on the basis of the growth and consolidation of the bourgeoisie, Protestantism with its idea of direct communion between God and man, its appeal to the individual, broke away from the feudal Christian Catholic Church. The development of capitalism compelled Catholicism, while preserving its dogma, to adapt itself to the new conditions and evolve its own social doctrine designed to reconcile labor and capital, justify colonialism, and so on. Today all branches of Christianity, and other religions, are undergoing a process of adaptation to the new conditions connected with the development of science and technology and the profound revolutionary processes in the life of society. At certain periods of history, revolutionary movements of the oppressed have given a religious form to their demands, as was the case in the Middle Ages, for example. In the contemporary world, too, one observes a certain activization of social movements under religious banners, an intensification of the activity of religious organizations in both West and East. Various movements under the banner of Islam have assumed a mass character, and the Muslim clergy is particularly active politically. What is the social role of religion today? Is it progressive or recessionary? There is no unambiguous answer to this question. It has to be considered in specific cases because religion is used by various classes and social strata for their political aims. The exploiters use religion as a means of diverting the working people's spiritual energies and strengthening their own rule. The masses may use religion as an ideological weapon against reaction. It is wrong there. For to label the supporters of every religiously inspired movement political reactionaries. Today the fight against reaction and for social progress is being taken up by masses of believers, workers, clergy, and others. In other words, progressive actions often assume a religious form, and this is particularly characteristic of the developing countries. Left-wing tendencies are especially apparent among the clergy and religious organizations of Latin America. In the West, religious organizations, the clergy, and believers in general are becoming more and more active in the anti-war movement. But the positive social content that in certain historical periods took the form of religious consciousness does not negate the basic proposition that religious consciousness is a perverted consciousness, and for this reason religion can never be an adequate form of expression of the essential interests of the masses and the meaning of human life. Marxism took up the banner of militant atheism from the old materialists and developed their criticism of religion on the basis of the latest discoveries of natural and social science. It revealed the social roots of religion in class society and showed that the struggle to free the masses from the spiritual captivity of religion is not merely a matter of atheistic education, as was assumed by the early materialists. It should be, above all, a struggle against the conditions that engender or maintain the religious consciousness. Only on this basis can there be really fruitful atheistic enlightenment, which is an inseparable part of the work of building a scientific world outlook. Communist society will forever liberate people from the religious view of the world. The experience of building the new society shows, however, that even after the social roots of the religious worldview have been undermined and the Church has lost its former political and ideological role, religion continues to influence the backward sections of the population. Hence it is the duty of the conscious builders of the new society to carry on systematic atheistic work, relying on social experience, science, and on the scientific philosophical world outlook. But the PRD warns that the feelings of religious people should never be insulted and that administrative measures of coercion, should not be applied in any campaign against religious prejudices. In relation to the socialist state, religion is private affair and the constitutions of the socialist countries guarantee citizens freedom of conscience. In the socialist countries, religious people are as a rule active participants in the building of a new society. Structure and forms of social consciousness. 356. In the struggle against the forces of imperialism and reaction, the struggle for peace, democracy, and socialism, the communists strive to unite all working people regardless of differences in their world outlooks. 4. The relative independence of social consciousness. Connection and mutual influence of its forms. Social consciousness is determined by social existence and yet it possesses a certain relative independence. When radical changes occur in the economic structure, this does not mean that corresponding changes in social consciousness follow automatically. There is a continuity of development and also interaction between the various forms of consciousness, both in social psychology and ideology. First, we must note the tremendous part played by tradition and habit in people's consciousness, particularly in ordinary consciousness. A distinction should be made, however, between the habits and traditions that hinder the development of the new forms of life and new consciousness, and those that should be preserved and further encouraged. The assimilation of progressive traditions and habits is of great importance for social progress. The process of reform of the social consciousness does not always occur with the same ease and rapidity among different social groups, or even among the individuals of one particular group. Even in socialist society we encounter negative attitudes in the consciousness of certain individuals or even sections of society. The force of habit in millions and tens of millions is a most formidable force, one wrote Lenin, referring to the stultified consciousness evolved by centuries of private ownership. Habits of this kind, hangovers from the past in people's consciousness, continue to exist even when the economic foundations of their existence have disappeared. Such, for example, are greed, graft, drunkenness, idleness, profiteering, red tape, etc. The Communist Party and all progressive, politically conscious citizens are waging and must continue to wage a ruthless struggle against such negative factors. The relative independence of consciousness in the development of ideology has certain characteristic features. The fact that ideology is a systematist assembly of ideas is reflected in its history. Although its development is ultimately determined by economic development, every form of ideology and every form of social consciousness has its own continuity. For example, political ideology depends on the basis to a greater degree than philosophy. The latter reflects the basis less directly and therefore has relatively greater independence of development. Advanced ideology poses the most pressing questions of social development and in this sense anticipates its objective course, but this should not be interpreted as meaning that consciousness ceases to be determined by existence. The point is that consciousness reveals certain tendencies of development of social existence and more or less accurately reflects them. Being able to foresee the processes and tendencies of development makes it possible to use the transforming power of progressive social ideas and testifies to their active role in social development. The relative independence of social consciousness is also expressed in the interconnection and reciprocal influence of its forms. This means that in the history of one or another ideological form, which is ultimately determined by economic development, certain problems arise and are solved in connection with the development of other ideological forms as well. Certain forms of consciousness that provide the fullest concentration of the consciousness of a given society come to the fore in every historical epoch. We know that in the Greece of the 5th century BC philosophy and art played a particularly important part in social consciousness. In the Europe of the Middle Ages religion exerted the predominant influence on philosophy, morals, art, and the political and legal outlook. Medieval philosophy was the bondmaid of theology. Even materialist and atheistic thought could in those days appear only in theological guise. In the conditions of capitalist society religion has relatively less influence on people's hearts and minds, and there is a considerable growth in the role of secular ideology, philosophical, political, and legal beliefs and theories to which religion has to adapt itself. At certain periods the various forms of social consciousness have served as most important instruments for the propaganda of political ideas, as a means of political struggle. In France in the second half of the 18th century, in Germany at the turn of the 19th, and in Russia from 1840 to 1870, philosophy and literature became the main arena of political struggle for the progressive social forces that strove to solve the vital problems of social development, including those of man's own development, his 358. Liberation from the fetters of medieval, feudal relationships. This role of philosophy and literature in the political struggle sprang not only from the specific conditions of the economic and political development of these countries, but also from the profound, organic link between progressive philosophy, progressive art, and the life of the people, their longing for freedom. The connection between philosophy and art is not confined to their interaction, direct or indirect. Great works of art always contain profound philosophical meditations on the world and man. History furnishes many examples of works in which philosophical thought and artistic creativity are combined, in which the philosopher emerges as a novelist or poet. Such are the philosophical tales of Voltaire, some of the works of Diderot, and Chernyshevsky's What is to be Done? We have already spoken of the relationship between philosophy and religion. It may be added that idealist philosophy quite often not only aligned itself with religion but also evolved directly into a religious philosophy and merged with religion. In certain cases substantial elements of a philosophical system have contributed to the foundation of a new religious doctrine. The interaction between religion and art, between religion and immorality has compelled attention from time immemorial. To this day we hear assertions that religion was the source of both art and morality. Studies of the history of primitive culture, however, show that the origin and development of art and morality are connected with certain social conditions and needs of which we have already spoken. For many centuries religion played the part of mankind's official moral mentor, but this does not imply that morality arose on the basis of religion, or that it cannot exist without religion. The aesthetic value of many paintings and sculptures on religious themes is not a derivative of these themes. They were created by outstanding artists and, like the Parthenon and the Gothic cathedrals, remain works of art that give us aesthetic pleasure irrespective of religious feelings. All forms of social consciousness and also the various spheres of natural science, contribute to the formation of people's world outlook. The fundamental questions of world outlook throughout the history of class society have been answered in various ways by religion and philosophy from definite social positions. Political and legal ideologies exert a considerable influence on people's world outlook. Unlike the types of world outlook that dominate society with antagonistic classes in various periods, Marxism-Leninism is a fully integrated scientific world outlook, hostile to superstition, prejudice, reaction, and oppression. Socialist society, having abolished exploitation of man by man, has eliminated the gap between world outlook and growth of scientific knowledge, and between the growth of scientific knowledge and the predominant morality, a gap that was characteristic of class-divided society. The Communist Party believes the forming of communist world outlook, the education of the masses in the ideas of Marxism-Leninism, to be crucial to the whole ideological and educational task. Its aim is that these ideas should take possession of the masses and inspire them to play an active creative part in building the new society, in developing the new relations between people and in establishing communist morality. 5. Social and individual consciousness. The general conditions of the social environment in which certain people live determine the unity of their views and aspirations, which is based on the unity of their interests. And even a consensus of opinion will always find individual expression among individuals. Sharing a certain social origin and status with others offers the individual only the possibility of a corresponding social orientation. It is by no means an absolute guarantee of such an orientation. The point is that individual consciousness has a biography that differs from the biography of the social consciousness. The social consciousness is governed by social laws. Its history necessarily follows the history of social existence, and any changes that occur in the social consciousness are ultimately determined by corresponding changes in social existence. The individual consciousness is born and dies with the individual himself. It expresses the unique features of his path in life, the peculiarities of his upbringing, and various political and ideological influences. For the individual consciousness, the objective environment which influences its formation is the result of the interaction of its macro-environment, social existence, and the micro-environment, the conditions of life of a certain section within a class, a social group, and 360. Also the immediate environment and, finally, the conditions of personal life. The individual consciousness is also influenced by such factors as the level of the individual's development, his personal character, etc. All other conditions being equal, the specific paths of the individual's development determine the difference between his spiritual world and that of other individuals and create a wealth of human individualities. The social consciousness and the individual consciousness are constantly interacting and enriching each other. Every individual throughout his life, through relationships with other people, through education and training, experiences the influence of the social consciousness, although his attitude towards this influence is not passive but active and selective. The norms of consciousness evolved historically by society nourish the individual spiritually, influence his beliefs and become the source of his moral precepts, his aesthetic notions and feelings. Social consciousness does not merely enter individual minds, it is a collective mind, a unique and complex synthesis of individual minds. According to Engels, human thought exists only as the individual thought of many milliards of past, present and future men. The total thought of all these human beings. One certain beliefs or ideas emanating from an individual may become, and do become, the possession of society, acquire the significance of a social force, when they reach beyond the bounds of personal existence and become part of the general consciousness, forming the beliefs and standards of behavior of other people. Hence the need for society to show concern for the development of the individual, his gifts and creative abilities. The character of the social system has a decisive influence on the individual's assimilation of the achievements of social thought and on his own social response. Where the ruling class has a monopoly of education, the broad masses are, in effect, deprived of the ability to broaden their mental horizons and to develop their inherent talents to the full. Only in socialist society do the masses of the working people acquire the opportunity of showing their creative initiative in all spheres of activity, and thus enriching the common fund of knowledge and experience of society. In contemporary capitalist society, the ruling class, as we shall see later, uses all available media for conditioning the mass consciousness and public opinion, but the development of the democratic and socialist forces of society increases their role in forming public opinion, designed to combat the omnipotence of the monopolies, militarism and war, racial persecution, etc. Public opinion in class society thus inevitably reflects the struggle for class interests and ideologies. The characteristic feature of Soviet society is the people's moral and political unity. This is not to say, of course, that under socialism there is no conflict of opinions on various questions. By drawing the working people into the administration of the state and developing socialist democracy, socialism offers every citizen the opportunity of expressing his opinion on any question of social life. Thus, not every conflict of opinions is ideological conflict. The ideological struggle between the two social systems, however, does occupy a highly important place in the life of society, particularly in the present age. 6. The struggle of ideas in the present epoch. The history of society testifies to the tremendous role played by ideas in its development. This role has varied in importance in various periods. It depends on the character of social relations, on the basis of which certain ideas arise, on the historical role of the class that produces these ideas, on the degree of their correctness, the accuracy of their reflection of the urgent needs of social development, and on the spreading of these ideas among the masses, on their influence over the masses, which is not always equivalent to their correctness. The role of progressive social ideas in conditions of imminent and actual deep-going social change may be significant even when these ideas express the needs of social development not in scientific form, but, for example, in the form of an abstract demand for justice that has become a part of the mass consciousness. Concerning ideas of this kind, Engels wrote that, though fallacious in the formal economic sense, they contain truth from the standpoint of world history. Ideas influence the development of society not by themselves but through the activity of men. Ideas can never lead beyond an old world system. Ideas cannot carry anything out at all. In order to carry out ideas, men are needed who dispose of a certain practical force. The history of society since its division into antagonistic classes is also the history of the struggle of ideas, progressive and reactionary, acute at turning points, when the foundations of the old society are crumbling and the new social forces, the progressive classes, are emerging on the historical scene. The current aim of the bourgeoisie and its ideologists is to combat the revolutionary movement of the working class and all working people. In this struggle, the bourgeoisie does everything it can to embellish capitalism and present capital's domination of the mass of the working people as a free society, a society based on the rule of law, an affluent society, and so on, all of which does not prevent the imperialists in certain circumstances from putting reactionary 7 military juntas in power and introducing regimes that terrorize the masses and play havoc with the working people's most elementary rights. Bourgeois ideologists devote their main effort to instilling a belief in the unshakability of the foundations of the society based on private ownership of the means of production, as a society whose improvement offers a reliable source of social progress and prosperity. Carefully differentiated methods of influencing people, appealing often not so much to reason as to the emotions, are devised. Use is made of the huge apparatus for the ideological brainwashing of the masses known as the mass media, and their mass effect is to produce a certain social consciousness, a general orientation towards standard models of behavior, opinion, and reasoning that are profitable to the monopolies and the government and tend to create a type of person that is easy to manipulate. The so-called mass culture disseminated by the mass media is designed to achieve this aim and is no indication of any real desire to raise the cultural level of the masses. Mass culture should not be confused with the creative activity of the people or with genuine professional art. For the most part it consists of commercially profitable potted entertainment and is one of the means of diverting the masses from the real problems of social life, from any thought about the need to change it. A stream of slander is directed at the countries of the socialist community with the aim of discrediting their material and cultural achievements, their social system, their home and foreign policy, the Marxist-Leninist theory. Another thing is the visible sharpening of the ideological struggle, the 26th Congress of the CPSU. Noted. For the West, it is not confined to the battle of ideas. It employs a whole system of means designed to subvert or soften up the socialist world. 1. The imperialists and their accomplices smear and twist everything that goes on in the socialist countries in order to turn people away from socialism. Particularly noteworthy is the fact that besides preaching ruthless anti-communism, the reactionary forces seek to undermine the principle of peaceful coexistence of countries with different social systems and to torpedo détente. The countries of the socialist community and progressive forces of all countries are fighting to make this principle a reality. The Communist Party of the Soviet Union and the communists of other countries have made a great contribution to this cause. Hawkish militarist circles led by American imperialism have launched an unprecedented arms drive and are pushing humanity towards the brink of disaster. They are putting its very future at stake. In view of the seriousness of the international situation, the 26th Congress of the CPSU proposed a concrete program for strengthening peace, a peace program for the 1980s, which is today a focal point of world opinion. It envisages measures for reducing both nuclear missile and conventional weapons, and proposals on how to settle existing and avert new conflicts and crisis situations, and is permeated with a desire to deepen détente and develop peaceful cooperation among all continents. The appeal of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR to the parliaments and peoples of the world stresses, The safeguarding of peace has always been and remains the supreme aim of the foreign policy of the Soviet Union. 1. The peace program is further developed in the daily foreign policy activity of that tireless fighter for peace Leonid Brezhnev. Specifically in his reply to a question from a Pravda correspondent, in his replies to the questions from the editors of the West German magazine Der Spiegel, 3. and in his speeches during the visit to the FRG, the Soviet foreign policy program is profoundly and concretely expressed and consistently disposes of the arguments peddled by the instigators of war. Prevention of war presupposes an ideological offensive against the forces of war, unflagging efforts to spread knowledge of the peaceful foreign policy line of the CPSU and other fraternal PAR ties, and resolute exposure of the anti-humane, anti-popular nature of contemporary capitalism. The Conference of CC Secretaries of the Communist and Workers' Parties of the Socialist countries emphasized. The current international situation demands more than at any other time united effort on the part of the socialist counter-rise, all peace-loving forces, all the peoples, in order to bar the road to war and safeguard détente, security and peace on this planet. To avert the danger of war and develop international cooperation, it is necessary to overcome the influence of reactionary militarist propaganda on the minds of many people in the non-socialist countries, to consistently and logically explain the progressive, peaceful character of the socialist countries' foreign policies. 1. As Leonid Brezhnev observed, the more aggressive the policies of imperialism become, the more resolutely the peoples rise against it. They are expressing their protests and indignation in Europe, in Asia, in Africa, and in America. These united efforts are quite capable of thwarting the schemes of those who seek to trigger a new war. Defending as always the fundamental aim of the World Communist Movement, the creation of a just society throughout the world, the Communists in their ideology and their policies give precedence to the most urgent tasks of defending peace and democracy and the general human moral values that are being trampled by the forces of reaction, fascism, and militarism. Under these conditions, the struggle between the bourgeois and socialist ideologies has assumed tremendous global importance. It is a struggle for minds and hearts, for guidance of the historical development of mankind. It demands of us a deep understanding of the international significance of Marxist-Leninist theory, and defense of its principles, its creative development. There is no place here for neutralism or compromise. The struggle of ideas is one of the forms of the class struggle. It is a struggle in which the world of socialism opposes its principles and values to those of the bourgeois world. Thus the principle of social property and social good is opposed to that of private property, the principle of solidarity and collectivism to that of individualism and selfishness, the principle of internationalism and socialist patriotism to that of nationalism and chauvinism, the principle of the all-round development of the individual to intellectual impoverishment and depersonalization. In other words, the real humanism of socialist society and its ideology is set against the inhuman and anti-human nature of capitalism and its ideology. The Communist Party regards its theoretical work and the work of political education as an internationalist duty to the working class of the world and all progressive mankind. It stresses the need for a close link-up between revolutionary theory and practice, the solving of the actual problems of communist construction. Science, its place and role in the life of society. Now that we have examined the structure and forms of social consciousness in general, let us consider science, as one of its specific forms closely connected with the whole material and spiritual life of society and playing an ever-increasing role in its development. 1. Science as a special phenomenon of social life. Science comes into being only when society achieves a certain stage of immaturity, and the state of science is one of the basic indicators of social progress. The role of science in the development of the society today is so great that the 20th century is often called the scientific century 7. The definition is not exhaustive, of course. But it does have a certain justification if we consider the fact that the current scientific and technological revolution would be impossible without natural science, and that the revolutionary transformation of the capitalist system into a socialist system is impossible without the Marxist-Leninist science of society. But what is science? There is no one answer to this question, because science is a many-sided social phenomenon combining both intellectual and material factors. Nevertheless, the usual definition of science as a system of knowledge of the world gives us a starting point. All knowledge, including scientific knowledge, is regarded by Marxism as reflection of nature and social existence. All processes of nature and social life without exception may form the subject matter of scientific inquiry. 7. This is one of the things that distinguish science from such forms of social consciousness as political or legal ideology, or morality, which reflect only social relations. Science and religion are forms of man's consciousness of the world, of nature and society, that are essentially opposed to each other. Religion gives a fantasy reflection of reality, whereas science, taken as a whole, provides a true reflection of nature and society. The mistaken hypotheses and theories that arise in the process of development of science do not alter this evaluation, because error in science is either the result of the pressure of reactionary ideology or a byproduct of the quest for truth. Religion is hostile to reason, whereas science is the highest achievement of human reason, the embodiment of its strength and effectiveness. Religion appeared long before science, at an early stage of social development, when man was totally dominated by natural and social forces and was quite unable to understand and bend them to his will. The birth of science, on the other hand, is a direct result of man's increased practical power. The development of science and the increasing dominion of man over the spontaneous forces of nature and society are interconnected. As Engels observed, it is in the measure that man has learned to change nature that his intelligence has increased. 1. Thus, taking into consideration the opposition between science and religion, we can define science as a system of objectively true knowledge generalis in practice, from which it is acquired and by which it is tested. But to go any further than this, we must bear in mind also the distinction between science and ordinary everyday knowledge, and the distinction between science and art. Everyday, empirical knowledge acquired directly from practice can exist without science and apart from it. The people of ancient times, for instance, were aware that day regularly follows night or that iron is heavier than wood. Even in our days, the peasant or the craftsman in small-scale production in the economically backward countries makes do with empirical knowledge that has been handed down, from generation to generation. Such knowledge also plays a considerable part in everyday life. For example, a mother knows that her child is ill if it develops fever. The thing that distinguishes science from such empirical knowledge is that science provides knowledge not only of the individual aspects of objects and the external connections between them, but above all tells us the laws that govern nature and society. The knowledge that iron is heavier than wood may indeed be acquired without science, but the concept of specific gravity, not to mention the reason for the greater specific gravity of iron, compared, with wood, is a matter for physics and chemistry. Awareness of the fact that day follows night is instilled in our consciousness by empirical observation, but we could never explain the causes of the succession of day and night and the periodic lengthening and shortening of the days in the course of the year without astronomy. Fever as a sign of illness can be detected without the help of science, but a correct diagnosis and prescription of the necessary medicines can be made only by medical science based on biology and chemistry. Art, like science, also plays a cognitive role in respect of the phenomena of social life. Realistic art, like science, can tell us about deep-going social processes. But unlike art, which always expresses the general through the individual, the concrete, science presents the general in the form of abstract logic, by means of concepts and categories. To sum up, the specific nature of science lies in the fact that it is the highest generalization of practice, a generalization capable of embracing all phenomena of reality, and provides true knowledge of the essence of phenomena and processes, of the laws of nature and society in an abstract, logical form. The structure of science is extremely complex, but it can be reduced to three basic interacting components. First, science includes empirical knowledge, and not only the knowledge which is borrowed from ordinary consciousness for the purpose of analysis and generalization, but also the knowledge obtained through experiments and observation. New theoretical fields in natural science are usually opened up by the experimental discovery of new facts that refuse to fit into the framework of the existing theories and for some time may defy a satisfactory theoretical explanation. This was the case with the discovery of radioactivity at the end of the last century. Not until 20 years later was it explained as the conversion of chemical elements. Second, science is a sphere of theoretical knowledge. It is the business of theory to explain facts in their totality, to discover the operation of laws in empirical material and to bring these laws together in a unified system. In every field of science the process of accumulation of facts sooner or later leads to the creation of a theory as a system of knowledge, and this is a sure sign that the given field of knowledge is becoming a science in the true sense of the term. Mechanics became a science thanks to Newton, who at the end of the 17th century discovered the basic laws of the motion of bodies and built them into a system. In the second half of the last century the theory of heat evolved into thermodynamics thanks to the discovery of the law of the conservation and conversion of energy and the law of entropy, and the theory of electricity became a genuine science only when Maxwell produced a consistent theory of the electromagnetic field. The same period saw the great work performed by Marx and Engels in converting political economy and sociology into a science. The essence of science as a theoretical system is its laws, which reflect the objectively necessary, essential connections between phenomena. Another part of theoretical science consists of hypotheses, without which science cannot develop and which in the course of practical testing are either rejected or else corrected, cleansed of error, and become theories. Third and last, an inseparable part of science is its philosophical foundations and conclusions, its world outlook, in which theory finds its direct continuation and culmination. Scientific theory may have varying degrees of universality, and the greater the degree of universality the nearer the given theory comes to philosophy. It is not surprising therefore that the most important synthetic theories of natural science are distinctly philosophical in character. For example, the interpretation of the law of the conservation and conversion of energy and the law of entropy that forms the basis of thermodynamics would be impossible without an elucidation of the philosophical questions of the eternity and infinity of matter and motion, their quantitative and qualitative indestructibility. The theory of relativity establishes the connection between space, time, and matter. The quantum theory reveals the interrelation between continuity and discontinuity in the microcosm, and these are not only physical but also philosophical problems. In the social sciences the ideological factors begin to operate in the interpretation of facts, that is, at the level of theory, whereas in the natural sciences they usually function at the level of philosophical interpretation of theories. For this reason the absolute opposition of science to ideology, which is so characteristic of contemporary bourgeois philosophy and sociology, does not stand up to criticism. Nevertheless one often reads statements about the need to cleanse science of ideology, the idea being to cleanse the social sciences of Marxism and completely subordinate them to bourgeois ideology. As for natural science, both positivism and religious philosophy insist on its complete de-ideologization, although from different standpoints. The neopositivist A.J. Ayer and the neo-Thomist Joseph Moers, representing religious philosophy, agree that natural science can only measure quantities. For Ayer this is the end of cognition in general, but for Moers the essence of the phenomena of nature can be known only by philosophy and religion, so natural science can and should be freed of tasks that properly belong to philosophy. In this way both philosophies impoverish natural science and limit its scope. In actual fact science is penetrating ever deeper into the essence of Phen. 370. Omena and processes and embracing an ever wider picture of the world, and for this reason its philosophical content is steadily increasing. While it remains primarily a phenomenon of the spiritual or intellectual life of society, science is embodied in the sphere of its material life. It is a special field of human activity, both theoretical and practical. At the earliest stages of scientific development, scientists not only contemplated nature, they also acted. They invented instruments, carried out observations, made experiments, and thus gathered new facts for science. Take, for example, the ancient astronomical instrument known as the gnomon, invented by the Greeks. This was a column on a horizontal plane which they used to determine not only the altitude of the sun above the horizon but also the geographical latitude. In modern times, such forms of scientific practice as instrumental observation, and particularly experiment, have been rapidly developed, and today there is not a single science that can do without a solid experimental base. In many branches of science, this base demands tremendous expenditure and is technologically far more complex than any form of production. The huge proton synchrotrons, the spaceships and rockets, the supersensitive instruments that allow us to measure time and space in the microcosm, and much else, are all part of the experimental base of modern science. The creation of this equipment and its control is a very important aspect of practical activity. The division between theory 7 and practice in many branches of science has demanded a division of labor among scientists. For example, experimental physicists conduct experiments, control instruments and provide the first generalization of the data received, while theoretical physicists devote themselves entirely to generalizing experimental data and developing theory. The main distinguishing feature of practical activity in science is that it is subordinated to the work of acquiring knowledge, of developing theory. Needless to say, the material and spiritual factors are interwoven not only in science but in any field of human endeavor, and the dialectics of the interaction of these factors must be taken into account when considering either of them. Whereas material production and work cannot exist without the spiritual, intellectual element, no form of social consciousness can exist without the material element. This is particularly true of science, which presupposes a number of special forms of practical activity, which are often known as practical science. The existence of practical science should not, however, be taken as an argument against regarding science as primarily a phenomenon of the spiritual life of society, a special form of social consciousness. 2. The historical laws of the development of science. Natural and social sciences. The main law of science's historical development is its growing role in production and in the management of society, its growing significance in social life. In its first stage, science is already a response to practical demands, mainly those of production. Astronomy, mathematics, and mechanics were called into being by the needs of irrigation, navigation, and the building of great public works such as the pyramids, temples, and so on. Engels notes that from the very beginning the origin and development of the sciences has been determined by production. 1. But in the ancient world of the Mediterranean and in other pre-capitalist societies, science was still only in its infancy. The growth of science and its social significance proceeded very slowly and was sometimes interrupted for centuries. Thus in the Europe of the early Middle Ages many of the scientific discoveries of the ancient world were consigned to oblivion. This relatively slow development of science was due to the stagnant state of production, that is, to the fact that the basic processes of production in agriculture, stock raising, craft and building were effected with primitive manual tools and on the basis of traditional empirical knowledge inherited from previous generations. Science was also used on a very modest scale in the administration of society, although arithmetic was needed for purposes of trade and collecting taxes. Legal science, which appeared together with the codification of the common law, achieved an extremely high level in Rome, and the political and philosophical treatises of the ancients were both an important instrument of social orientation and a weapon in the political struggle between the various social forces. The second stage in the history of science begins at the end of the 15th century with the emergence in Europe of modern experimental natural sciences and the simultaneous vigorous growth of the social and political sciences and philosophy. The basic cause of this breakthrough was the conception of the new bourgeois social structure within the framework of feudalism. If, after the dark night of the Middle Ages was over, the sciences suddenly arose anew with undreamed of force, developing at a miraculous rate. Once again we owe this miracle to production, one wrote Engels. He saw this time as the starting point of the accelerated development of science, which gained in force in proportion to the square of the distance from its point of departure. 1. The enhanced role of science in social life coincides with its own vigorous progress. Moreover, in the interaction between science and production the determining role undoubtedly belongs to the latter. The growth of scientific knowledge, particularly in mechanics and mathematics in the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries, was directly connected with the needs of developing production, seafaring and trade, and paved the way for the Industrial Revolution in England in the 18th century. In its turn the transition to machine production gave science a new technical base and a powerful stimulus for further development. In the 19th century, too, the growth of natural science may be interpreted primarily as a result of the development of the productive forces of bourgeois society. Summing up the history of science, Marx observed that along with capitalist production the scientific factor is for the first time consciously developed, applied, and created on a scale of which previous epochs had not the slightest conception. 3. The period of the rise of capitalism was also marked by the growth of social sciences, which developed in the course of the bourgeoisie's class struggle against feudalism. The progress of socio-political thought was expressed, for example, in the fact that whereas the medieval peasant rebellions and even the first bourgeois revolutions in Europe had been compelled to seek the ideological grounds for their aspirations in religion, the mass movement in the French bourgeois revolution was able to base itself on the socio-political and philosophical ideas of the 18th century Enlightenment. In the 19th century the creation of the Marxist theory of scientific socialism as the highest generalization of the revolutionary movement of the working class signified a veritable revolution in the development of the social sciences. The discovery of the materialist understanding of history provided the social sciences and humanities with the theoretical basis for further progress. The founders of Marxism brought about a qualitative leap in the development of philosophy, sociology, and political economy, but the creative application of the Marxist method that was to transform the social sciences as a whole had only just begun. The third stage in the development of science and the transformation of its social role begins in the 20th century. At this stage we see not only the further acceleration of scientific progress but also a substantial change in the relationship between science and practice. The development of science now becomes the point of departure for the revolutionizing of practice, for creating new branches of production. The enhanced social role of science is an important feature of the development of society. At the same time scientific development has its own internal logic, its own intrinsic features. Science first appeared as an undivided whole. In ancient Greece, for instance, it was inseparable from philosophy. But even then the process of differentiation of scientific knowledge was already at work. This one and undivided science began to branch out into natural sciences, social sciences, mathematics, and philosophy. Mathematics occupies a special place in the system of the sciences. It is more closely connected with the natural than with the social sciences and in many cases may be regarded as one of them. On the other hand, philosophy may be considered together with the social sciences. The two fundamental groups of sciences, natural and social, have certain features in common but play a substantially different part in social life. The growing application of scientific knowledge has brought into being the so-called applied sciences. These are mainly technical sciences that study the operation of the laws of physics and chemistry in technical devices. Their rapid growth began at the close of the 19th century and they are the immediate driving force of technological progress both in production and in the war industry. They also include the agricultural and medical sciences, which study the operation and use of the laws of living nature in farming and in the treatment of disease. All these sciences are directly connected with the natural sciences. The basic function of the natural and technical sciences is to serve society by providing knowledge of nature and of man-made machines, and to help create new technical means. The various classes of society, inasmuch as they are interested in production and its development, make equal use of the laws of natural sciences and technological systems. Hence it follows that the basic content of these sciences has no class character, and the class struggle leaves its imprint on natural sciences only when philosophical questions are involved. The situation is quite different in the social sciences. Their subject matter directly influences the interests of different classes, and their basic content has therefore a class character. For example, the bourgeoisie and the working class cannot adhere to the same point of view over the question of the nature of capitalist profit, the essential nature of the state, and so on. Hence in the social sciences the battle of opinions that is usual in every science becomes a class battle as well. The development of the social sciences is directly connected, not with the growth of the productive forces, but with the development of the relations of production, and thus with the whole system of social relations, with the management of society, and for this reason class interests exert a massive influence on these sciences. In recent decades the process of differentiation of the sciences has been particularly rapid. The fundamental natural sciences are developing into complexes of increasingly numerous disciplines which gradually grow into separate specialized sciences. We are also witnessing the emergence of overlapping spheres of knowledge, which play an increasingly important part. A similar differentiation is to be observed in the social sciences as well. At the same time, however, another tendency is at work, that of integration of scientific knowledge. In the natural sciences this is expressed in the growing role of mathematics and its methods, and also that of theoretical physics. In the social sciences the same tendency finds expression in the steady conquest by Marxist theory, which is synthetic in character, of all the social sciences without exception, and also in the spread of mathematical methods in the social sciences. The tendency towards synthesis, towards the integration of science, including both its fundamental branches natural and social, is today moving from strength to strength. This tendency certainly does not imply going back to the beginning, to the undivided science of ancient times. It marks the establishment of a new, dialectical unity of all the sciences, a unity within a growing diversity. The increasing relative independence of science should also be considered one of the general features of its development. The inner resources of science are providing ever more powerful stimuli for its further development, if only because the greater the sum of accumulated knowledge the more appreciable is the pressure it exerts in posing new problems. The scientist has to master what has been created before him, and this means that he, as Engels observed, possesses in every sphere of science material which has formed itself independently out of the thought of previous generations and has gone through its own independent course of development in the brains of these successive generations. 1. The overall growth of knowledge exerts a powerful influence on the structure of science inasmuch as it demands an increasing division of labor between scientists. This factor in its turn tends to enhance the independence of science because in a context of diversification and multiple division of labor the training of scientists and their replacement becomes an ever more complex problem. Nevertheless, the independence of science was and still remains relative. Its progress even in the 20th century has been conditioned ultimately by practice, by the needs of production, of government, by military needs, by the class struggle and the need to preserve human health and the natural environment and to educate the growing generation. But the wider the field of scientific activity and the deeper the division of labor within it, the greater the significance of the inner logic of the development of science, of its intrinsic sources of progress. The most important inner source of development of science is the ideological struggle between its various trends of schools and between individual scientists. The struggle of ideas and opinions has always advanced science. Without this and without free criticism science may turn into a dogma, stagnate or fall behind in its development. The higher the level of science, the greater the significance of the struggle of opinions in solving scientific problems, although these very problems are ultimately generated by the needs of practice. The increasing role of science in the life of society is visibly expressed in the mounting numbers of scientists, the increased spending on research and the expanding system of scientific institutions. A century ago there were no more than a few tens of thousands of scientists in the world, today there are millions. Their numbers are increasing particularly rapidly in the socialist countries. Pre-revolutionary Russia had about 10,000 scientists. In the Soviet Union before the outbreak of war in 1941 there were already 98,300 scientists, by 1950 the figure was 162,500, in 1960 it had risen to 354,200, and in 1978 the total was 1,314,000. The social role of science, of course, is measured not by the numbers of scientists, of great importance, too, is the rapid growth of expenditure on science, which makes it possible to finance not only the work of scientists and their assistants but also to pay the hundreds of thousands of workers, technicians, and engineers who fulfill orders for scientific instruments and equipment, who print and distribute scientific papers, and so on. Even so, quantitative indices do not tell the whole story. Today both in the sphere of production and in the sphere of science a swing is taking place from extensive to intensive development. This highlights the question of how to raise the effectiveness of society's investments in science, and how to increase the efficiency of scientific research. Scientific development is so important both for the present and for the future that it has become a major sphere of competition between the capitalist countries and also of the competition and struggle between the two world social systems. Industrial and military might today depends to a great extent on investment in science, the degree of its effectiveness, the rate of the scientific and technological revolution and the rapid application of its results in production. Today the USSR is spending a greater percentage of its national income on the development of research than the United States. The main task at present is to further improve the effectiveness of investment in science. This depends on the degree of qualification of scientists and the organization of scientific research. It is no accident that systematic attempts are being made to attract the most capable scientists, engineers, and doctors in the developing countries to the USA and other advanced countries of the West with the lure of higher salaries and better research facilities. The structure of research establishments and their work organization differ considerably in the capitalist and socialist countries. Today there are three basic types of scientific institutions in both parts of the world. First, there are scientific institutions working on fundamental problems in the main fields of the natural and social sciences. Most of them are academic research institutes, which employ a numerically small but highly qualified portion of the country's scientists. The significance of these scientific institutions has risen sharply in recent decades because the time gap between the discovery of new laws of nature and their technical application is shrinking and the country's scientific, technical and military potential depends first and foremost on the organization of research and development, and its level. Second, a considerable portion of scientific manpower is concentrated in the so-called subsidiary or applied research institutes, particularly the technological, medical, and agricultural and similar institutes, and also in factory research centers and laboratories. These scientific centers and research groups are directly engaged in solving the concrete problems of technological progress and form a bridge between pure natural science and production. In the capitalist countries the bulk of such scientific institutions is set up and controlled by the monopolies. In the USSR and some other socialist countries they are subordinate to industrial, construction, agricultural and other ministries and departments. The acceleration of scientific and technological progress presupposes a considerable expansion of research and development in industry itself. This involves the setting up of design offices and extensive experimental facilities at enterprises and the attraction of a large number of scientific personnel into industry. The creation of big industrial research organizations that link up research institutions with production enterprises produces a notable economic effect. Third, a large number of scientists are concentrated in the university or cities and other higher educational establishments, where work on both the fundamental and applied problems of science is closely connected with the training of engineers, doctors, agronomists, and scientists. In the USSR the teaching staffs of higher educational establishments cooperate on a permanent basis with the research institutes of academies of sciences, with the specialized institutes and with factory laboratories, make contracts with enterprises and fulfill them, and thus attract a considerable portion of their students into active scientific research. The USSR thus possesses a widely ramified system of scientific institutions that are on the whole adapted to practical needs. The Y-socialist system with its planned economy has shown its advantages over capitalism in this vital field, too. For the lag in research work inherited from Tsarist Russia was overcome in a relatively short historical period. In a number of fields Soviet science and technology now hold a leading place in the world. Science is developing rapidly in other socialist countries as well. Links between the scientists of the socialist countries are being strengthened, and this speeds up the growth of the scientific potential of each country and the community as a whole. However, the forms of organization of science under socialism are not immutable. They are subordinated to the task of raising its effectiveness. This concerns both the structure of the network of scientific establishments, their links with production and with the managerial sphere, and also the organizational structure of the institutions themselves, its increased flexibility, the introduction of changes in salary rates for research workers, in the system of certifying scientific competence, and in the principles of directing. 378. Research institutes. One cannot fail to see this adjustment of the forms of organization of science, which is determined by the level of the productive forces, the economic system of society and the degree of development of science itself, as one of the most important laws of its historical development. 3. The scientific and technological revolution and the social revolution. The scientific and technological revolution that began in the middle of the present century was heralded by the revolution in physics at the beginning of the century. The STR displays the characteristic features of the new, third stage in the development of science and its greatly enhanced importance in social life. The essence of the STR lies in the combination of scientific progress and radical change in the technological basis of social production. The STR is the contemporary mode of development of the productive forces of society, when science is becoming a direct productive force. This transformation was noted by Marx in the middle of the last century. 7. Marx's thesis calls for some explanation. If science, as we said earlier, is a system of knowledge, a spiritual force, how can it also be considered a material productive force? In answering this question we must remember the dialectics of the material and spiritual elements in social life, according to which these elements must not only interact but also interpenetrate one another. The spiritual factor does always, in fact, in some way or another enter into the productive forces, inasmuch as the work is consciousness and will participate in the process of labor. In present-day conditions, when production is making ever wider use of scientific data, the spiritual forces not only of the workers directly engaged in changing natural substances with tools, but also of engineers and scientists take part in the process. The characteristic feature of the present stage in the development of science, i.e., the scientific and technological revolution, is the tremendously increased importance of feedback from science into production. Here we have a fundamental distinction between the position as it is today and as it was a few decades ago. There can be no doubt, of course, that even in the 19th century science was being ever more widely applied in production, but the main branches of production nevertheless preserved their traditional character. Metallurgy remained the production of iron and other metals from ore, the food industry was confined to the processing of agricultural produce, although the discoveries of Pasteur undoubtedly started a revolution in the sphere of food preservation. In the 20th century, however, branches of production are coming into being that rely directly on the latest scientific discoveries, and the time gap between these discoveries and the appearance of corresponding forms of production is being constantly reduced, while the link-up between experimental research and industrial technology is becoming increasingly direct. This is true of the radio engineering industry, which began with the experiments of Hertz and Popov and later of Langmuir, and is now moving ahead on the basis of semiconductor physics. This is also true of the synthetics industry, which takes its methods directly from the scientific laboratories. Just as directly science determines the technology in industries that manufacture antibiotics and herbicides, rocket equipment, and computers. In all these and many other industries that are acquiring increasing significance in social life, scientific progress is the decisive factor in the progress of technology and the productive forces as a whole. The rate of development of production is now determined mainly by the rate of progress of science, inasmuch as the scientific branches of industry are acquiring ever greater significance compared with the traditional industries, while even these are not standing still but are moving ahead on the basis of modern science. To evaluate the prospects opened up by the scientific and technological revolution, let us review the changes that will probably occur over the next few decades in the character of the objects of labor, the means of labor, and the sources of energy that sets the means of labor into operation. At present, industry is mainly dependent on natural materials, extracted from the earth and refined with the help of mechanical devices and chemical treatment, and also natural materials of organic origin, timber, cotton, wool, rubber, etc., obtained in agriculture and forestry. But the methods evolved by chemistry and solid-state physics for obtaining synthetic materials with preset properties have begun to play an ever-increasing role. There are tremendous reserves of growth in the creation of robot machines even at the present level of natural science. For example, the problems of reducing weight and improving design occupy large teams of research workers in engineering. But even here the prospects of development are determined by the application of new scientific principles to technology. Automation, which aims at freeing not only the worker's hands and eyes but also his brain from direct intervention in the production process, has become the watchword of the current technological revolution. The 380 building of automatic assembly lines, workshops, and factories is now the most important trend in scientific and technological progress, the basic means of achieving a steep rise in labor productivity. Automation presupposes the introduction of computers and electronic control devices in industry, construction, and transport. The development of cybernetics and electronics determines the prospects and rate of automation of production, the installation of automatic control systems not only by individual enterprises but also by whole industries and the non-industrial spheres. Much is being done and will be done in power engineering to raise the capacity and efficiency of thermo and hydroelectric stations. But it is the fundamental natural sciences that will solve the problem of finding new inexhaustible sources of energy. Atomic power stations are already playing a certain part, particularly in areas where energy is in short supply. In the not-so-distant future, mankind will rid itself of the need to ransack the storehouses of the earth and to bum precious chemical raw materials, or to flood hundreds of thousands of acres of valuable land in building hydroelectric stations. This can be achieved, on the one hand, by using such inexhaustible constant sources of energy as solar radiation and tidal power and, on the other, by solving the scientific problem of the taming of plasma by means of powerful magnetic fields and lasers, and by converting into electricity the colossal energy released during the synthesis of light nuclei. Thus modern science has a double task to solve, that of improving the existing methods of production and of discovering fundamentally new methods with the emphasis on the latter. All that has been said refers not only to production, although the application of science to production is undoubtedly the main trend. Scientific and technological progress embraces the sphere of communications, transport, everyday life, sport, etc. A specially important sphere of the application of science in the competition between the two systems is the sphere of military technology. The STR is dialectically linked with the social revolution. It takes place in the context of the struggle between socialism and capitalism. In the developed capitalist countries it signifies a growth of the productive forces that comes into ever deeper contradictions with the obsolete production relations and the bourgeois state that guards them, and it thus objectively prepares the ground for the socialist transformation of society. In the countries that have taken the socialist road, the development of the scientific and technological revolution accelerates social progress. The combining of the advantages of socialism with the STR is one of the vital tasks that the CPSU has set the Soviet people. Only in the conditions of socialism, Leonid Brezhnev stressed in the Central Committee's report to the 25th Congress of the CPSU, does the scientific and technological revolution take its true orientation consistent with the interests of man and society. In turn, the ultimate aims of the social revolution, the building of a communist society, can be achieved only on the basis of accelerated development of science and technology. The most profound contradictions of contemporary capitalism are connected with the development and application of science. Capitalism stimulates the development of contemporary science because it regards it as a means not only of increasing profits but also of its own self-preservation. Today the ruling circles of the main imperialist powers are banking on acceleration of the scientific and technological revolution and application of its results to reinforce their class supremacy and to win the contest against the socialist countries. The bulk of the allocations to science are contributed by the monopolies, which regard science as the most profitable investment of capital, but the expenditure of the bourgeois state in this field is also increasing. At the same time, a remarkable reassessment of scientific progress is taking place in bourgeois literature. During the Great Depression of 1928 to 1932, science was accused of being responsible for the economic troubles. In the first years after the Second World War, attempts were made to blame science for Hiroshima and for the possibility of the nuclear annihilation of mankind. Many notable Western ideologists were inclined to take an extremely pessimistic view of the consequences of scientific and technological progress. This trend is clearly manifested in the technocratic theories of zero growth of industry in the name of protecting the natural environment. But ever since the late 50s, when the scientific and technological revolution got fully underway, an opposite trend has been observable among bourgeois economists and politicians and subsequently among sociologists and philosophers. They have come more and more to rely on scientific and technological progress as the force that will allow capitalism to compensate for the loss of its colonies, to damp down its internal class contradictions and not only survive but win the competition with socialism. Western sociology is becoming more and more influenced by the so-called technocratic theories, which suggest that power should be transferred to a narrow circle of technocrats, although this in fact means leaving it in the hands of monopoly capital. Renaming capitalism the post-industrial or the technotronic society does not change matters. This contradictory evaluation of the role of science by bourgeois social thinkers, although it is a distorted picture of reality, does testify in its own way to the aggravation of the profound contradictions in the role of science under capitalism, contradictions that were pointed out long ago by Marxism. What are these contradictions? First, modern science under the pressure of the selfish interests of capital is being increasingly used against the interests of the working people. The exploitation of science, of mankind's theoretical progress. Capital does not create science but it exploits it, and appropriates it for production needs, Marx wrote more than a century ago. The result is that science as science applied to production is being divorced from the immediate labor process. This contradiction has become extremely acute in the epoch of state monopoly capitalism. The arms race, which swallows up billions of dollars, and the imperialist threat of a global nuclear war illustrate the fact that capitalism turns the achievements of science against the interests of the peoples. On the other hand, inasmuch as the bourgeois system develops the productive forces, it also stimulates the development of natural science. Technical progress and scientific progress go hand in hand, one is impossible without the other. But at the same time capitalism gives rise to increasingly powerful trends that operate against the development of production and natural science. This means that the truly inexhaustible possibilities of scientific progress and its application are by no means fully realized. It should be remembered that ideological contradictions are also becoming more acute under capitalism. Capital needs science only as a means of developing technology. But science cannot do without a world outlook, without a philosophical basis. The natural sciences spontaneously adopt materialist positions, and since the end of the 19th century under the pressure of facts they become increasingly imbued with the ideas of development, of dialectics. At the same time, the ideological needs of the bourgeoisie demand the preservation of religion and the idealist philosophy associated with it, which is bound to have a substantial influence on the philosophical views of the majority of scientists, who by their origin, education, or social status are connected with the property-owning classes. Even more acute are the contradictions in the development of the social sciences under state monopoly capitalism. In the period of its rise to power, the bourgeoisie was interested to some extent in objective knowledge of history, but since history has ceased to work in favor of capitalism, the bourgeoisie and its ideologists played down the significance of objective laws and scientific truth. Even today, however, the bourgeoisie and the monopolistic state need economics and sociology, literary studies and historical science, philosophy and jurisprudence, because they cannot administer society without them or maintain their ideological supremacy. The economists, lawyers, and sociologists who serve the monopolies and the bourgeois state give recommendations based on the study of the market, the existing codes of law, the activity of working class organizations, methods of labor organization, human relations problems in industry, and a host of other subjects. But the use of the social sciences by capitalism is inevitably restricted by two basic factors. First, the spontaneous development of the capitalist economy does not allow all-round direction and planning of the economy. Bourgeois economists succeed in forecasting industrial recessions or monetary crises with a certain degree of probability, although their forecasts allow very wide margins. But no forecasts or predictions can save capitalist production and the monetary system from crisis situations. This does not mean, of course, that the forecasts of bourgeois economists and futurologists should be ignored by Marxists. Second, bourgeois social science, in trying by various means to justify the existence of the system that brought it into being, is fundamentally mistaken in its evaluation of the laws and prospects of the development of capitalism. It is Marxism-Leninism that gives a genuinely scientific picture of the life and prospects of development of bourgeois society. In contrast to capitalist society, socialism cannot develop without making increased use of social science in the process of changing social relations. The development of socialism implies constant improvement of the methods of running a planned economy, and hence the employment of the economic sciences and sociology, the theory of scientific communism, legal science, etc., for the purpose of achieving conscious control of the new social relations. This finds its practical expression in the improvement of planning in the USSR and other socialist countries. Besides the annual plans, long-term 5-year plans and prospective plans for even longer periods are drawn up. Planning is becoming more scientifically based and efficient, embracing culture and the problems of the development of science itself. The scientific level of planning is rising. Planning now takes place at the interstate level. The socialist countries belonging to the Council for Mutual Economic Assistance coordinate their national economic plans, a long-term comprehensive program of economic integration for 384. The socialist countries has been worked out, involving a closer alignment of their economies, gradual leveling up of their economic development, and the formation of close and stable ties in the basic branches of the economy, science, and technology. The essence of the revolution in the status of science and in its social role was expressed by Lenin soon after the victory of the Great October Socialist Revolution in Russia in the following words: "In the old days, human genius, the brain of man, created only to give some the benefits of technology and culture, and to deprive others of the bare necessities, education, and development. From now on all the marvels of technology and the gains of culture belong to the nation as a whole, and never again will man's brain and human genius be used for oppression and exploitation." The advantages of socialism will make themselves felt even more when the further prospects of the scientific and technological revolution, which have already captured the imagination of scientists, become a reality. This revolution opens the way for a radical transformation of nature, including the climate and the water regime of whole geographical areas, the reclamation of vast stretches of deserts and marshland for habitation and productive use in the interests of society. Particularly important is the exploration and use of the world ocean, which as yet is very little used as a source of food and mineral raw materials. The cultivation of the ocean call to life new spheres of technology and new industries. The prerequisites already created by the development of science and technology allow us to discuss the need to change the face of cities and whole industrial areas that have turned into polluted, smoke-ridden conurbations that are unfit to live in, and thus consider the rational distribution of industry and population and the preservation of nature. The transformation of nature and the material conditions of existence of mankind presupposes a change in man himself. Biology and medicine are now closely concerned with the problems of transplanting certain organs of the human body, the eradication of virus and cancerous diseases, the control of human heredity and a substantial increase in the human lifespan. As for the social perfecting of man, this involves the elimination of exploitation, the abolition of violence and wars, and of national and racial inequality. The accomplishment of these impressive tasks, which are already posed by contemporary science and practice, demands the planned and comprehensive use of the achievements of the natural and social sciences for the good of the working masses, and this is impossibly in the conditions of capitalism. It goes against its fundamental principles. The people rightly look towards a fundamental change in social relations to bring about the ultimate solution, on a scientific basis, of such global problems of human development as raw materials, food, energy, and protection of the natural environment. With great insight Engels noted a century ago that all our, that is, human mastery of nature, consists in the fact that we have the advantage over all other creatures of being able to learn its laws and apply them correctly. But as yet we take into consideration only the immediate consequences of our influence over nature, while the further consequences not only escape our control but are in the great majority of cases quite the reverse of the initial result. If we are to control and regulate these consequences as well, Engels emphasized, there must be something more than mere knowledge. It requires a complete revolution in hitherto existing mode of production, and simultaneously a revolution in our whole contemporary social order. The victory of socialism followed by the construction of communism is the basic requisite for the realization of the prospective tasks of the scientific and technological revolution and for its further advance. In thinking about the future, we attach much importance to science, Leonid Brezhnev has stated. It has to make a tremendous contribution to fulfilling the most important tasks of communist construction, including the discovery of new sources of energy and substitutes for many types of natural resources, the technical re-equipment of the economy aimed at minimizing manual and especially arduous physical labor, raising agricultural production, combating disease, and increasing the human lifespan. 3. Thus the growth of the role of science in the life of society will lead in the course of time to its occupying a leading place in the whole system of social consciousness and exerting an ever-increasing influence on the development of social existence. Society and the individual. The interrelationship between society and the individual is one of the most important spheres of social knowledge. It is of great importance in the practical work of building the new society, whose aim is to abolish all forms of exploitation and alienation, and create real conditions for the emancipation of the individual, for his free and all-round development. In this chapter we shall consider the nature and essence of the individual, the social conditions that bear upon his life and activity, and the prerequisites for the harmonious combination of individual interests with the interests of society. 1. What is an individual? To discover the meaning of the concept of the individual we must first define the essence of man as a social being, because individuals exist only in human society. According to Marx, the essence of man is no abstraction inherent in each single individual. In its reality it is the ensemble of the social relations. 1. This thesis of Marx is primarily a criticism of Feuerbach, who in his interpretation of the human essence proceeded from the notion of the isolated individual and believed that the individuals who constitute society are connected with one another in a natural way. Feuerbach failed to see that, The abstract individual which he analyzes belongs to a particular form of society. 12 We can understand what man is at a certain stage, what his characteristic features are, and explain why he has one and not another social image only by considering the system of social relations in the given society. Social relations determine to a considerable degree man's biophysical and to an even greater degree his psychological and other peculiarities. From the Marxist definition of the essence of man as the ensemble of all social relations, it by no means follows that Marxism reduces man entirely to this social essence, that man's attributes are not connected with his physical existence. When we consider man as an individual, he confronts us as the aggregate of those mental and physical capabilities, existing in a human being. 1 Thus, to a certain extent man is a biosocial being, social because he possesses a social essence, biological because the bearer of this essence is a living human organism. The concept man is a generic concept expressing general features inherent in the human race. A single member of the human race is usually known as an individual, but he possesses both general and individual features. The individual, as Marx put it, is a particular individual. 12 The concept of personality is inseparably linked with the concept of individuality. Individuality is expressed in a person's natural gifts and psychological qualities, in such specific features as memory, imagination, temperament, character, all the diversity of human qualities and activities. The whole content of the consciousness, opinions, judgments, views, which even when shared by different people always have something of their own, also has an individual coloring. Every person's demands and needs are individualist, and he leaves his individual mark on everything he does. An individual is a human being regarded both from the standpoint of his general qualities and features and from the standpoint of the individuality of his social, spiritual, and physical qualities. These qualities may be positive or negative and usually combine, in varying proportions, both merits and shortcomings. A universal attribute of human beings is social activity. It is this that distinguishes them from the rest of the world. Man is above all a doer, an active social being who changes his conditions of life. He is not only a socially active but a socially thinking and feeling being, and all these qualities are inseparably interconnected. Since social relations change in the course of historical development, social types also change and their individual embodiments accordingly appear and disappear. When there exists in society a social type known as the bourgeoisie, this type is individualist in every bourgeois. So, when analyzing the problem of man, we must proceed from the conditions of the epoch, of the social structure of the given social economic formation. The Marxist definition of the essence of man and human personality is concretely historical in its approach, whereas bourgeois philosophy and sociology are characteristically anti-historical. For example, there are some theories that reduce the whole of man's life activity to the manifestation of his natural essence. These theories ignore human history and the laws of social development. The advocates of such biological and psychological theories talk about the property-owning instinct, the instinct of accumulation, selfishness, aggressiveness, and even the killer instinct. This kind of interpretation of human nature fosters the legend of the intellectual and moral inequality of races and sexes. There are also theories which, although they make a certain appeal to the social factor, regard inclinations rooted in a person's mentality in the form of uncontrollable urges as the determining basis of man's consciousness and behavior. Such, for example, is the conception of reformé, reconstructed psychoanalysis. One of its prominent representatives, Erich Fromm, states outright that the individual's thoughts, feelings, and actions should be regarded as springing from dormant tendencies that await a convenient opportunity to express themselves. 1 Fromm attributes such phenomena as unquestioning obedience or, on the contrary, the lust for power, passive, blind compliance with existing social system, or the destructive urge, to the operation of special psychological forces. His theory is that these forces have their roots in what he calls the generic trauma, which overtook man when in the course of his emergence from the animal world he acquired the consciousness of his separateness from the whole environment, his alienation from nature and other men. Although Fromm also considers the social factor, showing how the economic and political reality of, for example, the capitalist world intensifies the feeling of human alienation, in the long run he remains true to the Freudian proposition that the psychological forces are primary. In reality we are confronted not with certain eternally given psychological inclinations, but with the fact that people are the products of historically changing social conditions and circumstances and change with them. At the same time it is man who makes history. For this reason what is needed to change people in the mass is not psychotherapy, as psychoanalysis suggests, but their historical action, revolutionary practice, and radical transformation of the social conditions of their life. 2. The interests of society, the social group and the individual. The interrelationship of society and the individual is above all an interrelationship of their interests. Because ever since the beginning of the social differentiation of society the individual has been a member of one or another social group, the interrelationship between the interests of the individual and the interests of society reflects the relations between the interests of the social group to which the individual belongs and the interests of society. But these relations are quite different in class-divided society from what they are in a society that is free of antagonisms. We must therefore take a concretely historical and primarily class approach to the problem of the individual and society. The absence of such an approach before the appearance of Marxism was the basic cause of the metaphysical, unscientific treatment of this problem. If we examine the pre-Marxist history of social thought we encounter conceptions that regard the interests of the individual and those of society as incompatible. The ancient proverb runs, Homo homini lupus est, man unto man is a wolf. This formula was revived in the 17th century by the English philosopher Thomas Hobbes. It is still very much alive. Its popularizers maintain that the tragedy of human life is caused not by the contradictions and conflicts of classes, but by the contradictions and conflicts between the individual and society, which by their very nature are ineradicable. From this premise bourgeois theoreticians draw two extreme conclusions. Some of them absolutist the personal claims of the individual, demanding complete freedom of the individual from society; others, on the contrary, demand that the individual should give up the very notion of independence. Hobbes, for example, maintained that the state was the sole and sovereign individual, which did not recognize any individual besides itself. Man must therefore renounce his rights and grant the state unlimited power over himself. Both these points of view join in acknowledging the hostility between the individual and society. The only difference between them is that the first seeks an escape from the conflict by proclaiming the unlimited freedom of the individual, particularly the strong personality, while the second demands the suppression of individuality and its absorption by society, the state, and so on. In contrast to such conceptions, Marxism-Leninism regards the conflict between the individual and society as a product of certain social relations, above all, the relations based on private ownership of the means of production. The essence of this conflict is that the development of a society dominated by private ownership takes place at the expense of the interests of the majority of its members. In these conditions individual interests are opposed to the interests of society. But what are the interests of society? They should be interpreted not simply as the sum total of the interests of all its members. The interests of society are what it needs to function as a social organism on the basis of its inherent objective laws of development. The fundamental basis of this social process is the progressive development of the productive forces of society, and the modes of production change historically. Whereas at one time it was in the interests of society to establish private ownership of the means of production, separation of intellectual work from manual labor, concentration of the means of education among the upper sections of society, who had sufficient time for the higher forms of activity, today the interests of society demand the abolition of both private ownership of the means of production and the antithesis between intellectual and manual labor. This in its turn demands the socialist reorganization of society. Under socialism, where private ownership of the means of production and private management of the economy are replaced by social ownership and social guidance of economic processes, the fundamental interests of classes become ever more closely allied. Indeed, all material and spiritual wealth is created by the combined activity of all social groups of socialist society under the leadership of the Communist Party and is used for the benefit of the working people. Under socialism, society forms an integrated collective entity. All the groups of which it is composed, social communities, work collectives, various kinds of associations, are bound together by the community of their interests, which is rooted in the material needs of the whole of society. But every group also has its own specific interests, which raises the problem of how they are to be combined with the social interests. This combination of interests has both its objective and subjective sides. The objective side is expressed in the conditions achieved that make it possible to satisfy the needs of a particular group. The subjective side manifests itself in the actions of people, which may assist in combining social and group interests but may also hinder it. There are cases when group interests are ignored on the pretext of concern for the interests of society as a whole, or, on the contrary, when group interests are allowed to overshadow social interests. This means that the process of combining them correctly presupposes corresponding organization of this process, its direction, and the avoidance of subjective distortions. But we may encounter situations when certain contradictions arise between these interests. In such a situation, the only correct and unavoidable principle is to give priority to the broader interests. This involves not only coordination but also subordination of interests. Discussing the correlation of different communities and groups in his article "A Draft Program of Our Party," Lenin suggested that the statement on the overthrow of the autocracy should be motivated by a reference to the interests not only of the working class but of the whole development of society. Such a reference was essential in regard to theory because, from the standpoint of the basic ideas of Marxism, the interests of social development are higher than the interests of the proletariat. The interests of the working class movement as a whole are higher than the interests of a separate section of the workers. Point 1. Generally speaking, even complete harmony between the interests of society and group interests does not imply their total identity. When society becomes socially homogeneous, when classes, nations disappear, society will still not become structureless. Various forms of activity will have corresponding collectives and groups with their specific needs. This higher collectivity, which will be achieved in the age of complete communism, grows out of socialist society and on its basis, and its prerequisite is the developed and strengthening collective unity that is achieved under socialism. The bourgeois critics of socialism often bring up the idea of the inevitability of the eternal alienation of man's essential nature, powers, and potential from man himself. According to this theory, which has today become extremely fashionable in bourgeois philosophy and sociology, the true essence of man is alienated from the living individual, and this alienation allegedly remains the inexorable fate of man, which he can never overcome in any historical circumstances. In reality, however, man is not eternally condemned to alienation. Alienation is engendered by quite definite social economic conditions and is, in the words of Marx, a result of the movement of private property. It is private ownership of the means of production that has created alienation, which is due to the workers being deprived of what he produces and the transformation of his work into forced labor. From this it follows that with the replacement of private ownership of the means of production by social ownership and the abolition on this basis of the exploiting classes, the alienation of labor disappears. Political alienation is due to the fact that the bourgeois state is a force which is becoming more and more alienated from society, from the people. The bourgeois state is alien and hostile to the interests of the working people because of its class nature. The socialist state, on the other hand, is an instrument for the abolition of all kinds and forms of exploitation and alienation and for the creation of a society that corresponds to the interests of the working people. Of course, socialist society is not yet entirely free of the birthmarks of the old system from which it sprang. These birthmarks include bureaucratic attitudes and such ideological survivals in people's consciousness as religion. All these and other phenomena alien to the nature of socialism are being gradually eliminated, society thus liberates itself from the elements of alienation. The theory of eternal alienation is a variant of the old notion of the inevitability of conflict between the individual and society. The development of socialism provides the practical refutation of this idea and demonstrates the growing unity of society and the individual, the possibility of the successful combination of social, group and personal interests. 3. The collective and the individual. The individual's personal interests demand the satisfaction of his needs and the development of his gifts, energies, and abilities. Human beings need food, clothing, a place to live, fuel, the objects of everyday life, means of lighting, transport, etc. Many of these needs are connected with their existence as biological organisms. But they have a social rather than a biological nature inasmuch as they arise and develop only in a social environment. Society creates both the needs and the means of their satisfaction. But the social coloring of human needs is expressed in more ways than this. The structure of society quite often creates wide gaps between the needs of people belonging to its various classes. It is impossible, of course, to draw an exact line defining needs for all time. Production is developing and the making of new consumer goods creates new demands. The slogan of communism is, from each according to his abilities, to each according to his needs. This slogan presupposes the satisfaction of the reasonable needs of every member of society in constantly increasing measure. The concept of reasonable needs is sufficiently definite. Its meaning precludes the possibility, on the one hand, of turning appropriation, satisfaction of needs into an aim in itself. On the other hand, it also precludes the fixing of a certain minimum of needs, a certain restricted amount. The principle of acquisition for acquisition's sake is as alien to socialism as the ascetic principle of denying oneself earthly goods. The aim of socialist production is the ever fuller satisfaction of the constantly growing needs of the working people. This means, specifically, a steady reduction of the gap between high and relatively low incomes, and also increasing satisfaction of personal needs out of social consumption funds, whose growth rate as society approaches communism must exceed the rate of increase of individual payment for work. All this helps to create conditions for the transition to distribution according to needs. When we say to each according to his needs, we imply that different people have different needs. Similarly, when we say from each according to his abilities, we imply that people's abilities may vary. What is meant by inequality of abilities? How is it expressed and on what does it depend? Abilities manifest themselves in activity and they can be judged only by their results. One view of abilities is that they are a gift of nature. This can not be right, however, because it ignores the role of the social environment and regards man merely as a biological, natural being and not a social being. But the opposite view, which completely denies the role of nature, cannot be regarded as correct either, because it leaves unexplained the fact that given the same conditions of life and education individuals may greatly differ in their abilities. Natural gifts are only conditions for the development of abilities, their actual development takes place in the course of the life of the individual under the influence of training, education, and self-education, in the course of his work and social activity. The character of an individual's abilities is also influenced by the general conditions of social life and the immediate social environment, that is, the microenvironment, which also includes various accidental factors sometimes escape notice. 394. What then are the conditions of the social environment that encourage the formation and development of abilities? To this question Marx and Engels gave the following answer. Only within the community has each individual the means of cultivating his gifts in all directions, hence personal freedom becomes possible only within the community. The term community here implies not a small, local group, but rather society as a whole, as a collective unity, that is, socialist or communist society, because only such a society does away with the social barriers, which prevent the free development of the broad masses of the people. The increasingly close ties between production and science, the development of various forms of initiative, the tremendous growth of education and opportunities for the masses to appreciate all the values of culture. All these things make possible the diverse manifestation and perfection of the individual's energies and abilities. Man's activity, in the process of which his abilities are formed and developed, is inconceivable without intercourse with other people. Such intercourse may take two forms: direct, as collective, joint action, or indirect, i.e., communication established through language and the mass media among people separated by space or time. The latter form of intercourse is undoubtedly of tremendous importance in developing people's abilities, their creative activity. At the same time, with the development of material and intellectual culture, there is also an increasing demand for the cooperation of labor, for the development of forms of direct collective activity. This trend is making headway at the present time, particularly in various fields of science. When speaking of collective forms of work, we must not confuse the concept individual form of work with that of individuality. The growth of collective forms of work does restrict its individual forms, but does not eliminate them altogether. As for individuality, far from being restricted, it is enriched in collective work. In the collective, even the weaker individual is strong, not only because the collective functions on the principle of mutual assistance, but also because work in the collective helps the individual to activate his potential, to stimulate his energies and abilities. Noting this aspect, Marx observes that mere social contact begets in most industries competition and a stimulation of the animal spirits that heighten the efficiency of each individual workman. 12. This efficiency is doubled and trebled in teamwork based on an awareness of the common interests and goals that are vital to the whole collective. The development of abilities also presupposes the will to achieve certain goals. Like other abilities, willpower is also not merely a gift of nature, it is balm and tempered in activity. No matter how significant personal incentives in the form of personal material interest or the mental satisfaction derived from social approval, it is the spirit of solidarity and mutual dedication developed in the course of collective work that fosters willpower and thus multiplies the energy and abilities of the individual. The degree of coordination of the collective effort depends to a great extent on adherence to principle, which calls for a sense of responsibility and for comradely criticism, free of prejudice, personal sympathy, or antipathy. The team spirit also depends on the encouragement of useful initiative and correct distribution of functions. By its very nature, a collective is an arena for the expression and development of individual energies and abilities, for individual freedom. The socialist way of life presupposes an atmosphere of genuine collectivism and comradliness, solidarity, friendship of all the countries, nations and peoples, and the maintenance of sound moral standards that make for strong and stable personalities. The Marxist idea of the collective and collective spirit as the source of the development of individuality is fiercely attacked by the opponents of communism, and also by people who, without any particular hostility towards communism, are in some way or other infected with the psychology and ideology of individualism. These attacks usually converge over the problem of freedom, the question of what freedom is and what its criteria are. Marxism demands a concretely historical approach to definition of freedom. It is opposed by an abstract interpretation of freedom, which makes the very concept of freedom meaningless. Lenin qualified this manipulation of the abstract concept of freedom as hypocrisy. Whichever the freedom in question, economic, political, legal, moral, he demanded a concrete, historical approach to its interpretation. The collective spirit is not a negation of freedom. On the contrary, only in society, in the collective, is personal freedom possible. But the collective makes definite demands on the individual, charging him with responsibility for the satisfaction of the interests of the community. Without this, there can be no collective struggle for general class aims, or life together in socialist society. It is the responsible approach of every citizen to his duties, to the people's interests, that creates the only reliable basis for the 396 fullest possible realization of the principles of socialist democracy and complete freedom of the individual. Falsification of the idea of humanism is also connected with the manipulation of the idea of abstract freedom that is characteristic of bourgeois ideology and propaganda. The abstract interpretation of humanism is just as misleading as the concept of absolute freedom. Bourgeois humanism proclaimed its existence in the period when feudalism was being superseded by capitalism. It was a protest against oppression by the feudal aristocracy, the church, and the monarchy. Its answer to Catholicism was Protestantism, to absolutism liberalism, and to hierarchical privileges of the feudal estates free economic competition. But at the heart of this humanism lay the desire to ensure freedom of private enterprise. In other words, its concern was above all for man as the owner of property. So even when bourgeois humanism was playing a progressive role, it remained restricted, inasmuch as it failed to include the idea of the emancipation of labor. Socialist humanism, called into being by the appearance of the proletariat on the historical scene and the creation of its scientific ideology, is a qualitatively new stage in the development of humanist ideas. This is a humanism which regards the free development of each as the condition for the free development of all. It appeals not to the elite of society, but to the whole people, because it sees the all-round perfecting of man, his energies and abilities, as the highest goal. Under socialism, increasingly favorable conditions for the achievement of this aim are created as production, culture, and living standards improve. The socialist state guarantees all citizen the broadest political and social economic rights, rights that the working people do not have in the capitalist countries. The concrete, historical approach to the problem of freedom and humanism upheld by Marxism-Leninism, while proceeding mainly from class criteria, does not imply acknowledgement of the idea that each class, by establishing its own criterion, is right from its own point of view. Lenin constantly emphasized the fact that, whereas the bourgeoisie is compelled to disguise its interpretation of freedom with misleading phrases, the proletariat openly proclaims its demands for freedom and has every moral right to do so, because it is fighting for the creation of a society based on the principles of genuine humanism and all-round freedom of the individual. The movement of socialist society towards social homogeneity is reflected in ideology and psychology in the form of a growth of collectivist consciousness and consolidation of opinions, views, and evaluations. This does not imply a tendency towards depersonalization and elimination of individuality. On the contrary, the building of communism, since it is accompanied by and spiritual growth, leads to an enrichment of individuality. The richer a man is spiritually, the wider his horizons and the more varied his knowledge, the more independent he is in his thinking and judgments. Growing ideological unity is thus achieved not on the basis of a leveling down of individual minds, but by taking into consideration all the diversity of experience and knowledge of the builders of communism. This in turn calls for the improvement and perfecting of the system of social administration and organization of the life of every collective. The revisionists denigrate the ideas of authority and leadership and want to do away with organization and proclaim spontaneity in the name of free personal initiative. Such views are essentially no different from the philosophy of bourgeois individualism with its slogan of laissez-faire, laissez-passer, which was brought into being by the bourgeois mode of production with its basic principles of anarchy and market competition. It would be pointless to apply it to the communist mode of production, based on the planning of the economic and cultural life of society, comradely cooperation, and mutual assistance. Socialism is a highly organized society. Such a society can exist and develop only on the basis of democratic centralism, which excludes, on the one hand, bureaucratic authoritarianism and, on the other, bourgeois individualism. Thus, the interrelationship of society and the individual, while based on the relationship of their interests, alters historically depending on changes in the material needs of society and changes in the social structure. When society is based on private ownership of the means of production, it is split into antagonistic classes with mutually exclusive interests. In such social conditions, the general framework of the individual's personal life is predetermined by his class affiliation, regardless of his individual gifts. Under capitalism, For example, the social status of the individual is determined by the amount of capital he possesses rather than by his abilities. Abolition of private ownership of the means of production transforms society into a collective unity of all the social groups of which it is composed. The elimination of class and group inequality, class and group privileges, makes a person's future more and more dependent on his individual qualities, on his attitude to work. Socialist society develops on the basis of the growing coordination of social, group and personal interests, and as it moves on towards communism it opens up for the individual ever wider possibilities of all-round development and application of his natural and acquired abilities, energies, and talents. The role of the masses and the individual in history. The masses and the individual form the two inseparably connected poles of the historical process. History is made up of the actions of large masses of people which, taken together, comprise society. History is the result of the work of succeeding generations, and millions upon millions of people with their own aspirations, hopes and efforts take part in it. But history is not an impersonal process, it is made not only by the masses but also by individuals, and particularly the outstanding personalities who place the imprint of their individuality on historical events. For this reason, if we are to know world history, the history 7 of the peoples, we must, on the one hand, analyze the forces that awaken large masses of people, whole nations, to action and, on the other, assess the character and degree of influence exerted on this process by the historical figures who command events. One idealist views of the role of the people and the individual in history. The study of world history presents us with a complex and contradictory picture of historical events, class battles, revolutions and counter-revolutions, wars of liberation and aggression, the formation of powerful states and their collapse, the rise, flowering and decline and sometimes even the destruction of whole peoples. Historical science, the memory of mankind, has preserved the names of historical figures, kings, emperors, and warlords, with whom the outstanding historical events of the past were connected. Feudal historians as well as many bourgeois historians and students of the philosophy of history concluded from this that these eminent historical personalities were the makers of history, its chief participants. This view enjoyed a long supremacy. It was shared by many materialists as well as idealists. Its clearest exposition is to be found in the work of the 19th-century historian Thomas Carlyle, who wrote in his book on heroes, hero worship, and the heroic in history, Universal History, the history of what man has accomplished in this world, is at bottom the history of the great men who have worked here. Carlyle regarded the deeds of these great men as the soul of the whole world's history. 1. The Russian Narodniks of the 1870s and 1880s Peter Lavrov, Nikolai Mikhailovsky and others defended, although for different reasons, what was essentially the same subjectivist point of view. Society's Conditions of Life, wrote Mikhailovsky in his book. Heroes and the mob, condemn the masses to spiritual poverty, deprive them of the ability to rise above material interests, i.e., rob them of historical initiative. The Narodniks sympathized with the people in their troubles but would not believe in their ability to create history. 7. For them the mass of the people was, as Plekhanov put it, no more than an infinite number of zeros. These zeros could become a positive quantity only when led by a critically thinking unity, a hero. The subjective idealist view of the people was also used by some ideologists to draw extremely reactionary conclusions. The position of the German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche was typical in this respect. He described the people as a shapeless material from which something is made, the rock that awaits the sculptor's chisel. 12 Nietzsche's imagination conjured up the idea of the Superman, the hero who stood beyond good and evil, who could spurn the morality of the majority. Lust for power was the chief principle and motivation of such an individual. For the sake of power any means would do and any action was justified. Some of Nietzsche's individualistic theories were later borrowed by the ideologists of Nazism, and during the Second World War, which it unleashed, Nazism showed in practice just what was implicit in the philosophy of the Superman, the worship of the strong personal of the Führer. Subjectivist notions of the historical process are extremely persistent. Even today bourgeois sociologists, historians, and politicians seek the key to the events of modern times in the will of certain statesmen. The American author C.L. Sulzberger in his book A Long Row of Candles writes, "The greatest lesson I have learned is that, despite Marxist worship of events and trends, it is men who influence history by their will. The giant can make history, but the pretender is overwhelmed by it." 3. The subjective idealist view of the role of the individual in history 7, which ignores the role of the masses, was criticized even before Marx by a number of bourgeois historians. Study of the history of the English and French revolutions led the French historians of the Restoration to conclusions diametrically opposed to the previously dominant view held by the French enlighteners on the role of the individual in history. The latter saw in the conscious activity of outstanding personalities the main driving force of historical events. The French historians, however, transferred the center of gravity to the activity of the masses, particularly their spontaneous activity. One of the exponents of this school of thought, Adolphe Monod wrote, "One is only too accustomed, in History 7, to interesting oneself only in brilliant, resounding and ephemeral manifestations of human activity 7, great events and great men, instead of insisting on the great and slow movements of economic and social institutions and conditions, which constitute the truly interesting and permanent part of human evolution, that which can be analyzed with some certitude, and, in certain measures, reduced to laws. Truly important events and individuals are such, above all, as signs and symbols of various moments of this evolution, but most of the facts that are called historical have the same relation to actual history as the waves, which rise to the surface of the sea, are momentarily tinged by all the colors of daylight, and break on the sandy shore, leaving no trace behind them, have to the deep and constant motion of the tides." This was undoubtedly a more profound view of the movement of history. But the role of outstanding personalities cannot be described merely as the symbols or signs of historical events. Such an oversimplification may lead to a fatalistic notion of history as a preordained process which nothing can change. This was what ultimately happened to Hegel, whose views on the role of the individual in history are an important stage in the development of philosophic historical thought. According to Hegel, the vehicle of historical necessity is the world spirit or mind, which controls the world. The cunning of the world spirit, which guides the movement of history, lies in the fact that it uses the interests, passions, and aspirations of men, including great men, as a means to its ends, the realization of progress in the consciousness of freedom. But despite this idealist foundation, there was something more significant and rational this doctrine of Hegel's. Hegel tried to provide a dialectical solution to the problem of the relationship between freedom and necessity, and in so doing he made a number of profound statements concerning the role of great men in history. Hegel said that the only great men, the individuals of historic importance, were those in whose aims and actions there is universality, necessity. It is they who should be called heroes, inasmuch as they drew their aims and their vocation not simply from the calm, regular course of things sanctified by the existing system, but from a source whose content was hidden and had not as yet developed to the point of present being, from the inner spirit which was still below ground and was battering at the external world, as at an enclosing shell which it must break. 1. Such figures were thinking people who understood what was necessary and timely, what was true for their own age. According to Hegel, however, both historical personalities and whole peoples are merely the instruments of the world spirit, which secretly controls them and through them works for its own ends. His philosophic historical views are therefore permeated with the spirit of fatalism and mysticism. Many contemporary bourgeois sociologists opposed to the Marxist theory of the role of the masses, of classes and the individual in social life, the so-called theory of the elite. They see in the people only a destructive, negative force, a mass that does not think but must obey authority. Only the elite, consisting of the most gifted part of a people, nation, or race can be, according to them, the vehicle of the creative, positive principle. The American sociologist Ely Chinoy insists that in every society some men are identified as superior and others as inferior. Everywhere some rule and others obey, although the latter may possess varying degrees of influence or control over the rulers. These contrasts between higher and lower, rich and poor, powerful and powerless constitute the substance of social stratification. 1-2 Chinoy regards this division of society into higher and lower, rulers and ruled as an eternal law of social existence, its source being the difference in men's natural abilities. The scientific and technological revolution has modified the theory of the elite into the theory of the technocratic elite. One of the authors of this theory, the American sociologist J. Ames Burnham, author of the much-discussed book The Managerial Revolution, tried to prove that the working class is incapable of administering society. In his view, the current scientific and technological revolution transfers power to scientists and technologists, particularly those involved in managing enterprises, concerns, corporations, and banks. The theory of the technocratic elite has gained considerable ground in contemporary capitalist society. Its purpose is to disguise the actual domination of this society by the capitalist monopolies. The financial oligarchy is the real ruler of the capitalist world. And it is a fact that cannot be understood from the positions of the subjective idealist or objective idealist approach to history. 2. The scientific view of the role of the masses in history. Even in the first major works of Marx and Engels, The Holy Family, or the Critique of Critical Criticism, and the German Ideology, the idealist view of the role of the individual in history was sharply criticized. On the one side is the mass, as the passive, spiritless, unhistorical, material element of history. On the other is the spirit, criticism, Herr Bruno and co. as the active element from which all historical action proceeds. The act of transforming society is reduced to the cerebral activity of critical criticism. This is how Marx in The Holy Family sarcastically presents the subjective idealist view of the young Hegelians on history, contrasting it with his own materialist belief in the determining role of the people, the revolutionary classes in the historical process. The idealist view of history was not the idle invention of sociologists and historians. It had its social and epistemological roots. In conditions of economic, political, and spiritual oppression, the masses are kept out of any decisive participation in politics. Only at the turning points in history do they rise up and take an active independent part in history, a part that ultimately decides the outcome of events. But in the ordinary, so-called peaceful periods, it is the ruling, exploiting classes and their political representatives who have controlled high politics. This is what bourgeois sociology and historiography reflect in their own way, while for the most part ignoring the deep-going everyday activity of the masses, which does not immediately catch the eye. But this activity forms the deep undercurrent of the complex and contradictory historical process, and it was this undercurrent and decisive driving force of history that had to be discovered behind the kaleidoscopic scene of passing historical events. The people is the chief creator, the real subject of history. This is the fundamental proposition of historical materialism. Now let us consider the concept of the people. This concept is used both in the broad sense, coinciding with the concept of the population or the nation, and in the narrower sense, meaning the masses, the makers of history. The concept of the masses or the mass of the people is a category that changes and develops historically. It must be considered in relation to the given social economic formations, its specific social structure, and also in relation to the specific course of historical development of the given society and the given country. In class society, the masses may include various social classes. But although the class composition of the masses may change, historically this concept always has as its core the mass of the working people who produce material goods, embraces the overwhelming majority of the population opposed to the anti-popular upper crust of society, the reactionary classes, and includes all social strata who promote social progress. The idea of the determining role of the masses in history is already implied in the all-important proposition of historical materialism, according to which the production of material goods is the life-giving basis of society, and the development of the productive forces ultimately determines all social processes. We have already seen that the productive forces of society are not merely the instruments and means of labor but above all people, the working people, the producers of material goods. The mass of the working people forms a creative productive force of the greatest importance. Point 1. The imperceptible, often hidden development of the one. Productive forces of society was the underlying basis of the progressive historical movement of mankind. It paved the way for revolutions, first in the mode of production, and then in the whole social system. The experience of the socialist revolutions and the building of socialism has shown in practice the bankruptcy of the bourgeois theories that the masses can play only a negative, destructive role in history. It stands to reason, of course, that the masses led by the working class and its party, when making a socialist revolution, must first destroy the bourgeois state machine, the means of oppression used against the people, and abolish social relations based on exploitation. But this process is only the necessary condition for saving from destruction the productive forces, the material and spiritual values created by the people's labor. The main feature of socialist revolutions is not destructive but creative activity, the construction of the new, unprecedented forms of the socialist state, the organization of social relations that do away with human exploitation and give the man of toil the status of a free workman. In past epochs the functions of administration in the economy, in the state, in ideological life were the monopoly of the exploiting classes. In socialist society the people for the first time take their fate into their own hands and become masters of economic, political, and spiritual life. For the first time in history there is the widest scope for all kinds and forms of creative activity on the part of the people. When only small groups of aristocrats, landowners, or the upper strata of the bourgeoisie occupied the foreground of history and the broad mass of people was condemned to what Lenin called historical hibernation, society moved ahead very slowly indeed. And conversely, when the broad masses awoke, as they did at the crucial moments, history quickened its pace. This is particularly characteristic of the present age with its dynamism and profound revolutionary transformations in all spheres of life. World history testifies to the fact that the greater the masses of the people that come into motion, the more profound are the social and political transformations in society. And conversely, as the scale and depth of historical action increase, so do the numbers of people taking part in it. This is one of the most important laws of world history. The determining role of the masses in the sphere of the material and political life of society is indisputable. But is not the ever-widening sphere of spiritual, intellectual life an exception to this rule? No one can deny, of course, the role of men of genius in the field of philosophy, science, literature, and art. What would philosophy and science have been without Democritus and Aristotle, Pythagoras and Archimedes, Copernicus and Galileo, Newton and Einstein, Darwin, Timir-Yazef and Pavlov? What would world art have been without Praxiteles, Phidias, Raphael, Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, Titian, Rapin, Surikov, without Homer, Dante, Shakespeare and Goethe, Byron, Pushkin, Balzac, Gogol, Tolstoy, without Bach, Beethoven, Verdi, Chopin, Glinka and Tchaikovsky? Mankind is indebted to them for immortal masterpieces of world culture. But all the great artists had close ties with the people and with its art. Art divorced from the people would be lifeless and insipid. The people provides the scientist, the poet, the writer with the treasury of language which it has evolved in the course of centuries. The people creates fairy tales, legends, and songs. And all great artists have always nourished their art from this inexhaustible store of folk art. We know how great the part played by eminent scientists has been in the development of science. Nevertheless, there is a certain pattern in scientific discoveries. The whole preceding development of science and technology paves the way for them. A German historian rightly observed, would Pythagoras' theorem have remained unknown if Pythagoras and his school had never existed? Would we never have discovered the law of gravity without Newton? Would we have still been traveling in stagecoaches if Stevenson had not invented the locomotive? The fate of science, of all culture, is not determined by the accident of the birth of one or another genius. The development of science and art is a law-governed process. In the final analysis, it is the people that decide the fate of history. But the role of the masses cannot be considered in the abstract, in isolation from classes and parties, or from the leaders who guide them. As history shows, the role of the masses depends largely on what political and ideological leadership they have at a given period of history, in a given country. The example of Germany in the period of Nazi domination demonstrates how in certain critical situations the imperialist bourgeoisie, with all the means of crushing and deceiving the masses at its disposal, can incite them to actions that contradict their fundamental interests and social progress. So, in order to arrive at a correct assessment of the historical role of the masses, we must clarify the actual role of organizations and parties, the role of outstanding personalities in history. 1.3. The role of the individual in history. The fundamental direction of social development, for example the transition from feudalism to capitalism or the replacement of capitalist by socialist society, is determined by objective laws that do not depend on the will and consciousness of people, even the most outstanding. When considering the general causes of historical development, we may temporarily put the role of the individual into the abstract. The same may be said of the effects of particular causes and circumstances, which do not depend on separate individuals either. But what we should not do is to ignore the role of the individual in explaining specific historic events, which depend not only on general and particular but also on individual causes. Thus, the course of revolution in a particular country, and also the course and outcome of wars between states and other concrete historical events depend not only on the main, determining causes, but also on such factors as the wisdom and foresight or, conversely, incompetence and short-sightedness of the leaders who presided over these events. Unless we take into account these factors, these historical accidents of every kind, the living, concrete history acquires a fatalistic and mystical character. The Marxist position on the question of the role of the individual in history was set forth in the clearest of formulas by Lenin. Marxism differs from all other socialist theories in the remarkable way it combines complete scientific sobriety in the analysis of the objective state of affairs and the objective course of evolution with the most emphatic recognition of the importance of the revolutionary energy, revolutionary creative genius and revolutionary initiative of the masses, and also, of course, of individuals, groups, organizations, and parties that are able to discover and achieve contact with one or another class. One history is made by man and only by man. Consideration of the objective conditions that determine men's actions is the only way of scientifically explaining the role of both classes and parties and of historical figures in social life. The point that we have to decide is under what conditions a given individual is assured of success in the achievement of his aims and under what conditions even outstanding people must inevitably suffer failure. Historical conditions ultimately determine the scope of the one individual's activity. Not even the most outstanding personalities have ever escaped this framework. For example, if the necessary material prerequisites or conditions for a new social economic formation have not yet matured in the framework of the old society, no historical figure can call that formation into being. No individual can make history according to his will or cause social development to flow backwards, for example, from capitalism to feudalism or to the slave-owning system. Hitler's Renedicatum PT to impose on Europe something in the nature of a slave system under the aegis of the Aryan race ended in shameful disaster, just as similar attempts of the reactionary leaders had done before him. Great men, like the great social ideas which they create and express, usually arise in critical periods of world history or the history of a particular nation. It is not great men who create and call into being great epochs but, on the contrary, the latter provide the favorable soil, the conditions in which the talents, genius, and natural gifts of a certain personality can mature, display themselves and come to fruition. Oliver Cromwell was the son and representative of the English bourgeois revolution, his gifts as a statesman and general were able to evolve thanks to this revolution. Had it not been for the great French bourgeois revolution, neither France nor the world would ever have known Mirabeau, Saint-Just, Robespierre or Napoleon and his marshals, most of whom were men of simple origin. It is historical conditions and historical needs that produce outstanding leaders. That such and such a man and precisely that man arises at a particular time in a particular country is, of course, pure chance. But if one eliminates him there is a demand for a substitute, and this substitute will be found, good or bad, but in the long run he will be found. That Napoleon, just that particular Corsican, should have been the military 7D dictator whom the French Republic, exhausted by its own warfare, had rendered necessary, was chance, but that, if a Napoleon had been lacking, another would have filled the place, is proved by the fact that a man was always found as soon as he became necessary, Caesar, Augustus, Cromwell, etc. It cannot be denied, of course, that the outstanding man leaves his mark on the events which he commands. It is possible that if Napoleon had been replaced by another general, France would not have enjoyed such military successes and the actual course of events that led first to the rise and then to the fall of Napoleon would have been different. But the general direction of France's economic, social, and political development in the 19th century could not have altered. Another objection is sometimes raised to the proposition that great men appear in response to social needs. It is argued that there were epochs when great men, heroes, proclaimers of new and splendid ideals were needed but failed to appear. So, such epochs remained periods of stagnation, neglect, and inertia. The Middle Ages are usually offered as an example. But the Middle Ages were an epoch of relative stagnation not because there were at this time no great men, no outstanding political figures, individuals of great natural gifts were born in this epoch also, but time and circumstances gave no encouragement to their talents. The domination of the Church, of the Inquisition, generated an atmosphere and moral climate when free thought never appeared, was snuffed out, or withdrew to a monastery cell. Only on his deathbed, when his days were numbered, was the great Copernicus able to hurl a challenge at the old, dogmatic views concerning the position of the Earth in the solar system. Nevertheless, even in medieval times slow, hidden processes were at work that in the end led to the age of the Renaissance and to the emergence of brilliant galaxies of great philosophers, scientists, writers, and artists. This bears out the general law that the emergence of great men is the expression of the needs and aims of their epoch. Of course, the measure and depth of their ability to express and promote these aims depend on their personal qualities and gifts. The emergence of eminent figures is not an automatic process, for here accident is interwoven with necessity. It may be said quite definitely, however, that the greatness of the historic figure depends in the long run on the scale of the tasks with which the epoch confronts him. It is no accident, therefore, that the epoch of socialist revolution, signifying the deepest of all transformations in history, produces historic leaders and thinkers of colossal proportions. This is an epoch when new millions of people awaken and join in the making of history, and when the leadership of these masses demands truly titanic revolutionary thought and action. For the historic role of the leaders of the working class and socialist revolution. Every class produces its heroes. Marx and Engels were the ideologists of a new class, the revolutionary proletariat. They were founders of the new, proletarian party, the League of Communists, the organizers of the First International, a worldwide association of working men. Marx made great scientific discoveries that are of world historic significance. The creation of the dialectical materialist philosophy, the theory of surplus value, the discovery of the proletariat as the new revolutionary class, the scientific substantiation of its historic mission. Any one of these great discoveries would have been enough to perpetuate the memory of Marx for centuries to come. Sometimes people ask, could scientific socialism have appeared without Marx? The history of human thought led up naturally to the creation of scientific socialism. This was noted by Engels, while Marx discovered the materialist conception of history. Thierry, Mignot, Guizot, and all the English historians up to 1850 are evidence that it was being striven for, and the discovery of the same conception by Morgan proves that the time was ripe for it and that it simply had to be discovered. 1. Nevertheless, in speaking of the historical law-governed nature of Marxism, Engels subtracted nothing from the genius of its creator. Marx stood higher, saw further, and took a wider and quicker view than all the rest of us. Without him the theory would not be by far what it is today. It therefore rightly bears his name. 1. The example of the historic role played by Marx indicates not only what a genius can do but also what even the greatest individual cannot do if the existing conditions set limits to his activity. No matter how great the revolutionary activity of Marx and Engels, the socialist revolution did not grow to full maturity in their epoch. Certain objective conditions were lacking. And the working class itself was not yet ready to carry out its historic mission. So, although Marx and Engels discovered the most general laws of socialist revolution and its driving forces, the practical realization of these discoveries remained the task of the future and the cause of age that was yet to come. The historical destiny of Marx's teaching might have taken a different course but for the work of Lenin, but for his struggle for revolutionary Marxism against the revisionists and dogmatists. Lenin's appearance of the historical scene as the creator of Leninism, the Marxism of the present epoch, as the founder of the party of Bolsheviks, the leader of the Great October Socialist Revolution and founder of the world's first socialist state exerted a great 410 influence on the course of history. Lenin was the unsurpassed strategist and organizer of proletarian revolution. He possessed a tremendous ability to foresee scientifically the development of events, the possible zigzags and unexpected rums in the course of history, to understand the behavior of the enemy and the wavering elements, and at the same time to build up with the support of the new type of Marxist party a revolutionary army and to win allies for the proletariat. Lenin believed in the limitless strength of the working class, of the people. Like Marx, he was hostile to any worship of the individual, to any personality cult, which he regarded as fundamentally contradictory to the whole spirit and essence of their teaching. The example of Lenin's life and work illustrates the great historical role of the leaders of the proletariat, of the mass of the working people. It is because this role is so great that the bourgeoisie wages a ruthless war on the communist, working class movement and its leaders. First of all, it seeks to decapitate the movement. One has only to recall the murders of Karl Liebknecht, Rosa Luxemburg, Ernst Thälmann, and others. A more subtle method is to try to terrorize the movement through the press, radio, television, and other propaganda media. There is also the bribery of certain leaders of the working class movement with offers of highly paid sinecures. And finally there are flattery and praise for the leaders that in some way or other abandon the principles of revolutionary Marxism, succumb to nationalism or revisionism, and undermine the unity of the international communist movement. Long ago, at the beginning of this century, one of the leaders of German social democracy, August Bebel, showed how clearly he had understood the motive behind such tactics. When the German bourgeoisie lavished praises upon him, he exclaimed, "Ah, old Bebel, what foolishness have you committed to deserve the enemy's praise?" Today, as then, the bourgeoisie's attitude towards consistent and steadfast leaders of the working class is that it hates and persecutes them. The bourgeois propaganda campaign against the socialist country and also against the communist and working class parties and their leaders became particularly intense at the time of the CPSU's criticism of the cult of Stalin's personality. They attempted to present the personality cult as something inherent in the socialist system, something derived from the principles of Leninism and its teaching on the party. But this assertion bears no resemblance to the truth. The cult of personality, a superstitious attitude to outstanding figures, their deification, has occurred at various times, both in the distant past and in the present day. Michel Verret states in his book Théorie et Politique that in France over the last 160 years there have been several personality cults connected with the names of Napoleon Bonaparte, Napoleon III, de Gaulle and others. This indicates that the emergence of personality cults at various times in various countries demands a specific historical explanation. The CPSU, its Central Committee, on their own initiative severely criticized the cult of Stalin's personality as something that contradicted the nature of socialism and the principles of Marxism-Leninism, as a departure from Leninist standards of inter-party life. The scientific explanation of the conditions in which this personality cult grew up was given in the well-known resolution of the Central Committee of the CPSU of June 30, 1956. As the Central Committee's resolution shows, a personality cult may be provoked both by certain objective circumstances and by subjective factors. The objective circumstances include, for example, the difficulty and complexity of the tasks of overcoming backwardness, the intensity of the class struggle within the country and in the international field, which demand the strictest centralization of leadership. The Soviet Union was 50 to 100 years behind the capitalist countries in technological and economic development. This lag had to be overcome in the shortest possible time. With only internal resources to draw upon, a huge country had to be industrialized and electrified, its backward agriculture restored and reorganized on the basis of socialism, and re-equipped with modern machinery. In a country in which before the revolution 72% of the population had been illiterate, this meant that there had to be a cultural revolution. The situation was further complicated by the need to fight trends hostile to Leninism within the party. At that time the opposition in the party, led by Trotsky, maintained that the attempt to build socialism in one country, and a backward one at that, confronted by conservative Europe, was a hopeless task. The right-wing opportunists came out against a rapid rate of industrialization, against the struggle with the kulaks and in favor of the spontaneous development of agriculture. What would have happened to the Soviet Union if these theoretical and political platforms had triumphed in the party? This might have meant the destruction of Soviet power and the cause of socialism. The Communist Party had to defeat Trotskyism and right-wing opportunism both theoretically and politically and set scientifically calculated paths and rates of socialist construction. The struggle against the nationalistic deviation and for internationalism was also of great importance. The cult of Stalin's personality arose against the background of 412. The successes achieved in the 1930s by the party and the country. These successes were unprecedented, they signified a gigantic leap in the development of the country's productive forces, the liquidation of a huge lag and the establishing of the foundations of socialism in what was historically a very short period of time. In these years Stalin won great prestige in the party and among the people. But at a certain stage this prestige began to grow into worship of his personality. Everything that had been achieved by the activity of the people and the party was wrongly attributed to one man. A great part in this process was undoubtedly played by subjective factors, by the negative traits in Stalin's own character, which Lenin had pointed out at the end of 1922 and the beginning of 1923 in his letter to the party Congress: rudeness, disloyalty to comrades, intolerance of criticism, and a lack of the modesty that had characterized the founders of Marxism-Leninism. However, no matter what negative consequences resulted from this personality cult, involving violations of collective leadership, inter-party democracy, and Soviet legality, it could not change the character of the socialist system or shake the foundations of socialism. The essential factor in all the great historical transformations that were achieved was the mass, nationwide heroism, the unprecedented historical creativity of the people, led by the CPSU. Having overcome the negative consequences of the personality cult, the CPSU provided all conditions for the development of democracy in the party and the country as a whole. The Leninist standards and principles of collective leadership, which made it impossible for excessive power to be concentrated in the hands of individuals or for them to step beyond the control of the party and the people, were re-established. All-round development of criticism and self-criticism at all levels, without respect of persons, is also a safeguard against personality cults. The example of the CPSU shows that only a party, trained on Marxist lines, can find the strength to overcome such a cult and its negative consequences. The experience and lessons of the struggle for socialism in the USSR and in other countries provide proof that the guarantee of victory is loyalty to the principles of Marxism-Leninism and its teaching on the objective laws of revolution and the construction of socialism, to the principles of socialist internationalism. Departure from these principles, belittlement of the role of the party and the significance of the Leninist standards of collective leadership sooner or later lead to grave mistakes and great dangers to the cause of socialism. The Marxist-Leninist doctrine on the role of the masses and the individual in history teaches communists to rely in all their activity on the masses and to lead them forward. It demands skill in giving full encouragement to their initiative and fighting against everything that restricts that initiative. Finally, it makes it incumbent on all leaders, at every level, to arrive at a sober and objective assessment of that role, to avoid boastfulness and conceit and make every effort to acquire the style of work that Lenin bequeathed. Generalizing the experience of the struggle for the masses, the party's experience of leading the masses, Lenin wrote. Keep in touch with the masses. Live close to them. Know their moods. Know everything. Understand the masses. Be able to approach them. Win their absolute trust. Leaders must not become isolated from the masses they lead, or the vanguard from the whole army of labor. Do not flatter the masses and do not break away from them/1. These laconic lines contain the essential principles of Marxism-Leninism concerning the interrelationship between the masses, classes, the party, and its leaders. Role of masses and individual in history. 41. Historical progress. The problem of historical progress occupies an important place in the science of society. This problem is the subject of fierce ideological struggle because any elucidation of it implies an evaluation of the present and future of mankind, its short-term and long-term prospects of development. Is mankind moving towards higher forms of social life, towards more enlightened and humane social relations, towards a higher culture and moral consciousness? Or is it sliding towards thermonuclear disaster, towards catastrophic overpopulation, towards the biological degeneration of man, etc.? These arguments, as we see, are about the essence of historical progress. What is this essence? What are the driving forces of progress, the criteria that enable us to distinguish the progressive from the regressive in social development? These are some of the important aspects of the problem. 1. The essence of historical progress. The idea of progress formulated by such advanced bourgeois social thinkers of the 18th century as Turgot, Condorcet, and Herder became predominant in the 19th century. This was the time of the rapid rise of capitalism, and to many bourgeois historians, sociologists, and philosophers the idea of social progress appeared to be almost self-evident. But the pre-Marxist philosophers and sociologists could not reveal the true essence, the laws, and driving forces of historical progress. Proceeding from the positions of idealism, they sought the causes of human development in the spiritual principle, in the human intellect's infinite ability to perfect itself, or in spontaneous self-development of the absolute spirit. Accordingly, they also saw the criterion of progress in phenomena of a spiritual nature, in the level of development of a particular form of social consciousness, science, morality, law, religion, etc. But there was still no explanation of what actually evoked these forms of social consciousness, or what caused their change and development. Another notable deficiency of many pre-Marxist conceptions of social progress was their non-dialectical view of social life. Social progress was interpreted mainly as a smooth evolutionary development without revolutionary leaps, without regressive movements, as a steady ascent in a straight line. The sociologists Auguste Comte and Herbert Spencer, for instance, virtually ignored the contradictory, antagonistic nature of the social progress of their day and treated the struggle of the oppressed masses against the bourgeois system as a morbid phenomenon, as an obstacle to the development of civilization. Finally, bourgeois thought restricted social progress to the framework of capitalist society. Hence the conclusion was drawn that any attempt to go beyond the bounds of this society would be regressive and, essentially, doomed to failure. Marxism overcame the weaknesses and deficiencies of the pre-Marxist conceptions of historical progress and discovered its true essence and driving forces. The founders of Marxism refused to consider the problem in the abstract, just as they refused to consider society in general. Marx warned that the concept of progress is on the whole not to be understood in the usual abstract form. Point 1. This implies that phenomena which are progressive in one historical epoch may become reactionary in another. The demand for concrete analysis entails finding out the specific features of progress in different social-economic formations. The history of mankind, despite its contradictions, temporary 7 periods of stagnation and regression, is ultimately an ascent, a movement from the old to the new, from the simple to the complex. As it develops, mankind creates more powerful productive forces, a more effective economy, more perfect forms of political administration, expanding in varying degrees the limits of man's opportunities and freedom. Thanks to the dialectical materialist interpretation of social life, it was discovered that the driving forces of historical progress were generated by society itself. The forces that determine social development are at one and the same time the driving forces of historical progress. The roots of historical progress should be sought first in the sphere of material production, in the economy, that is to say, in the decisive sphere of social life. The struggle of the progressive classes against obsolete production relations, against reactionary 7 social-political systems, was and still remains a powerful, in fact, the decisive force in ascending historical development. Historical progress is particularly evident in the replacement of social economic formations. All the formations preceding communism have necessarily, one after the other, prepared their own negation. At a certain stage of development, a historically restricted type of production relations that had dominated a certain social economic formation began to hinder the advance of the productive forces and thus condemned itself to destruction. The emergent new formation ensured a more rapid development of the productive forces. The development of the productive forces has been steadily accelerating. Progress in the development of the productive forces ultimately conditions progress in the sphere of production relations, in social institutions and in the spiritual development of society. The progressive development of society reveals itself not only in the transition from one social economic formation to another but also within the bounds of that formation. Does this mean that every social economic formation goes on ascending throughout its existence? This cannot be said of the formations preceding communism, which at a certain stage in their development lose their former progressiveness and begin to retard the movement of history. This was the case with slave-owning society, feudalism, and capitalism, particularly in the imperialist stage of its development. At every stage in history, the defenders of obsolete regimes have opposed historical progress with all the means at their command. But not a single reactionary class has ever been able to stop the ascending development of mankind. A striking example of the irreversibility of social progress is Cuba, which is standing up valiantly to the world's most powerful capitalist country, the USA. For more than 20 years, American imperialism has been trying to wipe socialist Cuba off the map of the continent, but Cuba stands firmer than ever. The policy of non-recognition, economic and political boycott, military provocations, and the like have proved a total failure. More than 100 rise of the world, including most of the countries of the American continent, have established diplomatic relations with Cuba. The Reagan administration has made direct threats against Cuba, and is preparing the ground for aggressive actions against her. But the socialist countries, all progressive and peace-loving forces, have raised their voices in defense of Cuba, her independence and sovereignty. It can thus be seen that the invincibility of social progress in one country is ensured not only by its own efforts, but also by international support. Not only social relations but also culture and the moral consciousness of the peoples follow an ascending line of development. The advance of mankind as a whole is both a process of negation of the obsolete and a process of preserving the values which enable us to master the forces of nature and increase man's power over the spontaneous course of social development. Here we have a dialectical negation, the negation of the old system with all its positive gains retained and multiplied. The historical process thus emerges not as a simple sequence of social economic formations but as forward movement, because every new formation surpasses its predecessors in productivity of labor, social and political organization and intellectual culture, in the conditions that the given society provides for man's development. The opponents of Marxism-Leninism distort the scientific interpretation of the essence and driving forces of social progress. They attribute to Marxism-Leninism the idea that the level of development of the productive forces automatically determines the level of progress in all other spheres of social life, including the sphere of intellectual culture. This assumption contradicts the social practice and principles of Marxist theory. It is well known, for example, that 19th-century Russia was far behind a number of European countries in development of the productive forces, but this did not prevent her from producing great thinkers, writers, composers, and artists. The comparatively high level of the productive forces in the conditions of monopoly capitalism, on the other hand, exists side by side with a decline in the moral consciousness of the ruling classes and with such barbarities as fascism, racism, genocide, and imperialist wars. The development of intellectual culture cannot be inferred directly from the level of the productive forces without taking into account the production relations, the nature and acuteness of class contractations and a large number of other factors. It should not be forgotten that superstructural phenomena are relatively independent of the economy, and that at times this independence may be very sharply expressed. Marx noted, for instance, that certain peaks in the development of art by no means correspond to the general development of society, nor do they therefore to the material substructure, the skeleton as it were of its organization. 1 While noting that, as a whole, the subsequent formation is more progressive than its predecessor, Marxism-Leninism warns against oversimplification of this proposition. The new formation does not necessarily surpass the old in all forms of culture. Thus, in some spheres of intellectual culture feudal society was inferior to that of the slave society, but there can be no doubt that, as a whole, the transition from slave society to feudal society signified not regress but progress in social development. While regarding progress as an objective law of historical development, Marxism-Leninism warns against the primitive interpretation of social progress as a straight and steady ascent from the lower to the higher. The victory of the new system does not follow a strict timetable. A combination of circumstances sometimes has led to the temporary defeat of the historically progressive forces and delayed the accomplishment of objectively mature historical tasks. The history of the establishment of capitalism has shown how devious and contradictory this process has been in different countries. Objecting to oversimplified interpretations of progress, Lenin wrote, "It is undialectical, unscientific, and theoretically wrong to regard the course of world history as smooth and always in a forward direction, without occasional gigantic leaps back." This warning against the interpretation of ascending development as an automatic process, against the ignoring of the part played by historical accidents, has considerable theoretical and practical relevance in the period of the transition from capitalism to socialism. The process of establishing the socialist system has demonstrated how stubbornly the reactionary forces resort to every possible means, including war, to destroy the new society and reverse the course of history. Vulgar economic materialism presents the course of history as an impersonal, purely spontaneous process in which people with consciousness and will possess no more weight in the whirlpool of social events than grains of sand in a hurricane. Bourgeois ideologists quite often attribute this conception to Marxism. In point of fact, Marx and Engels rejected the fatalistic interpretation of historical necessity as something external that dominates people and their behavior. Engels wrote, "History 7 docks nothing, it possesses no immense wealth, it wages no battles. It is man, real living man, that does all that possesses and fights. History is not a person apart, using man as a means for its own particular aims. History is nothing but the activity of man pursuing his aims." 2. The fatalistic interpretation of progress condemns people to 1-2 contemplation and passivity and justifies reliance on spontaneity and letting things drift. The Marxist-Leninist parties, armed with the scientific conception of social development, work out a scientifically based strategy and tactics for the fundamental transformation of the world. The Marxist conception of social progress is opposed not only to the fatalistic but also to the subjective idealist, the voluntarist interpretation. The latter derives from denial of the objective laws of history and therefore quite happily now rejects and now recognizes progress on the basis of arbitrary appraisals of its essence. In contrast to this view, Marxism-Leninism provides the basis for a strictly objective criterion of historical progress. 2. The criterion of historical progress. What is the criterion of progress? By what essential attributes may the progressive phenomena in history be distinguished from the reactionary? To begin with, let us consider the many-sidedness of social progress, which is, in fact, a complex of different social processes. Every specific sphere of social life has its own special criteria of development which cannot be made interchangeable without abandoning the item pt to make a concrete, specific assessment of the given phenomenon. The question arises, whether under these conditions it is possible to speak of a general criterion of social progress. Many bourgeois philosophers, particularly the advocates of the theory of factors, who deny the unitary basis of the social process and recognize only the mechanical interaction of equal social factors, answer this question in the negative. Marxism-Leninism takes the opposite stand. What we call a social economic formation is an integral, living social organism, a definite social system with its own special structure, laws of development and functioning. If we are dealing not with the totality of separate parts but with their dialectical unity, their integrity, we must obviously have a general criterion for comparing the entities and discovering whether they are progressive or regressive. Inasmuch as economic relations constitute the foundation of any social economic formation and ultimately condition all aspects of social life, the general criterion of progress is to be sought, above all, in the sphere of economic relations, in the sphere of production. 14 420. In his work, The Agrarian Program of Social Democracy in the First Russian Revolution, 1905 to 1907, Lenin defines the productive forces as the highest criterion of social progress. 1. This definition arises from the fact that in the unity of the productive forces and the relations of production, the former constitute the content of the mode of production, its most dynamic element, and express the factor of continuity in the development of production and of the whole social historical process. Moreover, the level and character of development of the productive forces can be clearly defined and accurately measured. When we compare the primitive communal system, slave-owning society, feudalism, and the capitalist system with one another, the degree of historical progressiveness of these social economic formations is characterized primarily by the extent to which they ensure the development of the productive forces. The superiority of the communist formation over capitalism lies in its revealing the possibility of more planned, rapid and harmonious development of the productive forces. The high level of development of the productive forces and productivity of labor will make possible the creation of an abundance of material and spiritual goods under communism, and their distribution according to people's needs. In appraising the progressiveness or regressiveness of a social system, however, it is not enough to refer to the level, character, and rate of development of the productive forces, taken by themselves, without considering the social consequences of their development, without considering the interests of the working people, the human factor. It is no accident that many bourgeois sociologists today are quite ready to divorce the productive forces from relations of production, which leads them to arbitrary constructions and erroneous appraisals. The American sociologist and economist Walt W. Rostow, for instance, prefers to treat the productive forces, particularly technical equipment, quite separately from the production relations, in classifying the stages of social development. But if one considers only the level of development of the productive forces, taken in isolation from the relations of production, from the social structure, from the actual position of the producers themselves, American capitalism may appear to be almost a progressive force. In reality, the high level of development of the productive forces in the United States is geared to an outmoded, Class-divided social political system. Not a single new social economic formation can immediately, in the first stage of its development, display all its advantages over the old formation. It takes time for the new social system to realize its full potential. But even the first phase of communism is superior to capitalism in the type of its production relations because it ensures a higher and more stable rate of development of the productive forces. Socialism has opened up far greater opportunities than capitalism for development of the working man, the most vital of all productive forces and the highest of all values. The character of the socialist relations of production, relations of cooperation and mutual assistance, relations based on public ownership, creates all the objective conditions that will in time make socialist production superior to capitalist production in every respect. The criterion of progress proposed by Marxism is strictly scientific and objective and rules out any item pt to present as the fundamental measure of progress, a factor that is itself determined by other, more fundamental elementary phenomena. It is sometimes suggested that this criterion is purely economic in character and divorced from man, from his place and status in society. On these grounds we are offered various values of abstract humanism, moral perfection, etc., as the criterion of progress. But the fact of the matter is that man, his present and future, his well-being and freedom are the focal points both of Marxist science and the socialist system. The activity of the CPSU is wholly dedicated to this cause. In being oriented by the productive forces, the character and conditions of their development, Marxism reveals the bedrock of human existence, for this is where lie hidden the forces that ultimately determine people's actual position, their standard of life, culture, the degree to which their freedom is realized, the possibilities of their intellectual and moral development and perfection. A high level of productive forces creates the prerequisites of a situation in which the development of some people and classes need not take place at the expense of others, in which the development of production fully coincides with the demands for all-round human development. This historical aim is achieved by socialism, which overcomes the antagonistic character of social progress. 3. Antagonistic character of social progress in societies with exploiting classes. In societies based on private property and exploitation, social progress must inevitably be bought at the cost of subjugating the majority of the population, the working people, and stifling 422. Their individuality. The very development of class-divided societies results from the intense struggle between hostile social classes. The subjugation of huge masses of slaves was the historically inevitable condition of existence of ancient Greece and Rome, and of their culture. The insuperable contradiction between progress and the conditions of life of the working classes continued to exist both under feudalism and under capitalism. With bourgeois society in mind, Marx wrote, "At the same pace that mankind masters nature, man seems to become enslaved to other men or to his own infamy. Even the pure light of science seems unable to shine but on the dark background of ignorance. All our invention and progress seem to result in endowing material forces with intellectual life, and in stultifying human life into a material force. One considerable changes have taken place, of course, since the time of Marx. The tendency towards absolute impoverishment of the working class in some highly developed capitalist countries has been arrested thanks to the growing organization and opposition of the oppressed masses. Under the pressure of the organized struggle of the working class, with the world socialist system in existence, the monopolies have been compelled to make partial concessions in order to defend their fundamental interests, their class privileges. Modern technology and equipment have demanded a certain level of education for the workers. Yet, all these changes do not affect the essence of capitalism and consequently do not remove the contradictory nature of progress in the context of bourgeois society, progress at the expense of the human personality. No one can deny that millions of people in the developed capitalist countries are alienated from the highest attainments of human culture. The assembly line under capitalism stultifies people, the monotony of the work processes eats away their intellect. In capitalist countries the scientific and technological revolution is accompanied by an increase in mental disease, by loss of interest in life and even the will to live, and by a steep rise in the number of suicides. Marx wrote that the bourgeoisie achieved progress by forcing individuals and even whole peoples to travel an arduous path of blood and filth, poverty and humiliation. This judgment has been reaffirmed in the age of imperialism. Capitalism reaches the peak of its development in the sphere of production and at the same time lays bare its hostility to man, to his freedom, to democracy and equality, to the development of the moral and artistic consciousness. Some bourgeois ideologists find it impossible to conceal this truth. The American journalist Alvin Toffler, for instance, writes in his significantly titled book Future Shock that with the existing capitalist organization of society the forces released by rapid technical progress threaten to destroy man. Toffler does not deny the need to replace capitalism by some other system of social organization, but is far from realizing that only socialism can provide such a system. Eric Kohler, in his book The Meaning of History, sees super-rational civilization degenerating into mechanized barbarity. Man, Kohler observes, having tremendously increased his control over nature, has lost control of himself, of his own nature. Illogically, however, Kohler tries to present the antagonistic nature of progress under capitalism as a feature of all human history. Many bourgeois ideologists write of the irreconcilable conflict between 20th century scientific and technological progress, on the one hand, and agrowing cannibalistic amorally, on the other, but they forget to confine this real conflict to the framework of capitalism. In the 4 or more centuries of its existence, capitalism has created a tremendous gap between the economic, political, and cultural development of some peoples compared with that of others. Colonialism plunged whole continents into a state of stagnation. In some countries more than 3/4 of the population are illiterate owing to the antagonistic character of progress under capitalism. The sphere of imperialism's direct domination is today restricted to 8.3% of the planet's territory and 13.1% of its population. But imperialism continues to exploit the developing world, and that means 120 countries, 4/5 of all the countries in the world, and 1/2 of the world's population. According to statistics and estimates for 1981, more than 700 million people in the developing regions of Asia, Africa, and Latin America are starving or underfed. They have 455 million totally or partially unemployed. The total debts owed by all the developing countries in 1981 amount to $450,000 million. Trade conditions are deteriorating for them, and the gap between prices of industrial goods and raw materials is widening. The food problem is becoming more acute. Standards of living are falling. Capitalism is preventing the further progress of mankind, the use of the miracles of human genius, the mighty sources of power in the interests of all men. As long as capitalism exists, the danger of a devastating thermonuclear war remains a real possibility. Socialism liberates historical progress from its antagonistic form, from social cataclysms. With the victory of socialism, Marx wrote, then only will human progress cease to resemble that hideous, pagan idol, who would not drink the nectar but from the skulls of the slain. 1 Socialism repudiates war in principle as a means of solving controversial issues between states. The dialectics of social progress during the transition from capitalism to socialism and communism amounts to the following: from the inevitable occurrence of wars to the possibility of their prevention and, ultimately, to their complete elimination from the life of society. 2 Henceforth progress takes place not in the interests of some classes and nations and not at the cost of others. It bears its fruit for the whole of society. The development of the productive forces, of science and technology, the growth of social wealth signify a constant improvement in the material position and raising of the cultural level of all its members. This fact alone provides a material and moral stimulus to the creative activity of the members of socialist society. Progress not only in the sphere of production but also in the sphere of social relations, in politics, in cultural construction, in spiritual life becomes the concern of the whole people. This is what ensures the increased pace of social development in the conditions of socialism. Socialism is not only a most important link in the ascending development of mankind, it is also the beginning of an era when social progress becomes continuous and all-embracing. Only socialism will be the beginning of a rapid, genuine, truly mass-forward movement, embracing first the majority and then the whole of the population, in all spheres of public and private life. 3. This scientific prediction has been fully realized in practice. No serious theoretician in the West any longer questions the fact of the extremely rapid development of the socialist countries, and particularly the Soviet Union. The real possibilities of steady progress spring from the planned, scientific nature of socialist development, from the conscious and purposeful activity of the masses led by the Marxist-Leninist parties. The achievements of the homeland of the October Revolution over a period of 6 decades convincingly show that socialism has attained unprecedented rates of progress in all areas of the life of society. But the speed and stability of social progress under socialism are not automatic. There are still some phenomena that are not completely controlled and guided by society. To achieve rapid, harmonious, and all-round development of socialist society, one has to perfect the scientific management of all social processes, cut out mistakes of a voluntarist or any other type, conduct a systematic campaign against B-word, conservative and bureaucratic elements, and obviate all incompetent management in the various sectors of construction of the new society. The development of socialism, like that of any society, cannot occur without contradictions, without overcoming certain difficulties. The emergence and development of a complex social organism like socialist society demands organized effort on the part of the broad mass of the people, and great insight and persistence in the struggle for the attainment of the goal. It is a specific feature of socialism, however, that the resolving of its contradictions contributes to its ascending development. But this is not a spontaneous process. The development of socialism, its gradual transition to the second phase of communism, involves the correct and timely understanding of any contradictions that may arise and the ability to deal with them effectively. The critics of socialism assert that in socialist society progress is achieved only in the sphere of production and does not affect the individual. This lie has been exposed today by practical experience. It is socialism that has raised millions of people to conscious historical creativity, introduced them to culture, and opened up wide opportunities for the versatile development of the individual. The highest achievement of socialism is the emergence of a new type of man with a collectivist consciousness, with a new humanist morality, a man actively devoted to the ideals of communism and armed with the most advanced world outlook. With the complete disappearance of the capitalist system and the victory of communism, the rate of historical progress will increase still further. The tremendous resources which are wasted today on preparations for and waging of wars, on building weapons of destruction, will be switched to the realization of peaceful creative goals in the interests of all mankind. The complete elimination of work for private bosses, the eradication of the anarchy of production and economic crises, the rapid application of scientific and technological discoveries, the planned and proportional development of the world economy, its specialization and cooperation will unfold the widest prospects for historical development. Victory of socialism is not the culmination of historical progress. The constant and ever-increasing growth of the productive forces will be the basis of a further improvement in all aspects of social life and of human development itself. Communism is not the culmination, but the beginning of genuinely human history. 5. The problem of historical progress in contemporary bourgeois sociology. As the era of socialism approached, more and more bourgeois philosophers and sociologists dissociated themselves from the idea of ascending historical development. This fear of the future has been redoubled among modern bourgeois theoreticians. It is no accident that the French sociologist Raymond Aron entitled one of his books Disillusionment about Progress, pointing to the devastating world wars and regarding them as fatally inevitable, assessing social revolutions as disastrous events. Many bourgeois ideologists assert that humanity is not ascending but descending, and even heading towards catastrophe. This false, pessimistic conclusion is also backed up by arguments concerning inevitable overpopulation and man's biological degeneration in the conditions of the scientific and ecological revolution. Some representatives of idealist sociology try to substitute for the idea of progress the neutral concept of change. They assume that since both progressive and regressive movements take place in social life, it is impossible to speak of any general ascending line of the historical process. Repudiation of historical progress is connected with denial of the law-governed character of historical development. If there are no objective laws of history, as many Western sociologists assert, it is absurd to talk of a law of historical progress. Prompted by this interpretation of social life, the American historian George G. Eggers concludes, "We can accept the idea of progress today only with serious qualifications. Progress as yet is only a hypothesis and a very questionable one. 1. According to Eggers, we can have only faith in the possibility of improving human life. The arbitrary interpretation of historical facts and the inability to see what is paramount, necessary and law-governed beyond the conflict of mutually exclusive tendencies of social development, brings many bourgeois theoreticians to the mistaken idea that progress is not a scientific concept but merely an ethical evaluation of facts tinged with the subjectivism and relativism that are allegedly inherent in all ethical evaluations." Other spokesmen of contemporary idealist sociology try to substitute for the idea of social progress the idea of eternal rotation. The advocates of this idea maintain that mankind passes through certain phases and then returns to the starting line, to begin all over again. Of course, if one interprets the facts arbitrarily, one can identify the primitive communal system with the communist society of the future, dig up capitalism in the ancient world, present socialist equality as a return to the equality of the early Christian communes, and then declare that everything repeats itself, everything returns and there is nothing new under the RM. Such assertions are based on superficial formal historical analogies and are highly subjective. The idea of the cyclical development of history with a continual return to the previous stages is deduced not from the actual historical process but from the religious imagination. The attempt to present the history of man as running in a circle is bound up with the desire to perpetuate stages of social development that have been consigned to the past. If we do attempt to express the movement of history geometrically, we should speak not of a circle but of a spiral which, in ascending, only apparently returns to the initial position. Every new historical stage, while negating all that is obsolete and reactionary, simultaneously preserves and develops the achievements of previous generations. This rules out not only a return to the old ways, but also any marking time. We noted above that not all cultural values are passed on from one generation to another, from one people to another. There are values that are recognized only within the framework of one civilization and disappear forever with the society that created them. One can trace in the history of mankind certain isolated, unique civilizations that disappeared utterly, contributing nothing, or almost nothing, to the subsequent cultural process. By absolutizing this phenomenon, some bourgeois philosophers build up fallacious theories presenting the history of mankind as the coexistence of isolated civilizations, arising, developing and dying out with no need to communicate, to exchange values, to further develop the material and intellectual attainments of other peoples. The German philosopher Oswald Spengler, for instance, wrote, "Instead of the monotonous picture of rectilinear world history, I see the phenomenon of a multiplicity of mighty cultures. Each has its own idea, its own passions, its own life, desires and feelings and finally its own death." One Spengler concentrates his attention only on the qualitative differentiation of civilizations and plays down everything that links and unites them. This is his case for denying the unity of the historical process and its development. In absolutizing the fact of discontinuity in the development of civilizations, Spengler discards the factor of continuity, of the genetic continuous link between them. Following in the wake of Spengler, the German philosopher Karl Jaspers and particularly the British historian Arnold Toynbee, each in his own way, make an absolute of the qualitative uniqueness of civilizations and erase the continuity links between them, the specific assimilation of the achievements of one civilization by another. In contrast to this trend in the philosophy of history, W. Bitch stresses the uniqueness of social phenomena and processes, some bourgeois philosophers and sociologists' absolutist repetition in history. The American sociologist Pitirim Sorokin, for instance, reduces the process of man's historical development to the constant cyclical replacement of certain social-cultural supersystems by other similar systems. It stands to reason that the concepts of progress and regress cannot be applied to such a historical rotation. Not all contemporary bourgeois ideologists deny progress in general. Some of them acknowledge progressive changes in spheres where they can be quantitatively expressed and cannot be interpreted as anything but progressive. Some believe this is so in scientific cognition and in technology. At the same time they repudiate the idea of progress in the economic sphere on the grounds that a more effective economy is not necessarily more justly organized. This latter assertion would evoke no objection if they had in mind private property or, to be more exact, capitalist society. It is a fact that there is no just distribution of material or spiritual values in such a society. But history does not end with capitalism. In the present age, with millions of people achieving social and national liberation, it is becoming increasingly difficult for bourgeois ideologists to deny the idea of progress in history. Many of them therefore acknowledge progress but fundamentally distort its essence, direction, driving forces, and criteria. In contrast to the social pessimists, they try to prove that capitalism is ascending in its development and still remains the embodiment of social progress. These quasi-optimists are unable to conceal the profound contradictions and social cataclysms engendered by bourgeois society, but they assume that in the course of scientific and technological progress all the darker sides of capitalism will be overcome and it will cease to be a class-divided society and turn into a welfare society. Life provides a ruthless exposure of this social utopia. Capitalism has long since become a force that hinders social progress, that excludes harmonious development of the productive forces in the interests of the whole of society. It is farthest from the minds of communists to predict an automatic collapse of capitalism. It still has considerable reserves. Yet the developments of recent years forcefully confirm that capitalism is a society without a future. Many bourgeois ideologists, who identify social progress with the development of capitalism and regard socialism as a deviation from the highway of ascending historical development, rely on violence as the most reliable means of defending and perpetuating capitalist civilization. Such conceptions are held by U.S. President Reagan, who has declared communism an aberration, an abnormal way of life for human beings. Moreover, Ronald Reagan believes that communism is in decline. He has undertaken the mission of writing it off as a sad, unnatural chapter in the history of mankind and does not draw the line even at the use of nuclear force. As Leonid Brezhnev has remarked, there has never been a period in history when peoples on all continents have been manipulated so cynically as they are now being manipulated by the aggressive forces of imperialism. 12 But the evidence of history testifies that not a single obsolete system in the past has ever succeeded in defending itself by means of violence, by holding man's ankles as he seeks to climb to a new level of social progress. The most extreme forms of imperialist violence did not prevent the victory of socialism in the USSR, the breakaway of many other countries from capitalism and the emergence of the world socialist system. The forces that are undermining capitalism continue to operate. By all available means capitalism seeks to preserve its existence. It combines violence with concessions, with reforms from above, and with the most sophisticated forms of brainwashing. In its efforts to postpone and buffer economic crises, the modern bourgeois state resorts to intervention in economic life, to the application of certain elements of planning and forecasting of capitalist production. All these and other measures of self-preservation produce temporary results, but they cannot obviate the profound inner contradictions of a historically doomed system, and particularly the contradiction between the growing social character of production and the private capitalist form of appropriation, the contractation between labor and capital. Imperialism intensifies social and national inequality. It stands in the way of the just distribution of material and spiritual values among all people and nations, fosters militarism, and unleashes devastating, murderous wars. No efforts on the part of the ruling forces of feudalism were able to save it from defeat or prevent society from passing on to a new and higher stage. The same irreversible fate awaits capitalism. Criticism of contemporary bourgeois philosophy and sociology. CHAPTERXXI. The history of philosophical thought has always been an arena of ideological struggle, which in the final analysis expresses the trends and ideologies of contending classes. Our century is no exception. Again and again it confirms Lenin's dictum that modern philosophy is just as partisan as that of 2000 years ago, and that materialism and idealism are the two contending parties. However, the new conditions of social development and class struggle, the progress that has been made in the scientific cognition of nature and society are having a substantial impact on the form of philosophical theories, on the ways in which the traditional philosophical problems are solved. In preceding chapters we have described how these problems were treated by philosophy in the past and how they arise in new forms in the conceptions of contemporary idealism. In the present chapter we shall attempt to sum up the distinctive features of contemporary bourgeois philosophy and indicate its main trends and schools while at the same time revealing the unity within the diversity of the idealist schools, a unity that flows mainly from the common ideological aims with which they are confronted by conditions and the aims of the class struggle. There is no room for neutralism or compromise in the struggle between the two ideologies. 1. This proposition defining the essence and character of the contemporary ideological struggle reflects an objective law of the development of ideological social relations between the contending classes, which form the main part of the relations between the two opposed world systems, socialist and capitalist. And inasmuch as philosophy provides the method and world outlook for any ideological formation, it is constantly at the epicentre of ideological clashes. Contemporary bourgeois philosophy. 1. The general crisis of capitalism and the specific features of contemporary idealism. In the epoch of imperialism all the contradictions inherent in capitalism are exacerbated. Bourgeois ideology has to make some attempt to understand the symptoms of the disease of contemporary capitalism and, since there is no hope of curing it, must in some way adapt them to its own purposes. While Marxist philosophy expounds the concept of the general crisis of capitalism in the exact formulae of contemporary social science, bourgeois philosophy presents this concept as the crisis of modern man or modern science, as the spiritual crisis of the age or the crisis of technological civilization. But it always ignores the specific historical character of this phenomenon, and the historical destiny of capitalism, which is doomed to extinction, is identified with the destiny of all humankind, with the decline of world culture or the destruction of civilization. Bourgeois philosophy's reactions to the idea of the inevitable victory of the new social relations vary from irrationalist activism, which urges all-out resistance to this new phenomenon, to a pessimistic fatalism and calls to rely on God. Historical pessimism usually culminates in a belief in the irrationality and tragedy of human existence in general, allegedly due to the dehumanizing influence of organized or manipulated society. It was a characteristic illusion of the bourgeois philosophy of the 19th century to regard capitalism as capable of ensuring stable and prolonged social progress. Today it has bequeathed this illusion to bourgeois sociology with its concepts of the industrial, post-industrial, technotronic etc. societies, which are supposed to be replacing the opposed systems of capitalism and socialism. Although sociological conceptions often contain pessimistic forecasts, bourgeois philosophy more frequently bases its analysis of the contradictions of social life on the idea that crisis is a permanent condition of the age. An important symptom of the crisis in contemporary bourgeois philosophy is the fundamental change in its attitude to science and reason. Whereas the ideologists of the revolutionary bourgeoisie of the 17th and 18th centuries believed in the power of reason, The tendency today is to conclude that all human experience testifies to the powerlessness of reason. Point 1. The point to note here is the rejection of social science as a means of objective social prediction, confirming the communist perspectives of social development. This is why the British philosopher Karl Popper writes, "We must reject the possibility of a theoretical history, that is to say, of a historical social science that would correspond to theoretical physics. There can be no scientific theory of historical development serving as a basis for historical prediction." 1. There is another factor of no less importance. The rapidity and unexpectedness with which at the turn of the century the new picture of the world based on the theory of relativity and quantum mechanics superseded the old picture in which the dominant role was played by classical mechanics, led a number of scientists and philosophers, including some very influential ones, to renounce materialist epistemology, which had always been the spontaneous belief of the natural scientists. Lenin, who in his work Materialism and Empirio-Criticism gave a detailed analysis of the crisis in physics, summed up what was happening as follows: matter has disappeared, hence the conclusion was drawn that science does not provide us with objective truth and, essentially, has no significance in acquiring and formulating a view of the world, that science and world outlook are not commensurate, that a philosophical world outlook cannot provide a basis for the specialized sciences or be their result. This was the triple conclusion which led to the formation of positivist, irrationalist and religious principles in philosophy. If science cannot provide us with an objective picture of the world, neither can philosophy as a science claim to do this either. The latter can be only the theory of knowledge of the exact sciences, a philosophy of science ultimately losing its own independent subject matter and becoming analysis of language. This in the logic of neo-positivism. Irrationalism rejects the idea of scientific philosophy on the grounds that science is based on abstractions, deliberately ignores everything specific, living, and has no impact on the deeper sources of human existence. So philosophy must renounce its orientation on science and turn its attention to the fullness of vital experience. It must be in principle not scientific but another way of thinking, a thinking which in cognition simultaneously remembers me, awakens me, comes to my own self, and changes me. 1. 2 wrote the existentialist philosopher Karl Jaspers. If science is a mere assemblage of symbols stating something unknown about something unknown, it must contain a mystery. What a lucky find this turn of thought was for religious philosophy. Phy. When the British astronomer and astrophysicist James Jeans published his book The Mysterious Universe, the neo-Thomist philosopher Etienne Gilson immediately seized upon this motion and developed it. Now, if the universe of science is mysterious, what is not? We do not need science to tell us that the universe is indeed mysterious. Men have known that since the very beginning of the human race. 1. This was the meaning of religion. So religion was to play the role of a world outlook, and moreover one that was sanctified by millennia of human history. Of course, the whole diversity of the idealist philosophical schools of the 20th century, which in itself testifies to the crisis in idealist philosophy as being unable to produce any integrated world outlook, cannot be reduced to these three leading trends in contemporary bourgeois philosophy, all of them based on belittlement of the significance of scientific cognition in evolving a world outlook. What is more, the pluralism of idealist philosophy has for long been the form of existence of bourgeois philosophy, which in various ways seeks to maintain its influence and adapt itself to the needs of the various sections of capitalist society. Nevertheless, all the main currents in modern idealism and even the borderline, secondary seven schools gravitate towards them. To neo-positivism, as the idealist philosophy of science. Positivism is a philosophy that stakes everything on concrete scientific knowledge and claims that there can be no other knowledge but this. In the 19th century it was Auguste Comte who proclaimed that scientific philosophy could be only the stating of the most general laws discovered by the positive sciences, since the latter studied only phenomena and not unknowable entities, things in themselves and so on. Both science and philosophy could be concerned only with these phenomena. Thus, while apparently showing the greatest respect for science, The positivism of the 19th century combined science with a subjective idealist theory of knowledge. And this was the result. Ultimate scientific ideas, then, are all representative of realities that cannot be comprehended. After no matter how great a progress in the colligation of facts and the establishment of generalizations ever wider and wider, has been carried no matter how far, die fundamental truth remains as much beyond reach as ever. 5-1 wrote the British positivist Herbert Spencer. Nevertheless, positivism built its picture of the world on the basis of the results of the science of its day. This, for example, was precisely what Spencer's own synthetic philosophy amounted to, in that it described nature and society as a process of gradual evolution guided by the laws of mechanics. The revolution in natural science, which showed that natural processes could not be reduced to mechanical processes, wrecked any such generalization of science based on the absolutizing of the relative truths that science had achieved. Ignorance of the dialectic of relative and absolute truths led in turn to a general rejection of any claims to create a universal picture of the world. The empirio-criticism of Avenarius, Mach, and others, which superseded the first form of positivism, reduced philosophy to a theory of knowledge. Its guiding thesis was the assertion that cognition was no more than a linking up of sense impressions that achieved no other reality except the sense impressions themselves. This position did not, of course, signify neutrality in world outlook, as the positivists believed. Subjective idealism and agnosticism are also world outlooks. What is more, proceeding from the agnostic theory of knowledge, one can substantiate any other world outlook, including that of religion. So the theory known as pragmatism, which arose within the general framework of positivism, combined these apparently mutually exclusive principles: on the one hand, positivism worshipping science and rejecting metaphysical ICS, and on the other, religious metaphysics. Derived from the Greek pragma, pragmatism is based on the belief that all knowledge is nothing more than pragmatic belief, that is to say, a conditionally accepted proposition whose truth is proved not by its correspondence to reality but by the success of any action based upon it, even if the accepted proposition does not correspond to the actual state of the case or even contradicts it. The natural conclusion from this is that the task of cognition is not to formulate true propositions but to reinforce belief, which enables one to act confidently and achieve success. On this basis, Charles Sanders Peirce was able to develop side by side the pragmatist theory of knowledge and an objective idealist, religious metaphysics. While another founder of pragmatism, William James, deduced from the will to believe inherent in man and the usefulness of religion the legitimacy of religious experience and the religious life as the belief that there is an unseen order, and that our supreme good lies in harmoniously adjusting ourselves thereto. 1 of this philosopher Lenin wrote that with his help pragmatism ridicules the metaphysics both of materialism and idealism, acclaims experience, and only experience, recognizes practice as the only criterion, refers to the positivist movement in general, and, successfully deduces from all this a God for practical purposes. 123 Lenin's trenchant criticism of Marxism and the related positivist trends of the early 20th century revealed, along the whole line of epistemological problems, the thoroughly reactionary character of empirio-criticism, which uses new artifices, terms, and subtleties to disguise the old errors of idealism and agnosticism. 3. And although some epistemological ideas of empirio-criticism continued to circulate among philosophers studying the problems of natural science, as a school it rapidly declined and was replaced by neo-positivism. Neo-positivism appeared at the beginning of the 20th century in connection with the successes of a new form of logical science, mathematical logic, or logic applied to the study of the foundations of mathematics. Freya, Russell, Couturat, and others tried to substantiate mathematics by means of logical analysis, that is, by reducing its similar concepts to logical terms and then formulating all its propositions in the language of logic and according to its rules. On this basis it was thought that a similar application of logical analysis to philosophy would open up a new era in the development of the latter. But what had been extremely valuable for formal inquiry in mathematics, in philosophy resulted in neglect of vital problems. In his book Our Knowledge of the External World, Bertrand Russell put forward the idea that all philosophical problems, if analyzed and stripped of inessentials, are logical problems. On this basis Ludwig Wittgenstein drew the conclusion that philosophy is not a doctrine, not a totality of theoretical propositions, but an activity consisting in the logical analysis of the language of science. Its result is not a set of philosophical statements, but a clarification of statements. Point for this immediately disposes of philosophy's function in building a world outlook and synthesizing the achievements of scientific knowledge, the creation of a philosophical theory. This restriction of philosophy to linguistic analysis is made even narrower by an idealist notion of the sphere in which this analysis may be applied and its philosophical meaning. Neopositivism bases its analysis of science on three fundamental theses. First, it makes a rigid distinction between analytical and synthetic statements. The former are said to provide the elements of the formal structure of theory and have no cognitive substance. The latter constitute the empirical basis of theory. Second, neopositivism is based on reductionism, that is, the assertion that all meaningful statements of theory may be reduced to direct experience or statements about it. And third, neopositivism accepts the subjective idealist theory of knowledge derived from Berkeley and Hume. Our knowledge is not related to the objective world but to the content of consciousness, to sensations and their fixation in linguistic forms. No wonder the theory of verification became the central feature of neopositivism of the Vienna Circle, which emerged in the 1920s as a leading philosophical school. 1. The principle of verification played a triple role in neopositivist analysis: the sensuous testing of empirical statements, definition of the empirical meaning of terms and statements, and, finally, the demarcation principle, the differentiating of empirical propositions from non-empirical and particularly metaphysical propositions with the purpose of removing the latter from the language of science. From this standpoint, if a sentence cannot be reduced to a finite number of acts of experience or statements about such acts, and if, in addition, it is not a tautology, that is a statement of logical mathematics, it must either have been constructed in violation of the rules of syntax and is therefore meaningless, or is metaphysical. Thus the statements 2x2 = 4 or all bachelors are unmarried are tautologies, for it may easily be shown that the first statement means 4 = 4, and if in the second statement we substitute for the all bachelors its dictionary meaning, we get all unmarried men are unmarried. Such statements as it is 4 degrees below zero outside or all bachelors are eccentric are empirical because we can verify them by looking at the thermometer or carrying out an empirical study of the habits of bachelors. If these habits differ from those of married men, then bachelors are eccentric; if not, the statement is still empirical, although erroneous. The statement Caesar is a and d breaks a rule of syntax by putting the connective and, that is, a logical symbol, in place of the predicate. If a statement claims to be scientific but cannot be reduced to the logical or the empirical, it is metaphysical. Carnap explained this idea as follows: I will call metaphysical all those propositions which claim they represent knowledge about something which is over or beyond all experience, e.g. about the real essence of things, about things in themselves, the absolute, and such like. The essence and principle of the world is water, said Thales; fire, said Heraclitus. From the monists we learn there is only one principle on which all that is founded, but the dualists tell us there are two principles. The materialists say all that is in its essence material, but the spiritualists say all that is spiritual. This happens, Carnap goes on, because all these statements are not empirically verifiable, because from the proposition, the principle of the world is water, we are not able to deduce any proposition asserting any perceptions or feelings or experiences whatever which may be expected for the future. 1. Consequently, neopositivism classifies all philosophical problem as metaphysics and thus excludes them from the sphere of scientific knowledge. They are said to be scientifically groundless and their solutions cannot, as opposed to those of scientific problems, be acknowledged as true or false. They have no meaning. But this is a mistaken point of view. As we know, philosophy is a generalization of scientific knowledge and social practice. Thus, Thales reached the conclusion about water being the first principle of all things by observing that all food is moist and that heat itself is generated from the moist and is kept alive by it, so this is an original primitive scientific hypothesis and not simply a metaphysical fantasy. Similarly, materialist monism is a theory proved by the long and difficult development of philosophy and natural science. But here there is also something that one too distinguishes it from the generalizations of natural science. The philosophical generalization presupposes a certain method and world outlook in approaching cognition, and materialism demands that solutions be sought in the study of nature without resorting to supernatural, ideal principles. Neutral neopositivism thus emerges as a shamefaced idealism, advocating subjective idealism under the flag of anti-metaphysical philosophy. Contemporary studies of scientific cognition and the relationship therein between the empirical and the theoretical have totally discredited the neopositivist approach. The principle of verification as an intellectual policeman deciding what science may or may not discuss has given rise to more difficulties than it solved. Such obviously scientific statements as the formulations of general laws and general statements of science, statements about the past and future, are clearly unverifiable by direct observation. Arsenic is poisonous, bodies expand when heated, and Caesar crossed the Rubicon. Not one of these statements can be directly verified, so should they be banished from science? Matters were made no easier by a more lenient formulation of the principle of verification. An empirical statement is that which can in principle be tested by experience. There is knowledge which even in principle cannot be tested today, whereas tomorrow we shall be able to do so by developing techniques of observation. For example, Comte regarded as metaphysical the question of the chemical composition of celestial bodies because, so he supposed, it could not be established in principle. But 2 years after his death spectral analysis was discovered. On the other hand, all kinds of nonsense are verifiable in principle. For example, this is the case with eschatological verification. Verification of the immortality of the soul is logically permissible because if the soul is immortal it can in principle return from another world and make a statement about its posthumous experience. And the immortality of the soul cannot be dismissed because in principle it is equally impossible to establish the non-existence of the other world. The misadventures of the principle of verification culminated in the principle itself turning out to be metaphysical, that is, deserving to be discarded by science on the ground that it is neither a logico-mathematical or an empirical proposition. And all these difficulties arise from the fact that the principle of sensuous testing is an elementary means applied only in such very simple cases, as with the statement it is 4 degrees below zero outside. The dialectical materialist theory of practice as the criterion of truth is far more exact and more fully describes the problem of truth and also the problem of the relations between the concrete sciences and philosophy. The collapse of the principle of verification 44 and its transformation into a trivial proposition on the need for science to be based on experiment have led to an even greater restriction of philosophy to the sphere of language. The linguistic philosophy, which is now the most widespread form of positivism, has taken up linguistic analysis of the everyday language for purposes of therapy, that is, ridding the language of its philosophical disorders. From this standpoint, philosophical statements are simply inexact, arbitrary interpretations of quite ordinary statements. Thus one of the most notable modem linguistic analysts, Gilbert Ryle, takes the following line. People often say, honesty compels me to state so and so. But, says Ryle, there is no such real factor as honesty and it cannot actually make me do anything, so it would be more correct to say, because I am honest, or wish to be honest, I am bound to state so and so. So whenever we are confronted with such a statement we must rephrase it in such a way as to show us what it is actually about, and this will be philosophical analysis. As the German historian of philosophy Wolfgang Stegmüller says, the aim of such analysis is to clarify all philosophical problems of existence. 12 Obviously the problem has been oversimplified. In divorcing language from reality, the linguistic analysts fail to see the social and epistemological dependence of philosophy, and their linguistic analysis is ultimately reduced to operations clarifying linguistic means of expression and linguistic communication, operations that are quite trivial from the philosophical point of view, although sometimes interesting from the standpoint of linguistics itself. Criticizing the philosophy of linguistic analysis, the British philosopher C.W.K. Mundell said at the 14th International Congress of Philosophy that its supporters had made themselves prisoners who were permit only to describe the behavior of free men. Free men are free to play many language games, they use verbal tools for intellectually exciting tasks, like explaining, theorizing, problem solving. The prisoners are permitted only one monotonous game. The prison he founded is still well populated, though its doors still remain unbarred. 1. But another point that the British critic does not notice is the fact that linguistic philosophy can do nothing but describe linguistic means, it cannot even improve on them. As Wittgenstein himself wrote, philosophy may in no way interfere with the actual use of language, it can in the end only describe it. It leaves everything as it is. 1-2 That last sentence, whether or not the author so intended, perfectly expresses the social essence of neopositivism. It is indeed a philosophy that leaves everything as it is. Regardless of the socio-political views that one or another neopositivist may hold, the objective social role of neopositivism consists in implanting philosophical nihilism and skepticism, in denying the possibility of a scientific view of the world. Neopositivism has come under increasing criticism in recent years. Its dogmas on the opposition between analytical and synthetic statements are being called in question. The reductionist program of boiling down theoretical knowledge to its empirical, sensuous base has been shown to be totally bankrupt. But because they retain the basic epistemological precept of neopositivism, the subjective idealists and the critics of neopositivism among students of the history, logic, and philosophy of the natural sciences merely arrive at new versions of idealism. For example, the well-known American logician and philosopher Willard Quine rejected two dogmas of neopositivist empiricism: the distinction between the analytical and the synthetic, and reductionism. But in his empiricism without the dogmas, theory, or the conceptual scheme of science, turned out to be amyth, in which physical objects operate is, for practical purposes, more convenient than one peopled by Homer's gods. For my part I do, quale physicist, believe in physical objects and not in Homer's gods, and I consider it a scientific error to believe otherwise. But in point of epistemological footing, the physical objects and the gods differ only in degree and not in kind. Both sorts of entities enter our conception only as cultural posits. 3 *but What about the object of theory, the material world? Then why not accept the religious explanation in the other sphere, in philosophy? Here we are confronted with the problem of the development of knowledge, the transition from mythology 7 to the positive sciences. This problem cannot be interpreted without considering the growing depth of our knowledge. But in recent years conceptions have been appearing that deliberately ignore this fact. In Anglo-American philosophical science 2 such trends have developed. Generally speaking, they derive from neopositivism, but they reject both the above-mentioned dogmas of empiricism. In his book The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, Thomas S. Kuhn presents the development of science as the superseding of paradigms in periods of scientific revolution and the logical development of their content in periods of normal science. Although he vividly demonstrates the superseding of evolutionary stages by revolutionary stages, he fails to see the connection of the paradigms with the deepening of our knowledge of the objective world. For him their source is socio-psychological, a system of views accepted by the scientific community. On the other hand, Karl Popper sees in the development of scientific knowledge a natural process of self-development of a third world, the world of objective knowledge. It is the world of possible objects of thought, the world of theories in themselves, and their logical relations, of arguments in themselves, and of problem situations in themselves. One created by human beings, Unlike the world of ideas of Plato or the Hegelian idea, this third world is nonetheless autonomous. Knowledge in the objective sense is knowledge without a knower, it is knowledge without a knowing subject. 1-2 But this quasi-objectivism is only the reverse side of neo-positivist subjectivism, which restricts knowledge to the sphere of language. Popper's third world is a world of language and the theories and arguments expressed therein. No one doubts that in the course of its logical development scientific theory generates new problems and arguments, new theory. But this development always has objective reality mediated by the structure of theory as its basis. The development itself cannot take place without the knowing subject, the scientist, without scientific communities, scientific institutes, and so on. The history of neopositivism is a history of its defeats, a history of a succession of forms of language analysis which is now culminating in the disintegration of this once influential philosophical trend. Contemporary bourgeois philosophy 445. 3. Contemporary irrationalism. Existentialism. No other social formation more than capitalism at its imperialist stage has deserved the judgment implied in Goethe's remark reason madness has become, goodness torment. Not for nothing does irrationalism, a philosophy proclaiming the unreason, the absurdity of all that exists, figure as one of the most influential trends in contemporary bourgeois thought. The horrors and disasters of the First World War had already destroyed the illusions of the bourgeois liberalism of the last century with regard to a rational, harmoniously developing process of unending progress in history. This illusion was replaced by a feeling that human existence was meaningless, that there was no future for the historical process and that no one could do anything about it. This feeling was intensified during the Second World War and has predominated in people's minds ever since. Better than any other trend in contemporary bourgeois philosophy, existentialism has been able to describe and at the same time justify this feeling of the pointlessness of existence, this self-alienation, the way in which man sees himself as becoming increasingly alienated, estranged from his own essence to such an extent that he begins to question this essence. 1. For this reason existentialism has for nearly half a century been the predominant form of irrationalism. Existentialism arose in the 1920s. Its main exponents are Martin Heidegger and Karl Jaspers in Germany, Gabriel Marcel, Jean-Paul Sartre, and Albert Camus in France. It has become widespread in Italy, Spain, Latin America, and partly in the United States. The Russian émigré philosophers Nicholas Berdyaev and L. Chestov were also close to existentialism. Existentialism has at least three main sources. First, it develops the ideas of the 19th century Danish philosopher Søren Kierkegaard, who proposed the actual concept of existentia. Unlike the abstract thinker of traditional philosophy and science, the existing thinker must consider reality subjectively, that is, only as it is refracted through his individual existence and emotional life. Whereas objective thinking is indifferent to the thinking subject and his existence, he wrote, the subjective thinker is substantially interested in his thought, it exists in him. 1-2 Consequently his philosophical premise differs radically from that of scientific objectivity. Secondly, existentialism borrows from the German philosopher Edmund Husserl the phenomenological method based on intuition that takes as its object the intrinsic structures of pure consciousness, which in this context turns out to be the point of departure of both cognition and its objects. The technique of phenomenological description of consciousness was used by existentialism to describe the structure not of the knowing consciousness but of the acting consciousness, consciousness that suffers and feels, that is mortal, the structure of existence, which does not simply know the world but enhances it with all the colors of its emotional states, anxiety, fear, and fear of death, determination, loneliness, guilt, responsibility, and so on. And thirdly, existentialism inherits the irrationalism of the philosophy of life, relying especially on Nietzsche. The fundamental principle of existentialism is the assertion that existence precedes essence or, which is the same thing, that one must begin from subjectivity. As stated in Sartre's book Existentialism is Humanism 1, this thesis clearly testifies to the subjective idealism of this trend. But there are also differences. Whereas in the classical subjective idealism of the past the denial of the objective existence of the external world or, at least, of its knowability was combined with faith in the knowability of the subject, the situation is now changed. Existentialism asserts that even the subject itself cannot be known by means of rational cognition. Existence, wrote Karl Jaspers, is that which never becomes the object, it is the origins from which I think and act, about which J make statements in developing the course of my thought, which knows no thing. 1-2 But why cannot existence be the object? Why is it rationally unknowable? In the first place, say the existentialists, because it is individual, whereas rational knowledge demands the universal. And secondly, existence is I myself, but I cannot look at myself from outside as I look at objects when I am engaged in scientific research. Hence the opposition between the problem of science and the mystery of existentialist philosophy. This distinction was drawn by Gabriel Marcel, who wrote, "Between a problem and a mystery there is the essential difference that a problem is something which I encounter, which I find in its entirety before me, but which I can consequently take in and bring under my control, whereas a mystery is something in which I myself am involved, and which is therefore conceivable only as a sphere in which the distinction of that which is in me and that which is before me loses its significance and initial value." While an authentic problem obeys a certain technique with the help of which it can be clearly defined, a mystery by definition transcends all conceivable techniques. If I can, say, solve a mathematical equation by using a technique that is known to me, anyone who knows this technique will agree with me and accept my solution. But the mysteries of being, death and immortality, the existence or non-existence of God, love, truth, and not the truth that is learned by heart but the truth for which men sacrifice their lives cannot be separated from my own self, from my personal decision, they cannot become general knowledge. As we see, important questions concerning human life and knowledge are raised here. But in tackling them existentialism rules out from the start the objective and, above all, the social meaning of these questions. In place of a scientific solution it offers the religious idealist solution. Does not the very fact, of our life, writes Marcel, of human life imply for everyone who thinks about it in depth, the existence of a kind of metaphysical Atlantis, which by definition cannot be explored but whose presence in reality confers on our experience its volume, its value, and its mysterious density? 1-2 This Atlantis is God, whose existence, according to Marcel, is constantly felt by man. Anyone who has experienced the presence of God not only has no need of proof but will perhaps go so far as to regard the idea of proof as an affront to that which for him is sacred evidence. From the standpoint of the philosophy of existence it is a similar type of evidence that provides its central and irreducible datum. 3 A similar kind of evidence, but opposite in content, brings Sartre to the conclusion that there is no God, a conclusion which, he maintains, is in principle unprovable. Existentialism also finds confirmation of the irrationality of human existence in the fact that the real depths of existence are revealed to us only in special conditions, which Jaspers calls ingres situation F. Such situations are death, suffering, terror, struggle, guilt, religious ecstasy, mental illness, and so on. Only at such moments does man spontaneously become aware of his real existence, which is hidden in ordinary conditions behind the daily routine, the unreality of ordinary existence, or what Heidegger calls the domination of das Man. People's ordinary, everyday existence together completely dissolves true being in the mode of being of the others. We enjoy ourselves as they do in general, we read, we look at, and discuss literature and art, as they do. Das Man, which is something indefinite and at the same time everything, although not the sum total, laves down what the mode of everyday existence shall be. This frequently cited proposition of Heidegger's may serve as the starting point for our explanation of the social significance of existentialism. Heidegger uses the term das Man derived from the impersonal pronoun man, which is used in German to form impersonal sentences, such as man sagt man muss, to imply the impersonality and lack of color, the facelessness of human existence in society, its dissolution in the ordinariness of circumstances. However, having revealed this characteristic feature of the position of the individual in exploiting, class-divided society, Heidegger at once disguises it by asserting that impersonality and ordinariness are a property of society as such, the mode of existence of man in any society. It follows then that, according to existentialism, no change, however radical, can do away with this impersonal, alienated existence. The concept of unreal existence, for which there are various terms, is typical of all schools of existentialism. At times it reveals some rather profound features of social life. Thus, Marcel opposes possession to existence. The things I possess, he says, possess me. So our property eats us up. Thus Marcel discovers in Posses Zion, that is to say, in property, the source of the inhumanity of the world of private property. But how is man to be liberated from this bondage to property, to things? Marxism sees the way out in abolishing private ownership of the means of production, that is to say, in abolishing capitalist social relations. Marcel sees the source of the contradiction between being and possession in man himself, in the dual nature of his existence, and seeks escape in love and compassion, in sacrifice and finally in religion, art, and philosophy, which, he maintains, have the power to raise possession to the level of being. But these are typically religious and idealist solutions that have failed in their purpose for thousands of years because, at best, they amount to no more than good intentions and, quite often, hypocritical preaching by those who have to those who have not. The philosophy of existentialism is a vivid expression of bourgeois individualism. But this individualism differs substantially from the traditional individualism which regards man as social atom, a self-sufficient social unit. In the 20th century this idea is anachronistic because social life today quite obviously and inevitably draws every individual into its orbit. Even the relatively independent existence of the individual that provided the foundation for the social atomism of the 19th century is today quite inconceivable. For this reason existentialism attaches great significance to the social relationship, but it gives this relationship its own interpretation. The essence of existentialist individualism is that social relations are regarded as relations of conflict, which draw people together only because they divide them. According to Jaspers, the link between people is communication between lone individuals. In every removal of loneliness by communication there grows up a new loneliness which cannot disappear without my ceasing to exist as a condition of communication. In Jasper's view the initial form of communication is a relationship of domination and subservience. In these conditions the desire for communication is inevitably combined with fear of communication, doubts as to its possibility, etc. Thus existentialism once again expresses the actual contradictions and conflicts of social relations in capitalist society. But it immediately disguises these contradictions by making them an inherent element in human existence as such and therefore indestructible. The antagonism born of exploiting society is held to be the universal relationship between man and man. In bourgeois literature existentialism is often called the philosophie of freedom. Certainly the problem of freedom does occupy an important place in existentialism. But what is the essence of freedom? How is it interpreted by existentialism? Jean-Paul Sartre wrote, "Man cannot be sometimes a slave and sometimes free, he is either always and entirely free, or he does not exist at all." What does this mean? From the standpoint of Marxist philosophy, real freedom is the ability to act on the basis of knowledge of necessity, knowing what one is doing. Consequently, freedom demands real means for its realization. If there are none, there is no freedom and it has still to be fought for. Existentialism, on the other hand, essentially reduces freedom to impulsive emotional choice. True freedom reveals itself to a person in Anxiety 7, Distress and loneliness. Distress, loneliness, responsibility 7, constitute, in effect, the quality of our consciousness inasmuch as this is pure and simple freedom. Consequently, freedom is an unconscious, instinctive act, devoid of any objective content. True, this is not arbitrariness. According to Sartre, a person is an entity and can be judged on the basis of the most insignificant action, no matter how arbitrary it may appear. But for Sartre the actual shaping of a person and his behavior is a profound mystery. Consequently the ways of influencing him, of transforming his consciousness and behavior as a free person also remain a mystery. Sartre combines freedom with responsibility. In fact, he treats them as identical. Man, being condemned to be free, bears on his shoulders the burden of the whole world. He is responsible for the world and for himself as a mode of being. 1-2 In formulating this idea Sartre proceeded from the sense of responsibility 7 for the fate of France and all mankind that rested on the shoulders of the French resistance fighters during the Second World War. This tragic situation had a serious influence on the work of Sartre and other French existentialists. It formed the basis of whole trend of literature of responsibility. However, in his theory of freedom Sartre ignores this factor, and in his work real responsibility is dissolved in abstract absolute responsibility 7, and this latter turns into absolute irresponsibility. Because, first, the responsibility of social classes, groups, and individuals is represented as responsibility in general, the equal responsibility of everyone, and, secondly, Sartre recognizes no objective criteria of right or wrong action, that is to say, objective criteria of responsibility. The result of all this is that his conception of freedom turns out in the long run to be a meaningless abstraction. The socio-political meaning of this theory is revealed in the existentialist conception of guilt as a universal possibility of human existence. Now we can answer the question posed by Marcel: who is to blame? Existentialism replies firmly, clearly, and wrongly. No one is to blame. In examining the German guilt, the responsibility 7 of the Germans for the World War, in his work The Question of Guilt Jaspers sees the initial and original metaphysical guilt, that is, the essence of the responsibility for the war in human existence as such. This is universal guilt, an outbreak of evil in general, but on German soil. 1 And this means that although certain individuals, criminals, cannot be exonerated, the responsibility is at all events lifted from the direct culprit German imperialism. And man turns out to be powerless in the face of this human existence. It is both unknowable and beyond all possibility of control or transformation. Whereas in the atheist existentialist this gives rise to real despair, religious existentialism pins its hopes on God and seeks salvation in religion, the well-tried means of consolation and hope, which transfers the satisfaction of desires and quelling of passions and fears to the other world. For religious philosophy in the 20th century. Neo-Thomism. Contemporary religious philosophy is not something whole and integrated. It is broken up into various creeds and types of philosophical thinking, and its exponents associate themselves with various schools of philosophy. Thus we may encounter Christian, Judaic, Muslim and Buddhist philosophy. Christianity embraces Catholic, Protestant and Orthodox philosophy. Within the framework of Catholicism, there are the neo-scholastic schools. In religious philosophy there are also such irrationalist trends as the theological existentialism of Karl Barth, Paul Tillich and others in Protestant religion, the existentialism of Martin Buber in Judaism, and Neo-Augustinism in Catholic philosophy. A widespread belief in capitalist countries is personalism, a religious philosophy that recognizes the world as the expression of the creative activity of the divine personality. The most representative school of contemporary religious philosophy is Neo-Thomism, which revives the scholastic system of Thomas Aquinas, the 13th century philosopher. Two trends may be singled out in Neo-Thomism. One of them, Paleothomism, whose advocates call themselves strict Thomists, preserves the teaching of Thomas Aquinas absolutely intact, believing that his works contain the answers to all philosophical problems. The other trend, Neo-Thomism proper, holds to the maxim formulated by Pope Leo XIII, enrich the old with the new, and tries to develop the Thomist theses, which even from 452, the Neo-Thomist point of view, are obsolete, by borrowing certain ideas from the philosophy of modern times or from present-day philosophy, but the main content of Thomism, religious postulates on the existence of God, the immortality of the soul, free will, and also certain purely philosophical propositions, remains unshaken. Why has Thomism become such a convenient system of philosophy? What has made it so easily adaptable to the needs of modern bourgeois ideology? To answer these questions we must return to the system of Thomas Aquinas. Thomas combined Aristotle's philosophy with Catholic theology. He succeeded in avoiding the extremes of the irrationalist denial of scientific knowledge in favor of faith, and the rationalist antithesis between reason and faith as two independent sources of truth. With notable courage, considering this was the 13th century, Thomas Aquinas declared that in the sphere of human knowledge the argument from authority is the weakest of all. At the same time, human knowledge, from his point of view, is subordinated to divine knowledge, knowledge which, while not opposed to reason, is above reason. Christian theology, Thomas wrote, springs from the light of faith, philosophy from the natural light of reason. Philosophical truths cannot contradict the truths of faith. They are, of course, insufficient, but they also permit of general analogies. Some of them, moreover, anticipate, because nature is the presage of bliss. It is these ideas of Thomas's that form the basis of the Neo-Thomist thesis on the harmony of faith and reason, which sets out to prove that reason is free in its judgments up to the point when it contradicts faith. According to Neo-Thomism, philosophy is independent of science but dependent on religious dogma. Science, on the other hand, has no right to propound and solve philosophical problems, because in doing so it would exert a reciprocal influence on philosophy. But what gives faith and religious philosophy the right to interfere in the affairs of science? At this point Neo-Thomism attempts to make subtle use of the actual relationships between the various sciences. Various branches of science are indeed closely connected, and the scientist working in one field of knowledge must keep in mind what is being said by a related science. For instance, there can be no contradiction between physics and chemistry in the understanding of the properties of molecules, and physics must subordinate its mathematical apparatus to the authority of mathematics, and so on. The situation is analogous, say the Neo-Thomists, in the relationship between faith and reason, theology and philosophy, philosophy and science. An attempt is made to combine the formal independence of certain sciences from philosophy and of philosophy from theology with the fact that materially they are interdependent. There is as little use in the philosopher's trying to overthrow the authentic data of theology as in his trying to overthrow the authentic conclusions of the specialized sciences. However, this is nothing more than sophistry. There is simply no comparison between the authenticity of scientific knowledge and the authenticity of the theological dogma, drawn from primitive religious myths that arose in the absence of scientific knowledge. Far from regulating the philosophical conclusions of science, the myths and dogmas of religion should be repudiated by science and scientific materialist philosophy. This is why many religious philosophers, in seeking to avoid a direct confrontation between science and religion, tend to follow the neo-positivists in claiming that religious dogmas belong to quite a different field of knowledge from empirical science and thus cannot come into contradiction with it. 1. Both these precepts, subordination of the content of philosophy and the concrete sciences to theology, on the one hand, and the creation of an antithesis between them, on the other, differ from each other only in form. Their purpose is the same: to preserve religion, to defend its significance as the world outlook against science and scientific philosophy. At the same time, the difference between these precepts engenders different attitudes to the difficulties that arise in the course of scientific progress. Some religious philosophers make use of science so as to ascend to God by relying on certain scientific hypotheses. For this purpose everything that contradicts dogma is rejected, while everything that appears to agree with it is seized upon and made use of. Thus to substantiate the existence of God and the creation of the world, use is made of the theory of the heat-death of the universe, the hypotheses on the finitude. 1. We are no longer troubled by apparent discrepancies between scientific theories and Genesis. 4. Every sensible person realizes that the Bible was not designed to be a handbook of astronomy or of any other branch of science. But is it so? This is in fact just what it was designed for, but science deprived it of that function. 454. Of the universe, the difficulties of the scientific explanation of life, the mind, and so on. But the discoveries of present-day natural science testify not to the creation of the world by God but to the internal activity, the self-motion of matter, to the fact that the material world does not need a creator or mover God. No wonder many neo-Thomists, experiencing justifiable doubts concerning proofs of the finitude of the universe based on the idea, for example, of its heat-death, prefer to take a more cautelous attitude to scientific facts, avoiding the rigidity of theology. These philosophers interpret scientific hypotheses and facts in the spirit of interpret scientific hypotheses and facts in the spirit of Thomas Aquinas and the principles of Catholicism, which is based on hylomorphism, that is to say, the assertion that all phenomena of nature consist of matter and that form determines matter. Natural objects are arranged in a hierarchy according to the degree of perfection of their form, the lower rungs being occupied by inorganic bodies, followed by the organic, plants, animals, and finally by man. In society, too, there is the secular and ecclesiastical hierarchy, and above that, the celestial hierarchy. In the view of Thomas Aquinas, which has been accepted by Neo-Thomism, the highest rung in this hierarchy is determining, and so it cannot be represented evolutionally, as the creation of the higher by the lower. Neo-Thomist natural philosophy draws its explanation from a metaphysics, which operates with such concepts as being, act and potential and essence and existence. Analysis of these concepts reveals the barren scholasticism of the Neo-Thomist doctrine. Take the Thomist conception of being, for example. In Neo-Thomist metaphysics, the initial concept of being is achieved by abstraction from the whole concrete content of the world. As the most general concept, being can be defined only tautologically. Being is the being is not non-being, between being and non-being there is no middle term. This is how the laws of formal logic are deduced as attributes of being. Then come 6 transcendentals, that is to say, concepts characterizing all that exists, ens, res, unum, aliquid, verum, bonum. Sometimes, however, only 4 transcendenta unity, truth, good, and beauty are used. Since these are properties of everything that exists, they can be applied by analogy, to the most real being of all, God, and serve as his attributes. Inasmuch as they are applied to God only by analogy, we know that they are inherent in God but do not know how they are inherent. Thus Thomism avoids, on the one hand, agnosticism, which denies the possibility of knowing the divine attributes, and on the other, anthropomorphism, which ascribes human attributes to God. The concept of being is made concrete by borrowing Aristotle's concepts of potential and act. Unlike Aristotle, who believed these concepts to be the expression of real processes of the transformation of possibility into reality, Neo-Thomism regards possibility as the expression of the imperfection of every finite being. Apart from God, which is a pure act, all being is a combination of act and potential. Thus a child is actually a child but potentially an adult. The relationship of act and potential is the starting point for considering other categories: essence and existence, substance and its properties, accidences, formation. Here, too, one is struck by the emptiness of the Thomist concepts. The Neo-Thomists have no idea of the dialectics of possibility and reality. For them these categories become the basis of a religious dualism that contrasts deity and its perfections to the material world as something imperfect. This dualism is particularly striking in the Neo-Thomist theory of knowledge, which is usually characterized by two concepts, realism and rationalism. The first signifies that neo-Thomism proceeds from a reality that is independent of human reason. But this realism is at once rendered meaningless by the assertion that the real world depends on divine reason, since it is a creation of God, that is to say, a formation that is ideal in its essence. The neo-Thomists also recognize reality, that is to say, the independence of universals, or general concepts, from the human mind. They take the stand of immaterial realism, one recognizing that the universals exist before things, in things, and after things. So sensory cognition, whose definite role is recognized by neo-Thomism, is concerned only with the material envelope, whereas the essence of things can be known only by the intellect. Thus the realism of the neo-Thomists is objective idealism. We fare no better with the neo-Thomists' claims to rationalism. The neo-Thomists believe that they renounce irrationalism and recognize the merits of reason and intellect. But Thomist rationalism is pseudo-rationalism inasmuch as it acknowledges the primacy of the revealed super-rational truth over human reason and science. The neo-Thomists follow Thomas in trying to use reason itself, as far as its limited powers permit, to prove the existence of God. Thus Thomist and neo-Thomist pseudo-rationalism is wholly placed at the service of religion. By compelling reason to defend faith, it also abolishes philosophy as a source of knowledge. Bertrand Russell made the point well when he wrote, "Before he begins to philosophize, he already knows the truth, it is declared in the Catholic faith." The finding of arguments for a conclusion given in advance is not philosophy, but special pleading. This probably says all that needs to be said about the theoretical significance of neo-Thomism. Medieval Thomism provided the philosophical substantiation of the ideology of feudalism. Neo-Thomism has been able to perform this function for modern capitalism. This is to be seen in its defense of private ownership, which is acknowledged as one of the most essential forms of organization of society, 1-2, and in its constant criticism of materialism and atheism, particularly dialectical and historical materialism. But both in its defense of capitalism and in its anti-Marxism, religious philosophy finds allies and supporters in other trends of 20th century bourgeois philosophy. These we shall now consider in our concluding section. 5. The unity of contemporary bourgeois philosophy. Bourgeois ideology assumes a variety of forms and uses the most diverse methods and means of deceiving the working people. But their essence is the same defense of the obsolescent capitalist system. 3. These words in the program of the CPSU perfectly express the unity not only of bourgeois ideology as such but also of the philosophical trends and schools that provide its theoretical foundation. This unity in diversity presents itself to us in different ways. What we must first discuss is the fact that in practice all contemporary bourgeois philosophy belongs to one party in philosophy, the fact of the idealism of contemporary philosophical thought in capitalist society. Secondly, the various trends and schools operate in the framework of this unity as supplementary conceptions, making up for each other's limitations and the obvious shortcomings they lead to. And thirdly, against a background of diversity, the idealist schools show a fairly clear tendency to integrate, to unite their theoretical premises and solutions. We must now consider these aspects of the ideological unity of bourgeois philosophy in more detail. With the exception of certain minor trends in the capitalist countries containing more or less obvious and substantial materialist tendencies, contemporary bourgeois philosophy is, as we have seen, idealism. Its general epistemological source is the absolutizing of certain aspects of human consciousness or its products, such as language, and their transformation from a particular aspect to the essence, to a fundamental fact or process on which a whole world outlook is built. This springs from the bourgeois philosophers' undialectical interpretation of the crisis phenomena in science of the 20th century and the general crisis of capitalism. We have seen how this leads to the absolutizing of emotional life, the antagonism to consciousness of modern man as an agent of 20th century capitalist society. We have seen this absolutizing of the logical analysis of language leading to the notion of philosophy as activity and not theory, and its conversion on this basis into a linguistically formulated subjectivism. However, the best evidence of the underlying unity of bourgeois philosophy is to be found in its relation to religion. It is no accident that Lenin defined idealism as a refined form of fideism, that is to say, a theory that substitutes faith for knowledge. And it is a fact that although nearly all neo-positivists are inclined to call themselves atheists or at least free thinkers, the philosophical skepticism of this trend leads directly to a reconciliation with religion. Let us compare two statements, one by a neo-positivist and the other by a neo-Thomist. It is worth mentioning that there is no logical ground for antagonism between religion and natural science. As far as we see now that there is not, and cannot be, any conflict between religion and science in the sense in which that conflict, the question of truth or falsehood, is concerned, there is no opposition between natural scientist and the atheist who believes in a transcendent God. Was understood in the last century, for no verified statement can contradict a revealed dogma. The difference, you see, is only one of preference, of whether we accept the scientifically unverified, metaphysical statement of the atheism that there is no God, or the equally metaphysical religious worldview verified by revelation and sanctified by millennia of religious practice. Naturally, when the question is stated in this way, atheism is the only loser, for religion has long since renounced any support from science. We have already discussed how irrationalism links up with religion. This is simple enough for existentialism, which in its basic premises is very close to certain forms of religious philosophy, particularly mysticism. In cases when we are dealing with atheistic philosophizing, as for example in Sartre, existentialism acknowledges neither the possibility of denying the existence of God, nor the fact that anything changes as a result. If there were a God, everything would still be the same. This is why man, compelled to seek support only in his own subjectivity, is in such a grave predicament. Thus we have neither behind us nor before us any excuse or justification. We are alone without excuse. This is what I mean when I say that man is condemned to be free. In their turn, the theologists and religious philosophers gladly accept the helping hand that has been offered to them. They make wide use, for example, of the methods of linguistic analysis evolved by logicians and neo-positivists to substantiate the truth of religious statements. Such, for example, is the logic of religion by the neo-Thomist Losfem Bochinsky, who sets out to make this logic a subsidiary discipline for theology by solving all the problems that usually confront logic: justification of religious language, analysis of its structure and its relation to other languages, clarification of the problem of the meaning and substantiation of the propositions of religion. 12 As for the religious significance of existentialism, its irrationalist premise is regarded as an approach to religion that transforms the religious problem into one of the central points of philosophical inquiry in general. De profundis, from the depth of human despair, alienation, loneliness, abandonment, there rises the call to God, to religion. Not for nothing do the existentialists and their religious critics so often quote the words of the 129th Psalm, "Out of the depths have I cried unto thee, O Lord." And indeed religion, that universal basis for the consolation and justification of this world of vicissitude, finds no difficulty in redeeming the hopeless despair of the existentialist. The concept of compensation offers opportunities for bringing together and integrating different philosophical trends. Their influence is clearly felt in the statements made by bourgeois philosophers at philosophical congresses, where the opposition between the scientific philosophy of Marxism and the whole idealist line in the philosophy of our day shows itself with great clarity. In one of the main papers read at the XVTH World Congress of Philosophy, the Swiss philosopher and physicist André Mercier, General Secretary of the International Federation of Philosophical Societies, proposed the thesis that philosophy is not science, science is not philosophy, and the philosophy of science is neither philosophy nor science. Having divided intellectual activity into science, art, morality, and contemplation, he perceived in philosophy a way of life that is simultaneously critical and fully committed by residential ponsibility and by love. In this sense it is an integral logic, but in addition also an existential link, an epistemological dialectic and ontological dynamic. Point 12. Thus positivism, existentialism and, through contemplation, religion are united in a new, living understanding of philosophy. It is not difficult to see this as an attempt to deny the scientific nature of philosophy by turning it into a supposedly higher integral relationship of man to the world. But denial of the scientific nature of philosophy, based in its turn on the conversion of science itself into a narrow empirical concern with particulars, indicates essentially the reduction of philosophy to the level of an arbitrary philosophizing, beside which there may be placed other forms that are just as arbitrary and just as legitimate. Thus the unity of philosophy is realized in a pluralism of philosophical systems opposed to the scientific philosophy of Marxism-Leninism. The increasingly obvious profound crisis of the classical forms of neopositivism, existentialism, and neo-Thomist metaphysics does not dispose of the fact that only on their basis can one understand the current regrouping and reorientation of the main trends in contemporary bourgeois philosophy. Suffice it to note the intrinsic similarity between neopositivism, on the one hand, and structuralism and critical rationalism that are replacing it, on the other, or the similarity between existentialism and hermeneutics as a theory of how statements may be understood or interpreted in such a way as to reveal unstated or even deliberately hidden meanings. Although the tendency for differing, sometimes diametrically opposed philosophical conceptions to reveal a certain unity is common enough in the bourgeois thought of recent times, there can be no doubt that not one of the philosophical systems of contemporary idealism or any of their latest versions, or all of them taken together, give any convincing answer to the questions present et to philosophy by social development, the practical experience of the class struggle and social revolution, and the progress of science and technology. Contemporary bourgeois sociology. Contemporary bourgeois sociology presents us with a multiplicity of schools and trends that perform a dual function. On the one hand, they provide an ideological defense of capitalism, an attempt to answer, from the bourgeois standpoint, the questions concerning the structure of society, its essence, and the driving forces and prospects of social development. On the other hand, they seek to furnish a certain amount of empirical knowledge that is needed for the practical management of the activities of capitalist enterprises and groups. The empirical researches of bourgeois sociology have yielded a mass of factual material, evolved technical methods of studying various sectors and aspects of social life, and conducted surveys and observations that are of a certain scientific interest. But, taken as a whole, bourgeois theories of society, their basic principles and general theoretical conclusions have no genuine scientific basis. The point is that the bourgeoisie is not interested today in objective knowledge of the laws and fundamental driving forces of social life, because the main trends of social development indicate the need to do away with capitalist society. In present-day non-Marxist sociology there are certain groups of scientists who are in varying degrees aware of the depravity and inhumanity of many aspects of bourgeois reality. But it is not these scientists who shape the image of contemporary bourgeois sociological theory. Its most typical representatives are sociologists who, despite their claims to strict objectivity and being above parties, ideological neutrality, and independence of politics, elaborate and defend doctrines that give theoretical grounds for the policy of the ruling bourgeoisie of the imperialist states. Bourgeois social thought today is in a state of profound crisis inasmuch as its most important theoretical and political generalizations do not pass the test of history. It is therefore compelled to maneuver constantly, to substitute one idea for another, which is then proved by life to be as unstable and short-lived as its predecessor, according to the level of theoretical generalization attained. 462. Contemporary bourgeois doctrines on society may be divided into three large groups, although we must not, of course, forget that the dividing lines between them are somewhat relative. The first group consists of conceptions that attempt to take in the universal features of social life and to formulate all-embracing principles and laws of history. These most abstract social doctrines constitute the modern bourgeois philosophy of history. The second group includes sociological theories proper, oriented not on building systems of world history but on considering social phenomena, mostly those that are inherent in capitalist society. In the third group we find numerous schools and groups that are concerned with the description and elementary classification of social phenomena in narrow, local sectors of bourgeois society. These studies comprise modern bourgeois empirical sociology. 1. The bourgeois philosophy of history. The bourgeois philosophy of history is today, as it was in the past, concerned with the universal principles and methods applicable to the whole of history. The task of discovering the most general features of social development, the driving forces of history taken as a whole is, of course, a real problem. In the 18th century, and the first decades of the 19th, such major figures in the philosophy of history as Montesquieu, Voltaire, Condorcet, Herder, and Hegel reflected the outlook of the rising bourgeoisie, which was interested in obtaining knowledge of historical phenomena. The speculative conceptions and systems of these thinkers, therefore, contained brilliant ideas and conjectures concerning historical necessity, the law-governed character of social development, social progress, and so on. In the 1830s the old philosophy of history was attacked by positivist sociology, whose founders and their followers made out a case for concrete, positive knowledge of society and rejected abstract historical systems divorced from empirical facts. Although the advocates of positivist sociology had no intention of renouncing idealist general sociological conceptions, the empirical turn taken by bourgeois social studies could not fail to weaken the positions of the philosophy of history. The present-day bourgeois philosophy of history has relinquished the rational, progressive ideas of the past. It usually avoids generalizing the actual historical process and builds its conceptions by exaggerating or absolutizing various aspects of reality. This distorts the actual picture of social development, its driving forces and its prospects. Many exponents of the bourgeois philosophy of history, including sociologists, prefer not to display their idealist credo. They propose that we should stand above both materialism and idealism. They reject the monist explanation of history and for the most part uphold a pluralistic view of social life, that is to say, consider the various factors that interact in the historical process as equal and independent principles. In an age when the role of economic relations has made itself felt with such force and clarity, the bourgeois philosophy of history and bourgeois sociology are compelled to acknowledge them. But they see them as only one of the factors, among many others, that condition social life. At the same time, all their arguments about those factors being independent and of equal value do not prevent bourgeois philosophers and sociologists from subordinating in one form or another the rise and development of objective economic relations to the spiritual origin. Elevation of an intellectual elite and belittlement of the role of the masses have always served and continue to serve as the basis for the idealist interpretation of history. The exponents of historical idealism see in the merits or shortcomings of this elite, in its strength or weakness, its intelligence or mistakes, its courage or cowardice, the ultimate foundations of the movement of history, the causes of all major historical events. In addition to idealism, another important feature of present-day bourgeois theories of society is denial of the law-governed character of social development. To the Marxist idea of the necessary, law-governed transition from one social economic formation to another, bourgeois social thought for the most part counterposes the idea of indeterminism in the historical process, which they see as a merely accidental connection of individual, unique facts and situations. Defending this view of history, Herbert A. L. Fisher wrote in A History of Europe, "I can see only one emergency following upon another as wave follows upon wave, only one great fact with respect to which, since it is unique, there can be no generalizations, only one safe rule for the historian, that he should recognize in the development of human destinies the play of the contingent and unforeseen." 1. The old neo-Kantian counterposing of nature and society, the first being declared the realm of blind necessity and the second the sphere of freedom, is accepted as a matter of course by many contemporary philosophers, sociologists, and historians of the subjectivist school. The methodological positions of the bourgeois philosophy of history are considerably influenced by irrationalism. The views of the German philosopher Wilhelm Dilthey are by no means unimportant in this field. Dilthey regarded history as an irrational stream of events without structure or laws. There was no point in seeking these non-existent social laws and trying to explain historical facts on their basis. History, said Dilthey, was not to be explained but understood. The process of understanding was a process of experience. The task of the historian was to relieve as adequately as possible the experiences of the people who made history and to describe these experiences. Liberated from objective laws, History 7 thus became largely a matter of descriptive psychology. Denial of the law-governed character of social development is connected with denial of the possibility of knowing social phenomena, of discovering their essence. If everything in history is individual and unique, what line is the historian, the sociologist, or the economist to take? Not explanation, but merely the description, ordering, classification of empirical facts, the appraisal of these facts from the standpoint of their moral value or on the basis of the thoughts and ideas of the historian himself. The idea that history is mainly the concern of the mind and imagination of those who write history is extremely popular in bourgeois historiography. Thus, agnosticism in social theory has an interconnection with such features of the bourgeois world outlook in the epoch of imperialism as irrationalism, alogism and intuitionism. Many contemporary bourgeois philosophers and historians absolutize the specific features and difficulties of cognizing the historical process. Every historian, some of them believe, expresses not only his own point of view but also the positions of the social group to which he belongs. But from this correct proposition mistaken conclusions are drawn concerning the impossibility of objective, generally significant historical knowledge. They circumvent the fact that the ideologists of the progressive classes, not to mention those of the working class, have been able within the limits of their age to reflect objective historical truth. Denying the possibility of objective historical knowledge, a considerable number of contemporary bourgeois ideologists take up arms against scientific foresight, and particularly against Marxist scientific prediction. This does not, however, prevent sociologists from making their own predictions of what they would like to see in the future. Such predictions include the assertion that the two types of industrial society, capitalism and socialism, must inevitably converge, or rather that socialism must be swallowed up by capitalism. An important feature of contemporary bourgeois theories of society is the metaphysical, anti-dialectical approach to social development, and renunciation of the principle of the historism of social objects in their equilibrium. In dealing with social phenomena, the tendency is to ignore their internal contradictions, the struggle between these contradictions, the dialectical negation of the old by the new, the leap-like transitions of quantitative into qualitative change, and the revolutionary transformation of the old into the new. Of course, it is quite justifiable to study this or that social system in its relative constant and stable state. But when this relative stability is turned into an absolute, when the social organism is lifted out of the stream of time, and its development is totally ignored, the truth and depth of social knowledge are lost. The consideration of any group of social relations in isolation, as something static, naturally rules out all possibility of discovering the essence of these relations, the true laws of their existence and functioning. The bankruptcy of this approach is particularly obvious today, when social reality is tombed by the profound and irreconcilable contradictions between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, between the systems of socialism and capitalism. The work of the British historian Arnold Toynbee, who wrote a study of history, enjoys considerable popularity in the West. One of Toynbee's initial propositions is denial of the unity of the historical process. In his own inimitable form he develops the idea of Spengler, who in the spirit of medieval nominalism, denying the objective existence of general concepts, maintained that mankind is an empty word, and that only individual ethnico-cultural communities actually exist. According to Toynbee, history is the history of different isolated civilizations, which arose, developed and disappeared without making any appreciable impact on one another. But what force conditions the movement of civilization, its rise and development? Such a force is the intellectual elite, the thinking and creative minority, leading the inert majority, which lacks the reason and will to engage in independent historical creativity. Thus, Toynbee, like many other exponents of bourgeois social thought, replaces the concept of the social economic formation by the category of civilization, the core of which is the spiritual principle, the creative urge, the totality of specific cultural values. Material production in these idealist systems figures at best as 466 of the factors of social life, one of the components of civilization. In his desire to grasp the specific qualitative features of different civilizations, Toynbee tries to make an absolute of these differences and erase the connection between them. He thus denies the law-governed nature of the global, internally connected, progressively developing history of humanity and human culture. Toynbee's conception denies the existence of this universal history, tries to atomize it, to break it down into non-communicating civilizations, to exclude the idea of historical progress as a general social law. Another major exponent of contemporary bourgeois social thought is the American sociologist Pierre Sorokin. Whereas Toynbee operates with the concept of civilization, the focus of Sorokin's doctrine is the theory of socio-cultural systems. These he understands as super-organic social, cultural phenomena, which unlike physico-chemical and physico-biological phenomena are endowed with meaning and possess a value or standard. If we ignore the meaning, the value of the Venus of Milo, writes Sorokin, it becomes nothing but a piece of marble of a certain geometrical shape. Sorokin also uses the concept of the super system, which includes a large number of cultures based on general ideological principles. Human history is the consecutive replacement of one supersystem by another. The difference between supersystems, according to Sorokin, is determined by what they consider to be value, how they define its nature, and what type of world outlook is accordingly taken as their basis. The purpose of the supersystem in Sorokin's conception is to oust the concept of the social economic formation. It is not hard to see, however, that the attempt to embrace real history with artificial supersystems, built on various forms of human cognitive activity, does not get social science very far. It is still not explained what the real forces are that engender the supersystems, what causes their replacement, and what are the laws of human history. Sorokin devotes considerable space in his work to denying the possibility of scientific knowledge of the future. He maintains that the principle of indeterminism, which in his view has triumphed in the physics of the microcosm, if transposed to history, makes it possible to overthrow the idea of objective laws in historical development and at the same time the possibility of scientific prediction, based on recognition of the causal connection of social processes and phenomena. This creative dynamism of human history, alone, makes the prediction of important historical events almost impossible. However, indeterminism is a belief held by only a relatively insignificant number of physicists. The once current idea of the free will of the electron and similar notions have today been renounced by many serious investigators of the microcosm. So, Sorokin's attempt to use the idealist aberrations of some natural scientists in order to dispose of social prediction are unconvincing. The contemporary bourgeois philosophy of history provides various definitions of the stages, or epochs, in the historical development of mankind, but its exponents are united in their desire to ignore the problem of the prospects of social development, particularly the replacement of class society by a society without classes. Real historical development, which is leading mankind to socialism and communism, is making nonsense of abstract superhistorical constructions, hence the crisis in the contemporary bourgeois philosophy of history. 2 contemporary bourgeois sociological theories. Apologetics for capitalism is a characteristic feature of many contemporary bourgeois sociological theories. Even when noting certain negative aspects of capitalist society, they pursue the aim of proving the naturalness and viability of private property relations and thus justifying them. The old traditional schools of bourgeois sociology, organic, psychological, geographical, etc. are still current today but have undergone considerable modifications in adapting themselves to the new conditions of the ideological struggle. New schools and trends, predominantly neopositivist, have also taken root. There is a fashion for theories that reduce sociology to the study of group and individual behavior with the help of psychoanalysis. The theory of the industrial society and the post-industrial society, of convergence of the two systems, etc., are widespread in bourgeois society. These theories are usually based on the concept ions of technological determinism. The term technological determinism is used to denote bourgeois theories that particularly emphasize the role of the productive forces, the role of technology in social development, while ignoring the economic relations, the relations of production. This view is prominently defended in W. W. Rostow's book The Stages of Economic Growth, a non-communist manifesto. Rostow's attempt to consider the historical process, its main stages, in their dependence on the level of development of the productive forces is symptomatic. It testifies to a certain reflection of the Marxist conception of social development in contemporary bourgeois sociological thought. 1 But this apparent objective consideration by certain bourgeois sociologists of the achievements of Marxist sociological thought, particularly the economic doctrine of Karl Marx, conceals a denial of Marxism as a whole, of its dialectical method, and its fundamental assessments and conclusions. Rostow, for instance, hastens to warn his readers that, unlike Marx, he does not regard social production as the foundation of the social structure. He writes, although the stages of growth are an economic way of looking at whole societies, they in no sense imply that the worlds of politics, social organization, and of culture are a mere superstructure built upon and derived uniquely from the economy. 2 For the cause-effect connections between the economy and social-political relations, Rostow tries to substitute mere interaction or functional connection. At the same time, his arguments concerning the interaction of material and non-material factors, their equal value, and with the admission that the incentives of economic development are people's inner needs, human knowledge, desires, passions, etc. So the emphasis on the role of the productive forces culminates in a thinly disguised idealism as an explanation of the historical process. If production relations are ignored, it is possible to present capitalism and socialism as varieties of the single industrial society. On the artificial and frail foundation of technological determinism rests the theory of convergence, which has become extremely popular in bourgeois circles today. According to this theory, industrial development leads to the convergence of capitalism and socialism, to their merging and to the damping down and disappearance of the struggle of opposing ideologies. Moreover, it is assumed that the present-day scientific and technological revolution will by itself, without a class struggle, create an abundance of goods for all, gradually solve all social problems and abolish classes and class antagonisms. The advocates of the theory of the single industrial society take such phenomena that are common to both capitalism and socialism as industrial production, similar organizational methods, the role of science, urbanization, etc., and ignore the most essential thing which distinguishes socialism from capitalism: public ownership of the means of production, the absence of exploitation, the existence of a state power that is the power of the whole people. Close study of the theories of the single industrial society and convergence shows that their defenders are interested not so much in convergence, in bringing socialism and capitalism closer together, as in the gradual absorption of socialism by capitalism. A number of bourgeois sociologists and economists now defend the idea that industrial society in its capitalist and socialist versions is to be replaced by the post-industrial society. In a paper read at the VLLTH International Congress of Sociology in Varna, the American sociologist Daniel Bell tried to present the post-industrial society as something that already exists. If we are to believe his assurances, the post-industrial society began to take shape in the United States in the post-war years. This society, in the opinion of its theoreticians, is characterized first and foremost by super-powerful equipment ousting man and human labor from production, by intellectual technology, by the highest incomes, and by the scientific and technical intelligentsia, or rather its upper crust, or elite, playing the guiding role in society and the state. On closer inspection it becomes clear that the post-industrial society is essentially only another variety of capitalism with preservation of the state monopoly and other forms of private ownership and domination of the super-powerful capitalist monopolies, and other attributes of developed capitalism. Many bourgeois sociological theories distort the essence of state monopoly capitalism and try to present the process of depersonalization of capitalist ownership, the emergence and development of state monopoly ownership, as the disappearance of capitalists and capitalism itself. This can be seen particularly clearly from the example of one of the trends of the technocratic theory, whose main spokesmen are T. Veblen, author of the books Engineers and the Price System and the Absentee Ownership and Business Enterprise in Recent Times, and J. Burnham, The Managerial Revolution. These writers declare that in the United States a peaceful revolution has taken place. This revolution is expressed in the fact that the owners of capital have ceased to control it, having conceded this function to the managers. If such arguments mean anything, they point above all to the parasitic nature of the ruling class in contemporary bourgeois society, which has largely ceased to fulfill any socially useful functions in the process of production and exchange. The fact that to 470 a certain degree there has been a division of property and transference of the direct management of production to the managers by no means signifies the disappearance of capitalist ownership, the power of the capitalists and their corporations, and the domination of such a collective capitalist as the bourgeois state. In reality, state monopoly ownership, the combined ownership of the most powerful strata of the ruling bourgeois class and its state, fully preserves its exploitative nature, since it is still based on the same appropriation of the results of the surplus labor of millions of hired workers. Thus the separation of the productive forces, technology from the relations of production has become a methodological device for distorting the picture of social development in general and capitalist society in particular. All these theories which seek to prove that contemporary capitalism has ceased to be capitalism are subordinated to one end: denial of any justification for a socialist revolution, of the need for the revolutionary seven transformation of capitalist society into socialist society. Some bourgeois theoreticians try to argue the proposition that everyone can become prosperous without the destruction of the capitalist economic system in the process of a social revolution, by focusing attention on social mobility, on the movement of individuals from one stratum of society to another. A similar interpretation of social mobility is also used to proclaim contemporary bourgeois society almost a classless society, where the rigid barriers between various classes and social groups have allegedly been destroyed. But the existence of millions of hereditary proletarians, of a reserve army of unemployed, of impassable race barriers, cliquishness, nationalistic and religious prejudices, which continue to survive in the most developed capitalist states, offer an eloquent rebuff to this notion. Besides openly apologetic theories of modern capitalism, bourgeois sociology produces theories whose apologetic aspect is not so obvious. But these theories still perform definite ideological functions, their purpose being to set up against the Marxist theory 7 their own interpretation of the driving forces and mechanism of society. Besides direct denial of historical determinism, denial of the law 7 governed character of historical development, we also find in bourgeois sociology recognition of the existence of laws of social development in certain narrow sectors of social life. The American sociologist Alex Inkeles, for instance, declares that the prospect for a scientific sociology rests not only on the contemporary bourgeois sociology 471 argument that social events are recurrent, but also on the belief that they are regular or lawful. 1 Inkeles hastens to warn us about the narrow frame of action of these laws. Sociologists have abandoned the search for a single, all-encompassing theory of change. Instead, they seek to deal with change more concretely, one might say more realistically. 2 At the same time there do arise in bourgeois sociology conceptions claiming to express some of the more general law-governed connections. Thus we find all kinds of laws of the transformation of capitalism, laws of the convergence of antagonistic social-economic systems, laws of social action, and so on. The acknowledgement of determinism in contemporary bourgeois sociology concerns only phenomena that do not directly threaten the fundamental interests of the bourgeoisie. Technological progress and modifications of social relationships within the framework of the bourgeois system, at the same time it precludes the determinism, the objective necessity of the revolutionary struggle between classes which leads to the replacement of social economic phonations. The theory of social action, evolved by the American sociologist Talcott Parsons and his associates, occupies an important place in contemporary bourgeois sociology. It claims to point the way towards a complete general theory of social behavior, an all-embracing theoretical system of sociology. The theory of social action expresses the main orientation of bourgeois sociology to discover the methods and means by which the individual would accept reality, in other words, succumb to it, become better adapted to capitalist relations. The theory reduces the whole system of social relations to four components: actor, goal, means and situation. In their simplest form, these elements are restricted only by the first and the last. In effect, this theory substitutes for the real relationships between people in society their ideas about these relationships. The functioning of a social system is said to be a matter of one person's expectations coinciding with those of another. Social relations are reduced to the subjective psychological and moral attitude of one person to another. Furthermore, the individual is regarded largely in isolation from his objective connection with a class, a collective, etc. The wealth of human relations inherent in real society is replaced by sets of relations between individuals. Thus the theory of social action, in effect, ignores the most important fact that people's actions are determined by their objective place in the totality of social relations, and above all in the system of production relations. The theory seeks to solve major social problems not by changing objective reality, the economy, social political life, but by changing only the subjective aspect, the views, ideas, feelings of individuals. The states of balance, stabilization, and order are regarded as paramount in the social system. Any social system, writes Parsons, rests on the functional need for order. 1. The maintenance of order in social relations is to be effected by social control designed to safeguard society from undesirable deviations and upheavals. The development of the theory of social action in bourgeois sociology has popularized structural functional analysis, which has become almost the leading method of research in contemporary bourgeois sociology. Structure and function are in themselves inseparable elements of every social system, every social organism. The dialectical method, as was pointed out by Lenin, compels us to regard society as a living organism in its functioning and development. 1-2 According to Marxist theory, each system of production relations is a specific social organism, whose inception, functioning, and transition to a higher form, conversion into another social organism, are governed by specific laws. 3 As the main categories of the structure of society, historical materialism singles out the concepts of the productive forces and relations, basis and superstructure, etc. From the standpoint of Parsons, Merton, and other bourgeois sociologists, the basic components of the social system are values, standards, roles and institutions. The functioning of these structural elements is supposed to form the content of the development of the society. It boils down to the interrelationship between the individual consciousness and the social consciousness, the system of culture embodied in the sum total of standards, roles, and institutions. The mechanism for adapting the individual to the existing, given standards and norms, that is to say, the mechanism for his socialization, thus turns out to be the main object of research in bourgeois sociology. In the first case we have a materialist structural functional approach to social life, in the second, the approach is in effect idealist. As Parsons himself once wrote, It is a matter of such controversies as economic or interest explanations versus explanations in terms of ideas or values. Point 1. Marxism-Leninism regards the structural functional approach as one of the most essential elements in scientific methodology, but it does not make an absolute of it, does not turn it into the only method of analyzing social phenomena. Besides the processes of functioning, it singles out the processes of inception and development, and the conversion of one social system into another. In bourgeois sociology, the structural functional method becomes, in effect, the chief instrument of analysis of the social whole and the interconnection between its components. Its class orientation is to justify the integrity and stability, the equilibrium of the system of capitalist social relations. For this reason, Parsons and his followers concentrate only on those mechanisms of social regulation that can support and preserve the social system in its given normal state. Thus we have in a carefully disguised form a tendency to defend capitalist social relations. But in an age of dynamic social change, of the collapse of obsolete social orders, in an age of revolutionary transformation, the static, absolutist structural functional analysis has revealed its total inadequacy. Many of its supporters have begun to appeal to the principle of development, but they understand development itself as vulgar evolutionism. The historical situation has also compelled bourgeois sociologists to develop a theory of conflicts, which is spearheaded against the Marxist-Leninist theory of class antagonisms and struggle. The supporters of conflict theory have tried to reduce class, socio-political contradictions to psychological confrontation between representatives of various social strata. All these new trends in contemporary bourgeois sociological theory were clearly discernible in many of the papers read by bourgeois thinkers at the International Congress of Sociology in Toronto. These papers showed that bourgeois sociology is making feverish attempts to find new arguments in defense of the doomed bourgeois order. 3. Bourgeois empirical sociology. The bourgeois sociological theories that evolved the apparatus of structural functional analysis have promoted a broad growth of specific empirical studies designed to reveal the behavior of individuals and small groups. At the same time, the development of empirical sociology has been encouraged and stimulated mainly by the practical needs of the functioning of the capitalist social system. The desire to achieve a rational organization of production and ensure maximum profit has compelled the bourgeoisie to employ a vast army of sociologists studying questions of the organization of production, labor relations, and so on. In order to strengthen control over all social life, the bourgeoisie has begun to act upon the information and practical advice provided by sociologists on ways of influencing people's behavior, preventing revolutionary outbursts, and so on. These applied, specialized disciplines made their first appearance in American sociology at the turn of the century. The sociologist-philosopher with his generalist systems was superseded by the empirical sociologist whose interests and horizons were limited to the strictly defined and narrow sphere of sociology. The number of sociologists employed by capitalist monopolies and governments and carrying out their direct orders began to grow, as did the number of departments of sociology in colleges and universities. According to American sociologists, this branch of science had by 1948 reached a stage in which systematization has been gradually but almost completely replaced by specialization, even in the narrow sphere of description and analysis. Specialization in bourgeois sociology increased as concrete quantitative methods of empirical observation on the basis of the methodology of positivism were evolved. These were the methods of polls, interviews, surveys, comparison, data processing, selection of facts with the help of various scales, tables, etc. Studies of the concrete methods of empirical sociological analysis also began to appear. First in this field was the joint study by the sociologist Florian Znaniecki and the social psychologist William Thomas, the Polish peasant in Europe and America, which gave a detailed account of the methods of studying personal papers, selected cases, and similar empirical methods. The books by Robert Park and Ernest Burgess, written in the 1920s, developed a set of research methods that later were to serve bourgeois sociologists as a model for concrete sociological studies. The American sociologist Paul Lazarsfeld worked out the latent structure, that is to say, the technique of processing quantitative data presented in the form of different factors. The sociologist J. E. Lundberg devoted considerable attention to verifying the methods of quantitative data processing with the help of various measurements, statistics, etc. Contemporary bourgeois empirical sociology has dozens of specialized branches. Chief among these are the sociology of social change, social institutes, social disorganization, social control, social structure, social stratification, social immobility, the elite, social collectives, human relations, industrial sociology, political sociology the sociology of public opinion, social psychology, the sociology of religion, and the sociology of war and peace. Each of these branches contains dozens of other subdivisions. For example, urban sociology includes town planning, urbanization and planning, and urban ecology. The sociology of personality studies such questions as the personality and culture, social factors in the development and conflicts of the personality, sociological and psychological factors influencing the personality, and the social psychology of the personality. An important branch is the sociology of social problems, dealing with such aspects of the development of capitalist society as industrial and ethnic relations, education, social planning, and war and peace. The object of such research is for the most part to offer practical advice on how to improve the situation, that is to say, PTS to buffer the contradictions of capitalist reality. Industrial and factory sociology performs the practical task of helping capitalist business. The first studies in industrial sociology appeared between 1910 and 1920, but its most vigorous development was in the 1930s, after the world economic crisis of 1929 to 1933. Bourgeois sociologists set about studying the activity of people employed in production, the forms of their relationships at capitalist enterprises, particularly the interrelations between management and workers, and place and role of trade unions at factories. Hundreds of sociologists are at present employed in this field, and many of them work directly in production as consultants, experts, and advisors. Their aim is to adjust and regulate relations between the worker, on the one hand, and the boss or manager, on the other, so as to achieve a growth in output and a corresponding increase in profit for the capitalist. They study questions of stimuli and psychology of labor, the training of workers, the prospects of developing workers' skill along with the growth of industry, the interrelations between workers and supervisors, between trade unions and the management, the problems of unemployment and its influence on production, etc. Factory sociology is one of the varieties of industrial sociology. The investigations carried out by industrial and factory sociologists coincide in some respects with the problems of the sociology of human relations, although this field is not limited to industry. It studies the interrelationship between people in various fields of labor, tying them in with the wider sphere of social relations. The problems of group life figure prominently in bourgeois sociology. Bourgeois sociologists refer to the fact that all human life is group life, everywhere people live in association with other people. But instead of revealing the causes that compel people to live in groups, instead of singling out among all the manifold human relations the decisive relations of production, bourgeois sociologists confine themselves to describing various aspects of group life. The problem of small groups of people is studied by sociometry. The founder of this discipline was J. L. Moreno, who expounded his conception in the book Sociometry. He formulates his program as follows: instead of analyzing social classes composed of millions of people, we are making painstaking analyses of small groups of persons. It is a retreat from the social universe to its atomic structure. 51 Sociometry is an example of the unsuccessful attempts of bourgeois sociologists to overcome the class conflicts of capitalist society by improving psychological relations within small groups and transposing this microclimate of people who are sympathetic 55 to one another, to society as a whole. Bourgeois empirical studies have certain general features. First, they are extremely narrow and limited in character because they usually rely on the polling of small groups. Second, as a rule they are superficial, lacking any power of penetration into the essence of things. Description instead of explanation is a characteristic feature of research in specialized fields of sociology. The American sociologist Arthur Davis rightly observes, from the professional literature on social problems, then, we can readily learn how Jack Doe happened to become a delinquent in his youth, but we will learn much less about the deeper relations of juvenile delinquency to the social structure as a whole. Why does delinquency persist in our society? What interests does it serve? What frustrations does it relieve? Such questions tend to be avoided in academic treatments of social problems. Two empirical studies are frequently highly subjective. On the one hand, they see the ultimate explanation of the facts under concede irration in man's social behavior, in socio-psychological phenomena. On the other, any interpretations, including economic one. Interpretations, are mostly based on the opinions derived from polling. The narrow empiricism of concrete studies in bourgeois sociology, the minute splitting up of their research targets, the superficial factual description, etc., have been sharply criticized even by bourgeois theoretical sociologists, such as Pitirim Sorokin, Robert Merton, Paul Lazarsfeld, and others. Speaking at the Fourth International Congress of Sociology, Robert Merton observed that sociologists were busily engaged in studying trivial problems while everything that concerned the really significant issues of human society was left unstudied. Despite the fact that wars, exploitation, and poverty poisoned people's lives and that of society or threatened their very existence, many sociologists devoted themselves to problems that were so far removed from these catastrophic phenomena as to be irresponsibly petty. But the appeal for a scientific sociology organically synthesizing theory and empirical analysis and therefore capable of presenting a true picture of social life, its main stages and prospects of development cannot be realized because of the class position of bourgeois sociology, its limited methodological approach. Bourgeois sociology 7, both theoretical and empirical, is in no condition to provide an integrated scientific picture of society and its development, or consistent scientific analysis of the individual aspects of capitalist reality. In present-day conditions, the crisis of bourgeois sociology is also expressed in the fact that it is compelled to reflect in various forms the adaptation of capitalism to the new situation, to employ social demagogy and preach the ideas of modernization, growth, and development. But the intricate problems of modern times cannot be solved without precise scientific knowledge of society and social development. Such knowledge is provided by Marxist-Leninist philosophy and sociology. At the same time, Marxist sociologists do not ignore the wealth of factual material gathered by bourgeois empirical sociology in studying separate aspects and phenomena of capitalist society. They take into consideration its carefully elaborated techniques and methods. The development of concrete social studies on the basis of the theory and method of historical materialism constitutes one of the essential tasks facing Marxist sociologists. These concrete social researches are intended to enrich Marxist sociology and historical materialism and by their conclusions help in the practical construction of communist society. Conclusion. We have considered the fundamental problems of Marxist-Leninist philosophy, dialectical and historical materialism. Now let us draw some conclusions. 1. Marxist philosophy was brought into being by the fundamental needs of the revolutionary struggle of the working class, whose goal is to put an end to the system of capitalist relations and build classless communist society. It has become a powerful theoretical instrument of scientific cognition and the revolutionary transformation of the world. Marxism was the necessary result of all previous development of progressive social thought. Marxist philosophy critically digested everything of value that had been achieved by philosophy, by social consciousness, in more than 2,000 years of their development. 2. Marxist philosophy, developed and enriched by Lenin on the basis of new historical experience and the new achievements of science, played an outstanding role in the theoretical, ideological preparation for and victory of the socialist revolution in Russia and other countries. Materialist dialectics, which is the heart and soul of the Marxist-Leninist doctrine, was and is a well-tested instrument for the analysis of social development. It helps to reveal the inner contradictions of the present epoch, contemporary economic, socio-political and intellectual processes, and to work out a scientifically based strategy and tactics for the Marxist-Leninist parties, who are leading the struggle of the working people against the forces of imperialism. Armed with materialist dialectics, the Marxist-Leninist parties of the socialist countries trace the general laws and specific features of social development in the conditions of socialism, the specific nature of the interrelations between friendly classes and nations, the actual dialectics of the transition from socialism to communism. Knowledge of the laws of socialist and communist construction helps to reveal the decisive links in the chain of historical development, to mobilize the masses and make a timely choice of the most flexible and effective forms and methods of directing the country's economic, political, and cultural life at the given historical stage. Marxist-Leninist philosophy is highly significant in the contemporary ideological struggle. Opposing the ideology of imperialism, it holds high the banner of social progress, of genuine and effective humanism, of profound faith in a bright future for mankind, in the great creative possibilities of progressive human thought. 3. The philosophy of Marxism-Leninism is a specific form of the scientific cognition of the world. Resting on the achievements of science and summing up the development of the world historical practice of mankind, it produces a dynamically developing picture of the world and plays its part as a generalist scientific philosophical world outlook. It supplements many specific methods of the specialized sciences with a general philosophical method, which is equally applicable and necessary to all branches of knowledge, and arms them with basic methodological principles of research. Dialectical materialist philosophy points the way for science to a more profound knowledge of the world. It places no limits on human knowledge, absolutizes none of the achievements of science, and proves the necessity of discovering more and more new aspects and laws of the environing world. Finally, Marxist philosophy and sociology afford an opportunity of penetrating deeper into the essence and meaning of the current revolution in science and technology, and show its various social consequences in the conditions of capitalism and socialism. 4. In the philosophy of Marxism-Leninism, strict objectivity and scientific rigor are combined with partisanship. The revolutionary progressive aims which it upholds allow it to be quite open in revealing its own class nature, its own partisanship, in contrast to contemporary bourgeois philosophy, which is compelled to masquerade under slogans of nonpartisanship and being above class. Marxist-Leninist philosophy continues the traditions of the militant materialism of the past with its intolerance of all kinds of prejudice. It fights openly and consistently against all varieties of religious idealist, metaphysical distortion of the picture of the world, against the defense and perpetuation of obsolete social, economic and political systems. It attracts to the struggle all the advanced thinkers of the capitalist countries, who feel grave anxiety for the future of the peoples, for the fate of the world and mankind. 5. A most important principle of Marxism-Leninism is the bonding of theory and practice, the testing of theoretical propositions in practice, the development of theory on the basis of generalization of practical experience. This makes Marxism a living, creative doctrine, implacably opposed to any stagnation of thought, intellectual conservatism, or dogmatism. There can be no dogmatism where the supreme and sole criterion of a doctrine is its conformity to the actual process of social and economic development. One Marxist-Leninist philosophy provides no ready-made solutions either for social practice as a whole or for any separate branch of scientific knowledge. It demands the concrete application of its propositions, taking into account the specific features of what is being investigated. Since it is incompatible with dogmatism, the philosophy of Marxism-Leninism also renounces revisionism. The latter, while posing as creative development of Marxist theory, discards the fundamental truths of Marxist-Leninist teaching on the basic laws of the class struggle in the capitalist countries, the socialist revolution and socialist construction, and substitutes subjectivism or bourgeois objectivism for the objective dialectical materialist analysis of social phenomena. The global struggle between the forces of capitalism and socialism and the attempts of revisionists of all hues to emasculate the revolutionary teaching and distort the practice of socialist and communist construction require of the communist parties that they increase attention to the problems and creative development of theory. Criticism of bourgeois and revisionist attacks on the theory and practice of socialism becomes much more convincing when it is founded on the active and creative development of Marxist-Leninist theory. 6. The creative application of Marxist-Leninist theory demands that it should be thoroughly understood. Socialism, wrote Engels, since it has become a science, demands that it be pursued as a science, that is, that it be studied. 1. The same applies to all the other components of Marxism-Leninism, and particularly dialectical and historical materialism. One cannot become a fully conscious, convinced communist without studying Marxist philosophy. This was what Lenin taught. J.